A week has passed since the dramatic mine rescue and Clayton's incredible proposal. Hamar, looking rested and healthy again, stands before Logan. "I'm fully recovered now," the dwarf announces, his voice strong, "so I'll get back to construction." Logan, leaning calmly against his desk, listens as Hamar adds he'll try to make up for lost time. Logan simply nods, "All right, good luck." Hamar turns and leaves the office, the door creaking behind him. The door clicks shut. But just as Logan turns back to his work, it creaks open again, just a tiny crack. A low, insistent voice whispers from the gap, "Young master, isn't it time you tell me about the mine?" Mr. Dwayne peeks his head in, eyes narrowed. Logan, startled, mutters he thought it was a ghost, then sighs, "Come in." Dwayne bursts in, a mix of accusation and bewilderment on his face, demanding to know when Logan started a secret mine without telling him. Logan just offers a casual, almost infuriating saying it slipped his mind. Dwayne is aghast. "Slipped your mind?" He glares, desperate for answers about this secret mine. "Iron, copper, how much?" Logan smiles, a bright, teasing grin. "It's a gold mine," he reveals casually as if it's nothing. Dwayne stares, completely unconvinced. "Stop joking around." Logan's smile widens, feigning offense. "People like us having a gold mine? As if, what's wrong with me having a gold mine? Huh, you rascal?" Then, Logan's expression turns serious. "The gold mine is expected to generate around 100 million gold per year." He looks Dwayne straight in the eye. "Do you think I'd lie about something like this?" Dwayne is stunned, the number echoing in his mind. "You're not joking?" Mr. Dwayne stands frozen, the sheer idea of 100 million gold per year completely overwhelming his senses. Logan leans forward, concerned as Dwayne starts to sway. "Hey, Dwayne." Dwayne collapses, his soul comically leaving his body as he whispers, "A gold mine. 100 million." Logan rushes to his side, shouting for him to snap out of it. Despite this minor incident, the plan proceeded. The administrator's shock was just a small bump. Sometime later, workers head towards the new dam. Logan reflects that thanks to golem magic, it was finished much faster than anticipated. One worker voices the general confusion, wondering why they were assembling again at the mountain peak now that the dam was done. Another asks if he's sure, as an older man notes it was supposed to take half a year but finished in 3 months. A third confirms it's definitely complete. The older worker adds he heard this meeting was for a final check, as they head towards what they believe is an inspection. Mr. Dwayne approaches Logan, who is dressed in finer attire, informing him all the administrators are present. Logan nods, acknowledging their arrival. A group of administrators, looking tired from the climb, arrive. Logan tells them to stay and see it through, despite their busy schedules. One sour-faced administrator grumbles under his breath about the uselessly grandiose digging, his skepticism clear. He continues complaining, looking at the massive dam, doubting that sprinkling water once on the wasteland would change anything. He mutters that the money should have been used to repair the southern wall, completely missing the grander vision. Other administrators share his confusion, wondering why Logan went to such lengths. One turns to Mr. Dwayne, who now stands with a knowing confidence, asking if he knows anything. They press Dwayne, who seems lost in thought, a bead of sweat on his brow for a very different reason than theirs. Dwayne takes a deep breath, a look of profound realization on his face, ready to enlighten his ignorant colleagues. Looking at the impressive dam, Dwayne begins to explain, his voice filled with conviction, that this isn't just about sprinkling water. He gestures towards the structure, explaining it's directly connected to the underground of the Luther River. If we can continuously supply water through the canals, this vast wasteland could. Dwayne's face flushes with excitement, his eyes shining, truly become a fertile plain. The full scope of Logan's ambition finally dawns on the others. Logan watches them, a subtle, satisfied smile playing on his lips. He's orchestrating more than just construction. He notices familiar faces in the crowd, workers and mages alike. Everyone involved, from workers to mages and even administrators, is present. Mr. Duane stands proudly, while the sour-faced administrator still looks unconvinced. Logan turns to Clayton, who is nearby with Hamar. "Mr. Clayton, let's begin, shall we?" Clayton nods curtly. They stand before the massive floodgates of the dam. Hamar, however, looks puzzled, grumbling to Clayton that they made it so workers could open the gates themselves and doesn't see the need for a spectacle. Logan, overhearing, turns with a charming smile. "The first time should be grand and memorable. We're showing everyone in McLean what they've created with their own hands." As he speaks, 3 of Clayton's smaller rock golems approach the massive floodgates. This is about demonstrating power and inspiring hope. The skeptical administrator gasps, pointing with a trembling finger. "Gasp! What is that?" "Oh, a monster," he stammers. The commoners, however, look on with awe and familiarity, some even calm. The skeptical administrator, realizing his outburst, quickly tries to regain composure, blushing slightly, claiming he's seen that magic plenty. Clayton ignores the chatter and bellows the command, his voice echoing, "Open the gate." The 3 rock golems, tiny in comparison, reach out to the massive floodgate. With immense effort, they begin to push, the sound of grinding stone filling the air. The ground trembles as the huge floodgates slowly, ponderously, begin to give way. Logan watches, calm and confident, as his vision starts to become reality. The administrators stare in stunned silence, their skepticism rapidly evaporating. Even the commoners, who'd seen the golem at the mine, look on with wonder. One of the golems seems to grumble internally about the onlookers just standing there. The golems strain, the gate proving more stubborn than anticipated. Clayton narrows his eyes, a bead of sweat on his own brow. The gates are heavier than he might have let on. Hamar mutters beside Clayton, while Clayton internally curses that the golems are struggling. Logan clenches his jaw, a bead of sweat trickling down his own face. Damn it! This wasn't supposed to be so hard for them. Clayton leans towards Logan, whispering frantically that the golem's strength is mostly for show and it actually takes about 100 workers to open the gates. The grand display is hitting a snag. Logan's eyes narrow. This changes things. "What do I do?" His mind races. Clayton glares at Hamar, threatening him if the golem's reputation is tarnished. Hamar panics, insisting the golem can't lift it. Logan interrupts, turning to Clayton. Logan's eyes blaze with sudden, fierce intensity. He makes a snap decision. "Break it down." Clayton and Hamar stare at him, utterly shocked. "What?" "We can rebuild the gate." "Break it down." Logan orders, his voice leaving no room for argument. If finesse fails, force will prevail. Clayton's shock gives way to grim understanding. He looks towards his struggling golem. The largest golem, Clayton's own, roars in response. With a tremendous crash, the golem smashes its massive stone fist into the floodgate. The commoners gasp in disbelief. Are they really breaking the gate? The golem relentlessly pummels the gate, chunks of stone flying. Cracks spiderweb across the massive structure as it buckles under the assault. And then, with a final, deafening roar of shattering stone, the floodgate gives way completely. A torrent of water, the lifeblood of the Luther River, surges through. The onlookers are washed by spray, staring in stunned awe as water pours into the new channels, a man-made river appearing before them. Logan watches, the sun glinting off the rushing water, a profound satisfaction on his face. A beatific smile spreads across his lips. This is it. The culmination of months of planning and hard work. The commoners erupt in joyous cheers. "It's water! We have water!" they cry, tears streaming down their faces. "We did it! We made a river on this vast land. With our own hands. The impossible achieved, the wasteland will bloom." Logan looks out, confident. This will solve the food problem during the Civil War, he thinks. We can start farming next spring. Suddenly he's tackled from the side. It's Mr. Duane, weeping uncontrollably, clinging to Logan, apologizing profusely for doubting him, completely overwhelmed. Logan, surprised but understanding, pats Duane's back, asking why such a big guy is crying so much. Logan's ear twitches. He senses something. Clayton and Hamar approach, looking sheepish about the destroyed gate. Clayton asks how long it will take to rebuild, Hamar quickly offering to help. Logan reassures them they don't need the gate urgently, telling them to take a week off. After that, they'll finish the mine, then another long vacation. Hamar's eyes light up. Really? Of course, Logan says with a bright smile. Internally, though, a mischievous thought. Because we'll be busy again soon. Logan continues his internal planning. Many farmers will come to reclaim the now fertile land. But it will be hard for them to travel from the city to the plains every day. A new idea sparks, a cunning smile. So we'll build a totally new village for them. He turns to Hamar, who is still basking in the thought of his vacation. Logan pauses, a new, more cunning idea forming. That isn't how I should ask Hamar. He addresses the dwarf directly, Hamar. The dwarf, still pleased, turns, what is it? Logan feigns surprise and slight condescension. I guess construction is difficult even for you, huh? Makes sense, I've never heard of dwarves being good at construction, after all. The bait is laid. Hamar explodes with dwarven pride, just as Logan knew. What are you talking about? After weapon making, construction is what dwarves do best. Logan mentally smirks. Gotcha. Clayton, amused, chimes in, really? Impressive. That's a dwarf for you. Hamar huffs, wondering why Logan's suddenly asking about construction. Logan waves dismissively, I was just curious. Don't mind me. Internally, laugh all you want now, Hamar. A devious grin spreads across Logan's face as Hamar happily daydreams about vacation time, vacation. Logan's unspoken thought completes his scheme, because once you're done, the thrilling experience of house construction awaits. Poor Hamar has no idea he's just been tricked. And that's where we leave them for now. Logan stood before the assembled workers and administrators, his voice ringing out with authority, everyone, listen up. The successful opening of the dam was clearly just the beginning of his plans. He addressed the crowd, gathered near the newly flowing water, reminding them of the two promises he made when they opened the floodgates. Logan stood tall, a leader addressing his people. First, anyone can cultivate the new McLean Plains. This was an unprecedented offer, opening up vast opportunities for everyone. The commoners looked at each other, hope and disbelief dawning on their faces. Logan continued, second, they will receive tenant rights equivalent to their labor, and taxes will only be 30%. Such favorable terms were almost unheard of in their world. Logan watched their reactions, a confident, knowing smile on his face. He understood the profound impact these promises would have. Even the formerly skeptical administrator, the one with the long gray hair, was visibly moved, a blush of excitement on his face, murmuring in awe if their territory was really changing. Logan knew that by announcing it this way, even his vassals couldn't oppose it. He'd outmaneuvered any potential resistance. For weeks later, autumn leaves were turning. Logan was in his office, looking pleased. Wow, as expected of Hamar. Rick, Logan's servant, entered with linens. Logan continued, impressed, to think you've already completed the village layout and a model house. I knew I picked the right person. Rick, looking a bit worn but dutiful, agreed it was amazing. Logan chuckled, recalling how he'd manipulated the dwarf, who initially refused but, once started, did excellent work. Logan reviewed the detailed village plans, roads in a cross pattern, uniform houses, communal wells and toilets, and even sewers, a modern, sanitary approach. He leaned back, satisfied. He'd based it on a planned city from his past life, aiming to establish a large settlement, McLean Town. He mused about his goal for the territory's population, then suddenly wrinkled his nose. Logan looked at Rick, from whom a faint, unpleasant purple aura wafted. Why do you smell so bad? Rick grumbled it was Logan's fault, the lingering scent of Imporic production still clinging to him. Rick continued complaining about the drugs selling so well, then stopped short as someone burst into the room shouting for the young master. Logan looked up, slightly annoyed at the interruption, remarking that people didn't even knock anymore. It was Mr. Dwayne, flustered but incredibly excited. Logan deadpanned if Dwayne thought it was his room, but Dwayne waved it off, saying Hamar was the important thing. Dwayne's face was alight with pure joy. He just sent word that we can start mining the gold mine now. This was the news they'd all been eagerly awaiting. Dwayne presented a small pouch to Logan, explaining it contained a rare gold nugget from the mine. Logan took the pouch, and Dwayne poured several gleaming gold nuggets into his own hand. Usually, gold was extracted in small amounts, but they'd already found this. Both Logan and Dwayne practically drooled at the sight, their eyes sparkling. Logan clapped Dwayne on the back, laughing, praising their luck. Dwayne, overcome, practically smothered Hamar, who had apparently been brought in, with an affectionate hug, while Hamar wearily asked if he could rest now. Logan, eager, asked Hamar how much they could mine. Hamar, still being crushed, replied about 1 ton of gold per month, lasting at least 10 years, then again asked if he could rest. An almost unbelievable fortune. Logan smiled mischievously. But we've just started town construction, need more crossbows and new night weapons. He looked at Hamar innocently. Is it possible? Hamar looked like he'd just been struck by lightning. More work. The implications hit him hard. Dwayne and Hamar both collapsed in a heap, Dwayne from joy, Hamar from despair. Logan thoughtfully considered that Hamar really needed a break and maybe he should recruit another dwarf later. Logan told the recovering Hamar he'd give him a break, but before he could finish, Hamar bolted, shouting he was going to sleep for a month and not to look for him, vanishing in a blur. Logan watched, amused, wondering if Hamar had awakened with force, he was so fast. Dwayne was still wailing happily in the background. Logan turned to the sobbing administrator, asking what was wrong now. Dwayne was crying tears of pure joy. 100 million gold. 1 ton a month means 100 million a year. The numbers were staggering for their previously struggling barony. Our territory is saved. We don't have to worry anymore. Dwayne exclaimed, completely overcome. He even shouted, Kairos can go screw themselves. Logan watched, a slight smile, noting Dwayne was crying even more than when the dam was completed. Logan then casually mentioned that the gold mine belonged to him, not the family. Dwayne froze, eyes wide with horror, color draining from his face as he stammered about giving 30% tax to the family. Logan just let out a soft sigh. Dwayne, recovering slightly, bowed his head, saying he trusted Logan would handle it well. He added that the dam project went well and Logan hadn't made any bad decisions so far. His faith was absolute. I'll trust you, Dwayne said. Logan was a little surprised at how readily Dwayne accepted this. Dwayne then voiced a practical concern, keeping the workers quiet about the gold mine, as news could attract unwanted attention from powerful neighbors. I'll take care of that, Logan assured him. Dwayne nodded, then admitted this level of trust and delegation was still new and uncomfortable for him. Logan's expression turned thoughtful. His father was a problem. He'd done a lot his own way while Patrick was training. A week later, Logan and his father, Patrick McLean, stood by the new river, looking over the transforming landscape. Logan turned to his father. Patrick looked powerful and revitalized, a new aura about him. He stated with pride that Logan had become an advanced knight. Logan smiled confidently, having expected it with the iron bloodsword technique, though his father's rapid advancement in just 3 months was still impressive. Patrick turned to Logan, his voice filled with newfound respect, acknowledging all Logan had done while he was away. Logan began to explain his plans, but Patrick suddenly bowed deeply before him, a gesture of profound acknowledgement. Patrick reached down, touching the cool water of the canal, marveling that water now flowed through this wasteland. He scooped up a handful, looking at it with wonder. The miracle was not lost on him. With him reaching a higher level, Patrick continued, new grass already sprouting by the water. And even the transformation of this wasteland. He looked at Logan, eyes filled with genuine admiration. It's all thanks to you, Logan. You are far better than I am. Logan looked slightly flustered by the high praise. Patrick clarified it was only based on recent achievements. He laughed heartily, admitting what Logan accomplished in 3 months was better than his own 30 years. Patrick's expression softened with deep paternal pride. I'm blessed to have such a son. Logan simply thanked him. Patrick looked at Logan, a significant decision made, stating he could now entrust all lordly duties to him. I will focus on training the Night Order now. Logan's eyes widened in shock. This was unexpected. Logan protested he had no plans of becoming Lord, but Patrick interrupted, asking if Logan knew what he'd realized during training. Patrick looked at his own hand, a touch of melancholy in his voice. That I've grown old. He explained that while he grasped the basics of the Iron Blood Sword, he couldn't master the secret techniques. If he'd learned it younger, when his force first awakened, it might have been possible. But with his current force, already set in its ways, it was impossible to even create a core. As he gave up on that, he thought, it was now time for the younger generation, like Logan and Ronian, not him. Patrick placed a hand on Logan's shoulder. Well, thanks to you, I could finally break through the barrier that had blocked me for years. He looked at Logan with deep affection and trust. I want to step back and be a guide who opens the path for you. Logan looked at his father, understanding and accepting his decision. All right, Logan said softly, thinking he had no choice if his father felt that way. Patrick then said Logan should know she felt that way too, gesturing behind him. Logan turned to see his stepmother, Marion Kairos, approaching. Patrick told her to help Logan fulfill his role. Marion nodded gracefully. Patrick gave Logan a little push towards Marion. Logan looked a bit awkward. Marion addressed Logan, her tone formal but no longer hostile, saying his achievements proved him capable and she now only wished for Ronian's success, which was why she'd clashed with him before. I'm sorry, Marion said genuinely. Logan replied there was no reason for her to apologize. If anything, he should. Marion admitted Logan had apologized before, but pathetically, she couldn't accept it then due to her narrow-mindedness, hoping he could understand. This was a huge step. Logan listened, perhaps surprised by her candor. Marion then asked if he'd been teaching Ronian swordsmanship lately. Logan smiled, confirming Ronian was a prodigy, forming a force core in a week and mastering the first form. Marion's expression softened with motherly pride, saying it had been years since she'd seen Ronian so happy. She looked at Logan with sincere gratitude, asking him to continue taking care of Ronian in the future. Well then, I'll get going, Marion said, turning to leave. Logan watched her for a moment, then spoke softly. Parents shouldn't use honorifics with their children, he called out, his voice gentle but firm. He smiled warmly. From now, please speak comfortably like you did when I was young. Mother! Marion stopped, her back to him, visibly stunned by him calling her that. A single tear traced a path down her cheek. The simple word had broken through years of pain. Patrick watched them, his cloak billowing as Marion slowly turned. Patrick nodded, a look of deep satisfaction and approval on his face. Logan also nodded, a genuine, peaceful smile gracing his features. The rifts within his family were finally healing. Logan watched as his father and stepmother walked away together, a sense of quiet triumph settling over him. The McLean banner flutters, a symbol of the changes sweeping through. Logan explains his plans to his father, Patrick, for the newly irrigated lands. Complete the town, then reclaim the land for farming before spring, aiming for a much greater yield. Patrick, now clad in impressive armor, listens intently. He voices a practical concern, wondering if residents will readily move their homes. Logan smiles confidently, explaining they'll give priority reclaiming rights to those moving into the town, and the new houses will be far better than their current thatched ones. He's thought of incentives. Logan then mentions he had Dwayne put up a recruitment notice for soldiers, asking his father to train them if they become regulars. Patrick, ever the warrior, readily agrees, seeing them as potential knight candidates, his eyes gleaming. Patrick looks at Logan, stern but proud. Logan, you're doing a great job. He claps his son on the shoulder. But on the other hand, his hand clenches, red energy flaring around it, his demeanor suddenly darkening. The scene shifts to the training grounds. Patrick stands before the assembled knights, a mix of original McLean men and former Tesron knights, and roars, "You lot are hopeless." Logan, observing, notes with exasperation that it still feels like they have two separate night orders. Logan reflects on the McLean Knights and those who defected from Tesron after the Fief War. Despite being under the same banner, the two groups still eye each other with suspicion and animosity, acting like they're on opposite sides. Patrick addresses them, disappointed, saying he understands it's hard to get close to former enemies. "But I thought you'd find your way, realizing what the duty of a knight is." His words are a clear rebuke of their continued friction. Patrick's frustration boils over. "It's because you have no hunger. I'm training to death. My son is running around tirelessly for our territory." His eyes blaze. "So why is the Knight Order making no progress? Are you not ashamed? I've seen hens more confident than you. I'm ashamed to be your captain." The knights tremble, one stammering, "No, sir," another pleading for different words, while an ex-Desran captain pipes up. The ex-Desran captain, looking surprisingly invigorated, exclaims Patrick is in much better spirits and asks if he's become an advanced knight. Patrick, caught off guard, clears his throat, slightly blushing as the captain grins and cheers. Patrick, regaining composure, points his sword at them. "I'll straighten out your bad habits first. Feel and learn swordsmanship firsthand." He leaps in, his sword a blur, effortlessly batting aside their clumsy defenses as knights cry out. Patrick stands amidst the disheveled knights, fierce. "When you're being grilled like dogs, you won't have time for silly thoughts. I'll discipline them and hand over a proper knight order to you, Logan." He's determined to forge them into a true fighting force. Meanwhile, in the administrative office, Mr. Duane is happily signing documents. He sighs contentedly, surrounded by papers. 20 years in administration. I never knew signing documents without worrying about the budget could make me this happy. The gold from the mine has clearly lifted a huge burden. Two other administrators converse nearby, critically wondering why the young master is monopolizing the budget. Duane overhears and turns, indignant. "I'm sure the young master has his reasons. Why are you questioning him?" Duane demands, his new loyalty fierce. "Has the increased budget made you blind?" He slams a document down. "Where do you think the budget comes from?" His message is clear. Logan is their prosperity. One skeptical administrator tries to placate him, but Duane is already looking at the next document, his eyes widening. His brow furrows as he reads. Duane leaps to his feet, aghast, holding the document. "Young master. What are you planning to do with 10 million gold worth of gold bars?" The amount is astronomical. Logan, who has entered, replies calmly, "I'm going to buy mithril. About 100 kilograms. Duane stares, dumbfounded. "What?" Logan tries to take the document. "Just sign it. Didn't you say you trust me?" But Duane resists. I can't. What are you doing buying something 1,000 times more expensive than gold?" Philip Claude appears in the communication crystal, equally alarmed. "You're buying mithril for the Knight's war equipment? That's impossible." Logan looks shocked, electrical sparks almost flying as he processes their resistance. He slams his hands on the table, leaning towards the crystal. "Why? Why is it impossible?" Philip explains, "Mithril isn't something you can buy just because you have money." Philip elaborates. "It contains mana, 10 times stronger than steel, a third of the weight. Often called the silver of the gods." Logan listens intently as Philip continues that you can't just buy something like that, even if rich. Not to mention 100 kilograms of it. For such a large purchase, you need not only money but also power. Logan murmurs, "Power?" A confident, almost predatory grin spreads across Logan's face. "If it's power you need, I have a good idea." He knows exactly who to call. The scene shifts. An attendant in a lavish room is startled as a communication crystal activates. Logan's crystal is also shown. The attendant looks at the crystal, reading the incoming message from McLean, wondering where that even is. He considers it, deciding to pass it on to the Duke, though doubting he'd handle such messages. 30 minutes later, hurried footsteps echo through a grand hallway. Duke Felix Esperanza bursts into the room, swords drawn, intense. You got a message from McLean? The attendant jumps, terrified. The attendant is flabbergasted. Ditch the Duke is here already? He wonders if someone important is in those boonies, clearly underestimating Logan's connection. Duke Esperanza stands before the communication crystal, commanding, a slight smile on his lips. It's been too long, Logan, the Duke says warmly as Logan's image appears. Logan replies respectfully, Have you been well, Your Grace? The Duke responds, Indeed. Except for the lack of news from someone I taught personally. The attendant nervously tells Logan to come out quickly, clearly flustered. Logan chuckles, How could I send a personal message to you, Your Grace? I know my place. The Duke smirks, still a smooth talker. Well, you called it good timing. I was thinking of expressing my thanks anyway. Logan looks puzzled, wondering if he did something unknowingly or if it's a disguised threat. A wide, joyous smile spreads across the Duke's face. My wife is pregnant, the Duke announces, his voice filled with pure happiness, light seeming to radiate from him. Logan is stunned, then breaks into a wide, delighted grin. See, congratulations. Your Grace. This is wonderful news. The Duke beams, Thank you. It's all thanks to you. Logan, flustered, tries to deflect. Oh, come on, how could it be thanks to me? Your Grace did it yourself? Oops. He claps a hand over his mouth. Ahem, it's a blessing from the heavens, Logan quickly corrects. The Duke laughs heartily. Yes, it's a blessing from the heavens and also thanks to my efforts. His expression softens with genuine gratitude. But before all that, it's thanks to you. I'm truly grateful. The Imporic clearly worked wonders. When the child is born, come to the capital again, the Duke invites. My wife also wants to thank you personally. The Duke then adds, a gleam in his eye, While you're here, I'll teach you the next technique too. Logan gasps, eyes widening in shock and excitement. More personal training. Do you not want to? The Duke teases. Logan bows deeply and rapidly. No. Thank you very much, sir. He wouldn't dream of refusing. The Duke chuckles. Kiki. Right, not refusing is more like you. Then, that's all for my business. His gaze sharpens. Now, why did you contact me? The image is just the Duke's text asking the question. Logan gets to the point, hopeful. Could you help me get some mithril? About 100 kilograms for knight's equipment. The Duke is taken aback. Not 100 g, but 100 kilograms. He lets out a surprised ho. The quantity is astounding. Logan nods with a confident smile. So you need someone with power. He's playing his cards perfectly. The Duke strokes his beard, impressed. But have you made that much money? That medicine must really be something. Logan chuckles nervously. I don't even invest that much in my knights, the Duke muses. I underestimated your generosity. Logan laughs, a bead of sweat on his brow, thinking the Duke is misinterpreting his motives as pure generosity rather than strategic investment. The Duke crosses his arms, his decision made. All right, I'll take care of it personally. Logan beams. Thank you, Your Grace. Well, it's not difficult, the Duke says. But make sure to attend the party when the child is born. And around that time, I'd like you to call me teacher instead. Keep in touch. He offers Logan a true master-disciple relationship. The Duke's image shifts. Then, let me know once things are arranged on your side. The crystal goes dark. Logan is speechless. A slow, ecstatic grin spreads across Logan's face, a happy hum escaping him. He leaps up with a triumphant, a nearby maid jumps in surprise. Logan throws his arms in the air, overjoyed. To be the disciple of the Sword Duke? Awesome. He handed me the golden rope. This connection is beyond his dreams. Still buzzing, Logan thinks, I should go to Hamar right now about the mithril equipment. He starts to move. But then he stops, more considerate. No, I should let him have his vacation first. He'll be more efficient after a short rest. Logan puffs out his chest, a benevolent aura around him. Ah, what a benevolent employer I am. You're blessed, Hamar. The scene comically shows Hamar having nightmares, haunted by Logan's blessed pronouncements. Even on vacation, he can't escape. Logan's always thinking ahead, not just about gold or land, but about the people who'll defend it all. He knows the future is soaked in war, and he needs an army that's ready for anything and everything. We're at the McLean Castle outskirts. A large group of young men, all under 20, stand assembled, the hopefuls who volunteered for soldier recruitment and passed an initial test. The air buzzes with nervous energy as they wait to see what's next. Mr. Duane, looking concerned, turns to Logan. He points out that traditionally, they'd only recruit about 10 times the number of knights. But do you really need to recruit this many? He asks, a hint of doubt in his voice. Logan, cool as ever, just glances back, reminding him, didn't I say I'd handle it myself? Duane, though perhaps still a bit skeptical, simply replies with a resigned, understood. He's learned by now that Logan usually knows what he's doing, even when it seems completely unconventional. Logan looks out at the recruits, his expression firm. He thinks to himself, no matter what anyone says, expanding our forces is essential. He's resolved to personally select them, even if it means dealing with some drawbacks. A determined glint flashes in his eyes. A territory's true power, its very symbol of strength, always lies in its knight's order. That's the core, the absolute elite. But supporting those knights from behind is another elite force of their own. We see a vision of knights on horseback, backed by rows of well-armored foot soldiers, shields up, ready for battle. These support troops are called regular soldiers, or sometimes, knight trainees. They're the backbone of the army, the next generation of protectors. The scene shifts to a young man, sweaty and determined, after training. Most fiefs test the physical abilities of boys just before they come of age, accepting and training those above a certain standard into soldiers. In the background, another recruit collapses, observed by a knight. Among these selected soldiers, those with exceptional talent undergo rigorous training that pushes them to their absolute limits. We see a young man, grinning fiercely, mid-swing with a wooden sword, radiating energy. This intense training can result in the awakening of their force, transforming them into true knights. But Logan knows something others don't. The Empire, the enemy he foresees, had a new theory and tried something radically different. An image of a wise, robed elder appears, stating, physical capabilities and force awakening are two separate matters. He then emphasizes, what's important are the senses. This was the core of the Empire's revolutionary approach to building its armies. And with this very theory, the Empire would build its overwhelming strength. The scene explodes into a chaotic battle. The Empire, using 50,000 knights trained under this new doctrine, crushed its neighbors 9 years later. Logan is trying to get ahead of that terrifying curve. Logan watches the current recruits, his mind working. His plan is to gather all existing soldiers and select from them again, forming a trainee knight unit based on this new understanding of senses over raw strength. He knows this approach has risks. The Grandia Civil War, only about a year away, might be tough with a force still in development. But his eyes are on the bigger prize, a strong force ready to counter the Empire's invasion in 9 years. Logan sighs, a chibi version of him tapping his chin. What a pity, he thinks, wishing he could recruit older men too, but manpower is needed for the upcoming town construction. He's constantly balancing immediate needs with long-term strategy. Suddenly, Mr. Duane, looking flustered, shouts at the recruits to be quiet, as the young master is right there. He's trying to maintain order, but sounds a bit panicked himself. Logan turns to Duane, calm and almost amused. How did we pick out soldiers before? He asks. Duane, startled, replies they just had everyone run and selected them in order of finish, a pretty basic method. Logan scoffs internally. So, a crude selection method based solely on physical strength, huh? He thinks. No wonder the number of knights has barely increased. They needed a smarter way. Logan gives his new instructions to Duane. Select those with good eyesight, good hearing, and quick reaction times. His gaze is sharp, focused on a different kind of potential. Duane stares back, utterly bewildered. Pardon, he stammers. That's the test? He looks completely lost, the idea so different from anything he's ever known. And so begins the first test. Logan announces the rules to the recruits. Walk until you can see the picture, and stop the moment you see it. The recruits start walking, squinting into the distance at 4 small, dark silhouettes on a faraway canvas. One recruit stops, confused. Another exclaims it's a weird picture, while a third, clearly trying to suck up, shouts that the young master is very handsome. Logan, standing beside Dwayne with a comically simple drawing of a chicken, says dryly, "We don't need flattery. Get rid of that kid." Dwayne mutters he thought he made a good drawing. It is unique. Another recruit, a young boy, stops much further back than the others. The boy looks intently, remarking that with the comb, it looks like a rooster, and seems quite sure despite the distance. Dwayne is astonished, his jaw dropping. "He saw this small comb from that distance?" he exclaims. Logan just smirks, impressed. Next up, the second test. Dwayne, looking serious, shouts to the recruits that he'll repeat one word, and they should stop when they hear it. Dwayne starts shouting, but the word is just a jumble of scribbles, completely unintelligible. The recruits look confused, one saying he can't hear a thing, another yelling that Dwayne's volume keeps changing. Clearly, this isn't Dwayne's fort. Suddenly, a dark-haired recruit with sharp eyes stops and shouts, "The answer is Sparrow. By the way." He looks directly at Logan and Dwayne. Dwayne claps a hand over his mouth, shocked. The recruit continues, "That guy over there just called you a son of a bitch earlier, young master. Is that also part of the test?" Logan looks surprised, then an amused, "Oh," escapes him, while Dwayne realizes his private mutterings were overheard. Logan, a satisfied smile on his face, simply says, "Select him." He then turns to the still flustered Dwayne and pats his shoulder. "As for you," Logan says with a grin, "you need a beating." Dwayne looks like he's about to faint. A stack of papers, the list of selected recruits, is shown, filled with names in elegant script, glowing in the sunlight. Logan reviews the list, pleased. He can't believe 250 people passed just by testing eyesight and hearing. He plans to generously select about 500 to make up a force of 1,000, including those from Tehran. His thoughts continue, noting many were small and thin, likely from malnourishment. Logan looks towards some of these smaller recruits. Making them like Victor might be a stretch, he considers, but they can feed and train them well until they're sturdy enough. He's willing to invest in their potential. Lost in thought, Logan murmurs he should check on Victor. As he turns to leave, Dwayne and another attendant bow. The scene shifts. The sound of a sword slices the air. Someone practices sword forms with incredible speed and precision. It's Victor. His heterochromatic eyes are focused, movements sharp and powerful as he swings a wooden sword. He's grown, and his skill is obvious. 2 McLean knights watch him. One comments on his diligence, the other notes his swordsmanship is a bit aggressive. Victor pants, sweat dripping. He thinks Mr. Logan said if he flawlessly performs 1,000 sword techniques, he can become a knight, but the most important thing is awakening his force. His grip tightens. "I need to become a knight quickly," he thinks, a desperate edge to his resolve. His thoughts drift to Logan, wondering how long Mr. Logan will wait for him. His sister, Rhea, stands nearby, watching with quiet concern. Then, Logan's voice calls his name. Victor turns, wiping sweat, and sees Logan approaching. Rhea also looks up, a little startled. Victor's eyes widen. "Mr. Logan," he exclaims. Logan raises a hand, a slight smile on his face. Logan observes Victor, a knowing look in his eyes. He's definitely got great talent, he thinks with satisfaction. Logan reflects on Victor's progress, a 16-year-old who's only been learning swordsmanship for a year. Even as Victor stands there, Logan notes he maintains proper basic stance even while swinging wildly, showing discipline and natural aptitude. Logan continues his assessment, a slight smile playing on his lips. The momentum of Victor's wild swings is actually higher than his standard techniques, hinting at a unique, instinctual fighting style. Logan wonders if Victor's martial arts still resemble his Noble Slayer nickname, despite his gentle demeanor now. He considers that Victor can't perfect that style alone and will need a partner soon. Rhea watches them. Logan calls out, "Victor?" The boy, still a bit breathless, responds immediately. Logan gets straight to the point. "Tomorrow, I'm planning to leave McLean Castle to train soldiers in Tehran. It'll likely take place in the winter." Victor looks up at Logan, completely taken aback. "Pardon?" he asks, confused. Rhea, beside him, also looks surprised. Logan smiles encouragingly. "Come with me," he says, adding the condition that Victor must talk it over with his sister properly. Victor stares, his mind racing. The opportunity is huge, but he immediately thinks of Rhea. He looks at Rhea, then back at Logan, his expression pleading. "Can I take Rhea with me?" he asks, his voice full of concern. Logan raises an eyebrow, serious. "You want to take a girl to a soldier training camp full of men?" he questions. "Do you really think that's a good idea for your sister?" He's testing Victor. Victor clenches his fists, eyes blazing. "I want to take her with me," he declares. Rhea whispers worriedly he'll get scolded. Logan sighs internally, thinking Victor turns into a child whenever his sister is involved. Logan relents with a sigh, a hint of amusement. "All right, she'll go with us." Victor's face lights up. "Thank you." "But," Logan interjects, his tone suddenly stern. His eyes narrow, an intimidating aura surrounding him. "Know that if any problem arises, you're fully responsible," he warns Victor, pointing a finger. The air crackles. Victor snaps to attention, earnest and determined. "Yes, sir. I'll take good care of her," he vows. Logan just looks at him as Victor beams, relieved. Logan, expression softening, asks, "Is your sister that precious to you?" Victor, without hesitation, says, "She's my only family." Logan tilts his head. Is that the only reason?" he probes, sensing more. A shadow falls over Victor's face, his smile fading. He looks down, pained. His voice is quiet, filled with guilt. "Our parents died because of me." The words are heavy, revealing a deep wound. Logan listens, attentive, letting Victor speak. Victor looks up, his heterochromatic eyes filled with sorrow and fierce protectiveness. "Rhea has no parents because of me," he repeats, taking all blame. "That's why I need to protect Rhea, my only remaining family." Logan takes this in, a moment of silence passing. He seems to understand the depth of Victor's burden. Finally, Logan speaks, his voice gentle but firm. "All right, keep up the good work." He places a hand on Victor's shoulder, a gesture of encouragement and trust. Victor looks up, a renewed sense of purpose in his eyes. That chilling image of Victor, bloodied and full of rage, still lingers. How does a dedicated young man, driven by a fierce need to protect, end up looking like a killer? We're now at the Tehran Castle barracks, the sky painted in the hazy oranges and pinks of dawn or dusk, a strangely peaceful backdrop. Inside the barracks, though, the scene is much warmer. A close-up shows a steaming bowl of creamy mushroom soup and a platter of freshly baked, golden brown bread rolls. It looks incredibly delicious. The mess hall is buzzing with noise and activity. Young recruits are seated at long wooden tables, eagerly digging into their meals, one of them shouting out a hearty, "Thanks for the meal." Two recruits are shown close up. One happily munches on a bread roll, exclaiming how delicious it looks, while his companion sighs contentedly, admitting he only puts up with the crappy training for the food. It seems Logan isn't skimping on rations. Another recruit comments that he feels like he's put on some weight after eating so well for weeks, a testament to how well they're being fed, a stark contrast to their likely previous lives. Two more recruits, cheeks full, share their bliss. One says if he could eat like this forever, he'd have no other wishes. The food is clearly a huge morale booster for these young men. One of the red-haired recruits, mouth still full, reaches for his cup, the simple sound emphasizing the satisfaction of a good meal after hard work. A gentle voice says, "Enjoy the meal," accompanied by a little sparkle sound effect. It's Rhea, or Victoria as the recruits seem to call her. She's smiling kindly as she offers a bowl to one of the red-haired recruits, her heterochromatic eyes sparkling. She looks much healthier and happier. The two recruits she served blush deeply, their eyes wide with appreciation, murmuring their thanks, completely smitten. As Ria walks away, carrying a tray, the two recruits watch her, hearts practically in their eyes. One sighs she's cute as always, the other fervently agreeing she's an angel. The first recruit, cheeks still pink, wonders if he should try talking to her later. His friend, however, suddenly looks terrified, trying to stop him. The reason for his friend's panic becomes clear. Victor, emanating a dark, possessive aura, glares daggers from across the room. He's seen the recruits fawning over his sister, and he is not pleased. Victor's eyes glow with an intense, almost demonic light. He points directly at the offending recruit, his voice a low growl. "Look away, before I gouge your eyes out." This is protective but terrifyingly so. The poor recruit stammers his agreement, and he and his friend immediately turn away, shrinking under Victor's glare. Victor continues to watch them, radiating disapproval. Ria, oblivious to the silent drama, continues her work, looking a little tired but content. Victor watches her, his intense gaze softening slightly as he looks at his sister. He notices her quiet demeanor and wonders if she ate before working, his concern for her constant. He continues to observe the mess hall, then his eyes narrow, spotting a few older, rougher-looking men at another table. His gaze sharpens, focusing on one of them who seems to be looking in Ria's direction with an unpleasant expression. The man licks his lips, a lecherous look in his eyes. It's a clear sign of ill intent, and Victor has definitely noticed. Later, Victor walks through a courtyard, carrying some bread, clearly looking for someone. He asks one of the kitchen staff about Victoria, who tells him she went out the back door to take out the trash. Victor's expression immediately darkens with worry, wondering why she'd go so far alone at this late hour. "Ria!" He calls out her name, his voice urgent as he turns and dashes towards the back. He runs out into a dimly lit alleyway, calling her name again. The area is deserted and shadowy. He spots her. "Ria, what are you?" He starts to say, relief in his voice, still holding the bread he likely brought for her. But his relief instantly turns to horror. His eyes widen, the heterochromia stark against his pale face as a sharp realization hits him. He sees Ria struggling. The lecherous man from the mess hall has cornered her, grabbing her arm. Ria looks terrified, trying to pull away, as the man grins sickeningly. Ria cries out, her voice trembling, "Victor?" Her eyes plead for help. The bread Victor was carrying falls from his grasp, forgotten, hitting the stone ground with a soft thud. The man, startled by Victor's sudden appearance, turns defensively. Victor's shadow looms over him, his face unseen but his presence radiating pure fury. In an instant, Victor explodes into motion, lunging forward, his fist connecting with the man's face with brutal force, sending him flying backward. The man crashes to the ground. Ria watches, stunned and shaken, as Victor stands over his attacker, fists still clenched, the man crying out in pain. The man clutches his face, blood streaming from his nose, yelling in pain. Victor looms over him, a terrifying figure in the dim light, while Ria looks on, still frightened. The man glares up at Victor, his face a mask of pain and rage, spitting out, "Why, bastard?" Victor's expression is cold, unyielding. The man continues to rage, "How dare you? You're a slave. Know your damn place." Before the man can finish his threat, Victor strikes again, another punch landing, silencing him. Victor doesn't stop, moving with blinding speed, a whirlwind of controlled fury. He unleashes a barrage of blows, each one landing with sickening impact. The man is utterly defenseless. The man's head snaps back from a powerful blow, a cry escaping him as blood flies. Ria watches in horror, hands clasped, trembling, tears welling in her eyes. The violence is overwhelming. Victor grabs the man by the hair, his expression terrifyingly blank, his eyes wide and unfocused. The man groans, completely at Victor's mercy. Tears stream down the man's face as he looks up at Victor, pleading for help, realizing he's in serious danger. But Victor is lost in a red haze of rage. Die! He roars, his voice raw, filled with killing intent as he raises his fist for a final, devastating blow. This is the murder Logan foresaw. Just as Victor is about to strike, someone peeks around the corner of the alleyway, a footstep betraying their presence. It's the blonde-haired recruit who was admiring Rhea earlier. His eyes are wide with terror and disbelief as he witnesses the brutal scene. He knows this situation has escalated far beyond a simple fight. Suddenly, the man on the ground, despite his injuries, screams out, "Victor! Rhea! Run away! Go now!" His voice is desperate, urgent. He continues to yell, "Leave us and go quickly! Victor! Victor! Son!" And then he collapses, lifeless. The terrible realization hits. The man wasn't the attacker, he was their father. Victor has just beaten his own father, mistaking him for the lecherous soldier in a horrifying replay of past trauma. A voice echoes in Victor's memory, his father's voice. "Your sister? Take care of Rhea." His father's last words, a desperate plea. The bloody text emphasizes the horror. Victor stares, eyes wide with shock and dawning horror, his face shadowed. The red haze of his rage dissipates, replaced by a chilling understanding. A voice cuts through, sharp and commanding. "Victor, get a grip." Blood is splattered on Victor's face, his eyes reflecting the terrible scene. He looks utterly broken. Victor is still standing over a body, but it's the lecherous soldier, beaten and likely dead. Victor holds a bloody rock. He's been pulled back from a nightmare, a hallucination of his past. Logan stands there, stern but calm. "Phew!" He exhales, relieved to have intervened, telling Victor to calm down and look around. Victor looks dazed. Victor slowly turns his head, eyes still wide with shock and remnants of rage, blood dripping from cuts on his face. Rhea is safe, comforted by the older kitchen woman. Kaiselin stands nearby, grim. Rhea is trembling, terrified. Victor murmurs her name. Logan instructs Kaiselin to let Victoria rest, as she seems really shocked. Rhea buries her face, still shaking. Kaiselin nods. Logan then turns to Victor, still bloodied and dazed, telling him to take care of the dead body. Victor, looking down, responds quietly, "Yes, sir." The man he attacked is indeed dead. The bread Victor had dropped lies scattered, a poignant reminder of his innocent intentions. Victor stands alone in the alley, bloodstains on his clothes, looking small and utterly lost. Logan approaches him, an imposing figure in the dim light. Victor looks up at Logan, his face etched with shame and horror. "I'm sorry, Mr. Logan," he whispers. Logan looks down at him. "Do you regret it?" he asks, his voice even. Victor looks up, surprised. Victor's response is immediate and fierce, "Absolutely not." His eyes blaze with conviction. Logan then asks, "Then why are you apologizing?" Victor explains it's because he killed one of Logan's soldiers without permission. Logan considers this, then says he thinks Victor does regret something. Logan's gaze is piercing. "Bringing your sister all the way here," he begins, his voice sterner. Victor looks down, the weight of the words hitting him. "Your stubbornness nearly caused your sister to be injured." A flashback shows Victor, eyes red with protective fury, in front of a terrified Rhea. Logan's voice continues, "Blindly dragging her around isn't always the best option." Logan asks pointedly, "Do you plan to take Victoria to the battlefield too?" Victor looks stricken, tears welling, the implication clear. Logan continues, firm but not unkind, "You only need to think a little to realize it's better to not bring her to dangerous places than bringing her and trying to protect her." Logan leans closer, serious, almost admonishing. "Despite that, I allowed you to bring Victoria because I wanted you to realize that fact." He's been teaching Victor a harsh, painful lesson. Logan sighs. "I didn't expect things to go this far, but I do feel sorry for Victoria." He acknowledges the trauma Rhea has endured. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Logan asks. Victor remains silent, looking down, a drop of blood or tear falling from his chin. Victor slowly nods. Logan looks at him, thoughtful. "Phew," he thinks. Maybe this will help him stop being overprotective. He hopes the lesson has truly sunk in. Victor looks up, the full moon illuminating his troubled face. So, how will you punish me? He asks, bracing himself. Logan replies, Are you scared? Adding internally, That's surprising. Logan's methods are often harsh, but they definitely get results. After Victor's violent outburst and Logan's swift, decisive handling of it, news spread like wildfire. The word among the recruits was that Victor had murdered someone, and the initial shock was immense, with soldiers wondering how he could have killed another soldier. But Logan, ever the master of narratives, didn't let that shock fester. When the dead soldier's crimes were revealed, the mood among the recruits shifted dramatically. Outrage replaced fear, with soldiers shouting about how dare that man harass Victoria, the angel of their barracks. Their fury was now squarely aimed at the deceased pervert. Logan observed this shift from a distance, a subtle, satisfied smirk on his face. He took credit, of course, claiming he always knew that guy was trouble. And just like that, the incident was wrapped up, Logan's control over the situation absolute. Time moved on. 3 months later, winter had settled in, snow lightly dusting the bare branches against a pale, cold sky, the wind whistling softly. Logan and Kaiselin stood together, observing the training grounds. Logan, in warmer attire, remarked with a smile that it was already the new year. Kaiselin, ever pragmatic, noted it had already been 2 years since they first met. A montage of brutal training flashed by. Instructors screaming, recruits sparring relentlessly. The grim statistics overlaid: 90 days of training, 1,000 initial trainees, 12 deaths, leaving 987 who passed basic training. It had been a grueling 3 months. Back in the present, Kaiselin observed the remaining trainees, noting to Logan with a hint of pride that no more were falling now. Logan nodded. Only those with a certain level of stamina and perseverance remained. The weak had been weeded out. Logan looked pleased. The basic training is almost complete, he said, then added with a sly grin that he'd asked Hamar to make an extra 400 crossbows. He was always planning ahead. He mused that while it wasn't enough to equip everyone, it should be enough to conduct joint combat training, looking to Kaiselin for confirmation, ready for the next phase. Logan then called out, "Father?" Patriarch Patrick McLean stood nearby, arms crossed, as imposing as ever. He responded that the forest at the base of the mountain range should be good enough, clearly looped into Logan's plans for this surprise event. Logan smiled, saying it was about time their knights got some practical training. Patrick looked a little surprised, asking if the knights had already mastered the iron blood sword. Patrick elaborated that they'd all learned the basics, but true proficiency only came with real combat. His expression was serious. He knew the value of battle hardening. Logan grinned, a predatory light in his eyes. "Of course, father. Improvement in your skills comes with actual combat." A fierce, shared understanding passed between them. The two McLean men clasped hands, their expressions alight with a shared, almost feral excitement for the coming challenge. Kaiselin watched them, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Kaiselin let out a weary sigh. "Phew. Tough times ahead," he muttered. He knew that look on their faces meant things were about to get intense. A few days later, in the forest below McLean's southern mountain range, Patriarch Patrick, in full armor, addressed his knights, the wind whipping around him. "Everyone, draw your swords," he commanded. The knights, silhouetted against the snowy forest, drew their blades. Patrick instructed them to steady their breath. 2 knights are shown up close, focused, their breath misting in the cold, looking nervous but determined. Patrick roared, "And strike!" The knights lunged, swords flashing, imbued with a red aura, a powerful shockwave erupting. A knight is shown mid-strike, form perfect, his blade cutting through the air. The result was devastating. Several thick trees were felled simultaneously, stumps sheared clean, snow and with splinters flying. The iron blood sword technique was incredibly powerful. The knights stared in awe. "It worked." One stammered. Another exclaimed, "Who? Did we just cut down that huge tree in one strike?" They could hardly believe their own strength. One thought with satisfaction that all those months of exhausting training had paid off. Another wondered aloud if this was the true power of the iron blood sword. Logan and his father stood observing, both in similar armor, their family crest prominent, looking pleased with the knight's progress. The new soldier recruits, watching from a distance, were completely stunned. "Well, the knights are on another level," one gasped, another adding he couldn't believe they cut down such a huge tree in one go. Logan turned to the recruits, his expression hardening. "Don't let your guard down," he barked. Patrick and Kaiselin stood with him, looking serious. Logan's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint within them. Because this is no ordinary forest. A close-up showed a monstrous snout, sharp fangs bared, drool dripping, the air turning a menacing pink. "You're in a monster forest," Logan declared. Suddenly, a horde of green-skinned goblins, armed with crude weapons, emerged screeching from the trees. The recruits yelled in terror, "G-goblins!" One of the knights smirked. "We come out here for the first time," he said, clearly unfazed, even eager for a fight. The knights charged into the goblin horde, swords flashing, cutting them down with ease. "And goblins? That's all you got?" one scoffed, slicing through several. The knights moved like a well-oiled machine, precise and deadly. But the goblins were numerous and started to scatter, trying to overwhelm through sheer numbers, as one recruit shouted in alarm. Logan, his expression fierce, roared the command, "Troops! Crossbows!" This was what they'd been training for. The crossbow cavalry, the new recruits, let loose a volley of bolts, targeting a fleeing goblin. The bolts found their marks with deadly accuracy. Goblins fell, pierced by multiple arrows. The crossbows were devastatingly effective. Two crossbow cavalrymen on horseback laughed triumphantly, one cheering he killed two, the other confidently saying they weren't a big deal and he wasn't scared anymore. Their fear was replaced by exhilaration. Suddenly, a monstrous roar ripped through the forest as a massive, clawed paw slammed down, the ground trembling. The knights' expressions turned serious. One knight flinched, caught off guard by the sudden, powerful presence. A huge, brown-furred beast leaped through the trees, far larger and more menacing than the goblins. The knights braced themselves, their confident expressions replaced with grim determination. "Horned wolves! Group up!" One knight yelled as a massive, snarling wolf with glowing eyes and prominent horns charged towards them. The knights formed a defensive line, shields raised, swords ready, prepared for a tougher fight. A knight met the charge of a horned wolf head-on, his sword clashing against its fangs and claws with immense impact. A powerful clash. The forest erupted into chaos as knights battled multiple horned wolves, fast and ferocious, a true test for the McLean forces. Kaiselin, seeing the knights engaged, gave a sharp command, "Deploy the crossbow cavalry." "Fire!" The crossbowmen on horseback unleashed another volley, bolts whistling towards a charging horned wolf. The wolf let out a defiant howl as the arrows rained down. Close up on the incoming crossbow bolts, their tips gleaming sharply. But the horned wolf was incredibly agile, twisting and dodging, the bolts thudding harmlessly into the snow. One crossbowman shouted in alarm, his eyes wide with disbelief, "Tia arrows aren't working." The easy confidence was gone. Logan, seeing the crossbows were ineffective, immediately adapted. "Swordsmen in formation," he roared, taking charge. "Don't let a single one through." His voice was a rallying cry, demanding absolute resolve. The soldier recruits, now on foot with swords, formed a line behind the knights. Victor was at the forefront, his expression determined, his heterochromatic eyes focused. This was their first real taste of dangerous combat. A horned wolf leaped for a gap in the line, met by a soldier. It was Victor. His sword flashed, a red aura briefly flaring as he swung with all his might. His blade connected, slicing cleanly through the wolf's midsection as it pounced. The horned wolf tumbled to the ground, defeated in a single, powerful strike. Victor stood ready, unwavering. Another soldier nearby let out a startled cry, "Hey!" He'd been caught. Victor turned, alert. A horned wolf had pinned a soldier, its jaws clamped around his leg, snarling as the soldiers screamed in agony. Another recruit, with light wavy hair, froze in terror, sword held uselessly, completely overwhelmed. Suddenly, a golden arc of energy sliced through the air. It was Logan. He moved with incredible speed, his sword a blur as he cut down the wolf attacking the downed soldier. Logan landed gracefully, the defeated wolf collapsing behind him, the terrified recruit looking on, stunned. The rescued soldier, still on the ground, gasped, "Why, young master?" Logan turned to the uninjured, still frozen recruit, his voice sharp. "Get a grip, will you? Take the injured right now and fall back." The recruit snapped out of his terror. Logan watched them retreat, stern. He thought, as expected, most are useless in unexpected skirmishes. Though, his gaze shifted to Victor, expertly dispatching another horned wolf. The ones who ranked in the top 100 in the sense test are definitely different. Their heightened awareness was paying off. And among them, Logan's eyes focused on one particular soldier holding his own against a wolf. It was the blonde-haired recruit motivated by Victor earlier. He was struggling, sweat pouring, facing two horned wolves at once. "Damn it. Two of them at once?" he panted, clearly in trouble. Just as a wolf lunged, another figure blazed past. It was Victor, moving like lightning, sword aimed at the beast's throat. Victor's strike was true, a crimson slash as he intercepted the wolf, saving the blonde recruit. Both wolves lay dead. Victor and the blonde recruit stood back to back, surrounded by fallen enemies. The immediate threat was over. The monster forest had pushed them all to their limits. A horned wolf, eyes blazing, lunges in a ferocious snarl, a stark reminder of the deadly gauntlet Logan's new troops just endured. Patriarch Patrick McLean wipes sweat from his brow, a heavy sigh escaping him as the sounds of battle finally die down. He wonders aloud if that was the last of them, and a knight captain nearby, looking just as drained, confirms they've cleared their section too. The brutal operation, whatever its true purpose, is finally over. One of the knights leans on his weapon, exhaustion clear in his voice as he mentions it's been a long month and a half of this relentless combat training. Time itself seemed to stretch in that cursed forest. Standing amidst the now quieter, snow-dusted forest, Patrick listens as the captain explains they'd cleared out 3 monster-infested towns, each teeming with thousands of creatures. This was far more than just training. It was a full-blown subjugation. The captain gestures towards a fallen horned wolf, a shiver in his tone as he imagines those hordes swarming McLean Castle. He's thankful they found them first, a chilling thought of what could have been. Patrick strokes his beard, his mind turning to his son. He wonders if Logan, with his uncanny foresight, had predicted this massive infestation too, or if there was something more to his preparations. In the midst of the weary soldiers and knights, Logan's voice rings out, urging them to hold on just a little longer, his own armor bearing the marks of battle. He then points towards a dense thicket, declaring their next task, cutting down the trees in the area. The monster hunt, it seems, had another layer. Knights, their muscles burning, are now seen hauling massive logs. Logan directs them to move the felled timber carefully to the new town's construction site, with Elder Clayton and a surprisingly present Hamar overseeing the operation. 2 knights grunt under the weight of a log, one muttering how this month and a half of fighting monsters and now felling trees is absolutely killing him. The other grumbles that hauling lumber wasn't exactly what he'd mastered the iron blood sword technique for. Logan watches them, a subtle, knowing grin playing on his lips. He muses to himself how foolish it was for anyone to leave such prime timber untouched just because of some monsters. What a waste for them. He can't help but appreciate the efficiency of it all, training his soldiers and acquiring lumber for the town, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Patrick, overhearing his son's cheerful assessment, gives him a questioning look, while the knight captain beside him dryly suggests Logan seemed more interested in the trees all along. Logan admits the monster count was higher than anticipated, causing a delay, but he looks pleased. Every setback, for him, is an opportunity, and this one yielded a wealth of information. His gaze sweeps over the resting recruits, Victor among them, their armor battered but their eyes still sharp. Logan reflects on the census tests, noting how even lower-ranked cadets started showing signs of force absorption when pushed to their absolute limits, fighting desperately for survival. He clenches his fist, a spark of understanding in his eyes. Perhaps awakening force wasn't just about talent, but about tapping into something deeper, a sixth sense, a raw survival instinct, an unyielding fighting spirit. If this winter's Grandia civil war yields the results he expects, their forces could swell rapidly, just in time for the Empire. Hamar, looking like he's been through a ringer despite his supposed vacation, fixes Logan with a glare, wiping sweat from his brow as he demands to know what's so amusing. Logan quickly straightens his face, feigning innocence with a cough, as if he wasn't just caught reveling in his own cleverness. Turning to Hamar, Logan gets straight to business. With the timber secured, McLean Town needs to be completed, and spring, with its crucial cultivation season, is only a month away. He pressures the dwarf, asking if it's possible. Despite his evident exhaustion, Hamar gives a firm nod. He looks weary but resolute, confirming he can meet the deadline. Logan seems genuinely surprised, admitting he'd thrown the timeline out there more in hope than expectation. He hadn't actually thought it would be doable. Hamar explains his confidence. The mages are a huge help, the workers are highly motivated since the dam project, they have ample food, and building similar houses will only speed things up. The dwarf clearly has it all figured out. Logan just stares, a silent huh forming in his mind. He's genuinely taken aback by Hamar's proactive and competent response. A golden aura seems to surround the proud dwarf as Logan marvels at his reliability. Hamar looks quite pleased with himself, and Logan, still convinced his vacation trick worked wonders, mentally congratulates himself on its success. Then, a crucial detail pops into Logan's mind. He asks Hamar if he remembered to include the magic tower in the center of the new town plans. The scene shifts to the bustling construction site of McLean Town. Elder Clayton stands, hand outstretched, his voice resonating with power as he chants the incantation for an earth wall. A massive, glowing magic circle materializes before Clayton, his eyes narrowed in concentration, his beard practically crackling with focused magical energy. With a powerful surge, a colossal earthen wall erupts from the ground, the earth groaning under the force. Nearby workers stare, completely stunned by the raw display of magic. Whoa! The workers gasp in awe. Clayton, ever the taskmaster, bellows at them to stop gawking and start packing the soil immediately. Spurred on by the mage's incredible power, the workers jump back to their tasks, shovels flying as they compact the freshly raised earth walls. Logan approaches Elder Clayton, offering his sincere thanks for accommodating what he admits were rather demanding conditions for the mages. Logan acknowledges that building a new magic tower in a fledgling town, rather than an established city, might have been seen as a slight to the mage's prestige. Clayton, however, turns with a warm smile, assuring Logan that he's flattering them and seems not the least bit offended. With a hearty chuckle, Clayton reminds Logan of the promised 10 million gold annual support fund. For that kind of backing, he implies, city or town, it hardly matters. Practicality trumps prestige. Logan smirks, playing along. He points out that being the center of the largest town in the kingdom, potentially bigger than a city, is quite exciting in itself. He knows how to frame an opportunity. Clayton gestures across the vast plains, agreeing that if Logan's plans unfold as expected, this new town will indeed become the territory's true heart, surpassing even McLean Keep or Tesron City. He then adds, from a traditional viewpoint, that normally such an expansive plain would warrant a central castle. Logan smiles easily, dismissing the need for old conventions. As long as the people can farm and live conveniently, that's all that matters to him. Prosperity through practicality. Clayton voices a common concern. A large town attracts many people, and with large populations comes a higher risk of rebellion. We see a glimpse of common folk toiling the land. Logan simply begins, well, that. A confident, almost golden aura surrounds Logan as he finishes his thought. That won't happen if they don't exploit the people. His philosophy is disarmingly simple. Treat them well, and loyalty will follow. Clayton is visibly moved, tears welling in his eyes. He's completely won over by Logan's noble ideals, thinking of McLean as a territory for the people, led by a capable young lord he'd vote for in a heartbeat. "Wow," he exclaims, truly impressed. Still emotional, Clayton clasps his hands, pledging his vote no matter what. Logan looks a bit baffled by the sudden political-style endorsement. Clayton quickly pivots, gesturing to the massive earthen walls they just raised, and asks if Logan is truly sure these defenses will be enough. He voices the lingering doubt of a traditional strategist. What if this new, prosperous town gets invaded? Logan's answer is calm and firm. They'll be good enough. He gazes out over the plains, his expression resolute. This place will never become a battlefield, he declares, because he won't allow it. Then, a predatory glint sharpens his eyes as he reveals his true strategy. They plan to invade someone else long before that happens. Clayton stares at Logan, a mix of awe and perhaps a touch of fear dawning on his face. He's starting to grasp the sheer scale of Logan's ambition and ruthlessness. Clayton lets out a soft chuckle, remarking on Logan's genuine care for his people's livelihood, a slight shift in his understanding of the young lord. Logan laughs in return, deflecting the praise by comparing it to Clayton's dedication to his own disciples. A comfortable, if somewhat charged, understanding has formed between them. The scene transitions to a cold, snowy night, the full moon casting an eerie glow as a biting wind whispers through the trees. Logan stands alone in a snow-covered forest clearing, the wind tugging at his cloak. He holds his sword horizontally before him, stance perfect, his breath misting in the frigid air as he centers himself, preparing. He focuses his inner energy, his eyes sharpening, the faint hum of power gathering around his blade. A close-up on Logan's eye reveals an intense, crimson glow as he channels his formidable power. With a sudden, explosive cry, he unleashes his attack. A massive wave of crimson energy erupts from his sword, tearing through the night air. The energy wave, a brilliant red slash against the dark, snow-laden trees, flies forward with devastating force. Logan watches the trajectory of his attack, his expression intently focused on its impact. His sword is now shown embedded deep within a massive boulder, a clean, glowing cut bisecting the stone, a testament to the incredible power he just unleashed. The great boulder splits cleanly in two, revealing that the destructive energy wave continued its path, slicing through the trees directly behind it. "I did it," Logan murmurs, a note of quiet satisfaction in his voice. He smoothly withdraws his sword from the sundered stone, a pleased look spreading across his face as he examines his handiwork. He notes with satisfaction that not only did he pierce the boulder, but the attack carried through to the trees beyond, glowing lines marking their wounds in the darkness. Logan holds his sword, a proud smile gracing his lips. He's mastered the second form of the divine sword's secrets, the killer iron slash, a small but potent strike capable of penetrating steel. With the territory also developing smoothly, things are falling into place. "Now," he declares to the silent forest, his determination burning bright, "I just need to get stronger." Time, as it always does, marches on. A month slips by. Hamar is shown back at his forge, looking stressed as a young worker approaches him, likely with another demand or problem. Even Logan is seen getting his hands dirty, hammering away at something, perhaps contributing to the town's construction or crafting specialized equipment. He leads by example. 2 months pass. A newly erected wooden sign proudly proclaims, "McLean Town." The settlement is rapidly taking shape, a beacon of new beginnings. New settlers begin to arrive. A mother clutches her baby, her 2 young sons beside her, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and hope as they gaze upon their new home. Whoa, one breathes. The town square is a hive of activity. Sturdy, well-built houses line the newly formed streets. Families are moving in, children's laughter echoes. It's a vibrant scene of growth and burgeoning prosperity. The same mother is now seen laughing, tears of pure joy streaming down her face as she holds her baby, her sons smiling brightly beside her. McLean Town is more than just houses, it's a promise of a better life. Soon after, the seasons turn. The sky is a brilliant blue, trees are lush and green. Spring has fully bloomed, Or perhaps early summer has arrived. Logan is at his desk, meticulously writing with a quill. The narration confirms early summer has indeed come. Mr. Duane delivers his report. The town's land reclamation is progressing well, though the sheer scale of it means they're a bit short on manpower. Logan listens intently, a thoughtful on his lips. Duane adds that rumors of McLean's prosperity are drawing in refugees. Logan's decision is swift: accept them all. He'll turn this labor shortage into an even greater influx of loyal citizens. Logan then casually asks for news about Hamar. Duane informs him the dwarf is still on his vacation, a rather extended one this time, so it might be a while before he's back. Logan leans back, tapping his chin with a hint of frustration. He wonders if he gave Hamar too much time off, but quickly rationalizes that with town construction and ongoing crossbow production, the dwarf skills are always in demand. Duane then drops a piece of intriguing information. He heard Hamar received a large shipment of mithril right before his vacation. Logan's eyes widen in surprise. Oh, is that true? Logan confirms it, explaining he gave Hamar the mithril to play around with during his time off, perhaps make some new weapons for the knights. Duane looks utterly unconvinced, a bead of sweat appearing as he dryly questions if that truly counts as a vacation. Logan just grins cheerfully, retorting that handling rare metals is a dwarf's ultimate dream, isn't it? Duane is left speechless. Logan's idea of a vacation for Hamar is clearly just more, albeit specialized, work. Logan taps his fingers on the desk, his mind already moving to the next item on his agenda. Anyway, the town settlement is complete, he states with satisfaction, looking over his plans. We see a sweeping view of the impressive, newly built McLean town, the magic tower standing proudly at its center. Land reclamation is also on track, one less major worry for Logan. But as one concern fades, another emerges. His fist clenches as a dark aura flickers around him. Whispers have begun. McLean reclaimed the wasteland? Trouble is brewing. The scene shifts to an opulent room where an older, arrogant-looking nobleman, Max Parita Viscount, slams his fist on a table. He roars in disbelief that anyone could cultivate that harsh, unforgiving land, his face flushed with agitation at McLean's impossible success. An aide reports to Viscount Parita, explaining he'd investigated the curious rumors. It seems the McLeans achieved the impossible by drilling through mountains to divert water from the Luther River. Parita is incredulous, wondering where on earth they found the money for such an audacious project. The aide continues, mentioning the wild tales circulating that the first young master struck it rich in business, discovered a gold mine, or even that money literally rained from the sky. Viscount Parita scoffs, dismissing the more outlandish rumors. He orders his aide to focus on the facts, though the envy in his eyes is plain to see. Parita presses his aide. What kind of yield can they expect from this reclaimed land? The aide, looking nervous, estimates that even conservatively, it will be at least double their own territory's output. Parita clenches his teeth, his eyes glinting with a dangerous mix of greed and alarm. A neighboring territory suddenly becoming rich? He can't afford to just sit idly by and watch. His aide, sensing his master's dark thoughts, nervously asks if they can find a suitable excuse to interfere, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Viscount Parita's lips curl into a nasty, predatory grin, his teeth showing. There's not really a need to make one up, he sneers, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He points out that some of his own territory's impoverished citizens have already fled to McLean Town. That, he declares, will be their pretext to infiltrate, hoping to seize the fertile land or the neighboring Tesron plains as compensation. The aide, however, injects a note of caution. Taking on the rapidly strengthening McLean territory alone is too risky. They've become too powerful for a single viscount. Parita's eyes narrow as he snarls a name, Soto Sylvan. This other neighboring noble is clearly a problem, or perhaps a potential, unwilling piece of his plan. Parita instructs his aide to contact the Sylvan Viscounty. He reasons that since Sylvan also imposes high taxes, he's likely lost citizens to McLean too, creating a shared grievance they can exploit. His scheme begins to solidify. The two Viscounties, united by their jealousy and fear, and take over McLean. Parita declares, his face contorted in a sneer of greedy triumph. He's convinced he's found the perfect way to crush the upstart McLeans and seize their newfound wealth. The aide, now mirroring his master's wicked grin, bows deeply. A wise choice, Viscount, he simpers, clearly eager for the impending conflict. As the chapter closes, the shadow of a new war, born of envy and greed, looms large on the horizon. McLean Town stands complete, the monster-haunted forests are now cleared, and Logan's forces are sharpening their claws. But peace, especially when you're suddenly successful, is a very fragile thing. Inside a well-appointed room, Logan is deep in discussion with his father, Patrick, alongside Mr. Duane and a senior night captain. He's reporting that they've handpicked around 300 of the most exceptionally talented recruits, who are now undergoing separate, specialized training, a hidden ace up McLean's sleeve. Patrick leans forward, his expression etched with disbelief. 300 recruits potentially worthy of becoming knights? He asks Logan if he truly believes that number is possible, and Logan meets his father's gaze steadily, confirming that yes, he does. Mr. Duane and the knight captain exchange astonished looks. Duane murmurs that it's quite a lot, but the knight captain, eyes wide, corrects him, it's not just a lot, it's an absolutely absurd number, almost unheard of. The knight captain, still looking dumbfounded, elaborates on just how rare Force Awakenings truly are. He explains that even if you grind soldiers through brutal training for 10 long years, you'd be lucky if 1 in 100 awaken their force. Mr. Duane, equally shocked, quickly calculates what that means. A mere 10 knights from a force of 1,000 soldiers. The numbers just don't add up to what Logan is claiming. He looks back at Logan, the unspoken question hanging in the air. But Logan is talking about 300. The sheer scale of his son's ambition, once again, leaves them utterly astounded. Logan, however, remains unfazed by their collective shock, calmly continuing to outline his comprehensive strategy. The current intensive training system, he states, will be maintained. And not only that, he plans to continuously bring in more soldiers every year, while also reinforcing their horses and weaponry annually. This is the final straw for Patrick, who slams his hand hard on the table, his voice booming as he demands to know why Logan is pouring so much money into military expansion during what appear to be peaceful times. Mr. Duane and the knight captain visibly share his deep concern over the massive expenditure. Patrick elaborates, his worry evident. Their family is in a critical period of development, and such excessive military buildup could easily provoke their neighboring territories. But Logan's reply is chillingly pragmatic. Those people, he says, will find a reason to provoke them, whether McLean wants it or not. A dangerous light flares in Patrick's eyes. What? He growls, demanding his son explain that ominous assertion. Logan calmly lays out the current situation. McLean Town is now fully operational, and the once barren wilderness around it has been transformed into fertile plains, a beacon of their success. Sylvan and Parita, he continues, naming their two most prominent and notoriously greedy neighbors. He gestures towards the image of the lush, green landscape, the hard-won fruit of McLean's labor, and asks rhetorically if they truly believe such avaricious men will simply stay quiet in the face of such prosperity. A knowing smirk touches Logan's lips. And he adds, those neighbors will have plenty of excuses to stir up trouble. Mr. Duane and the knight captain look thoroughly alarmed. Excuses? Duane protests that they haven't done anything to warrant blame, but then a look of sudden, dawning horror spreads across his face. Is it because of the refugees? He exclaims, finally understanding the flimsy pretext their neighbors will inevitably seize upon. Logan leans back in his chair, a calm, almost predatory smile playing on his face. This is exactly what he has been expecting. He explains his reasoning. Think about the sheer number of refugees they've recently welcomed. How many of them, he asks, do they think came from Parita or Sylvan? If he were in their shoes, he'd use it as the perfect excuse. At this, Patrick slams his fist down again, his face flushed with fury. If Logan foresaw this, he roars, he should have prevented it. Patrick continues to glare, his expression a mask of raw anger and biting frustration, perhaps feeling that his son's foresight has led them into a trap. His voice drops to a low, dangerous tone as he asks accusingly, "Were you aiming to start a war from the very beginning?" Logan meets his father's intense gaze without flinching, the sunlight streaming through the window catching the sharp planes of his face. His reply is calm, his eyes unwavering. These are enemies, he states, that they would need to deal with eventually, one way or another. For Logan, this confrontation isn't a surprise, it's merely a matter of timing. Patrick is aghast. "How could you say such things?" he breathes, shocked by his son's cold acceptance of conflict. "Young master," Mr. Duane and the Knight Captain exclaim in unison, equally taken aback by Logan's stark pragmatism. Patrick covers his face with his hand, letting out a weary, drawn-out sigh. A deep weariness settles over Patrick as he thinks to himself, "Did I hand over my authority too quickly?" He's grappling with Logan's ruthless efficiency and almost unnatural foresight, which so often steers them down these perilous paths. Just then, the tense atmosphere is shattered as Rick, Logan's personal servant, bursts into the room, looking panicked and completely out of breath. "Lord," he shouts, "S. Sylvan and Parita have sent envoys." Rick stammers out, the words confirming Logan's predictions and hanging heavy in the suddenly silent room. The inevitable has arrived. Logan turns to his father, a grimly satisfied, almost knowing look on his face. "Well," he says, his voice even, "it looks like things have already begun." He is ready. Logan stands, his eyes sharp and intensely focused. "Let's discuss how we'll handle this," he states, then adds with a confident, almost predatory smirk, "Moving forward, shall we?" He's already shifting into wartime mode. Two flags flutter ominously in the wind, one bearing the proud McLean crest, the other likely representing the combined, hostile intent of Sylvan and Parita. The envoys are making their approach. A procession of knights on horseback, accompanying these unwelcome envoys, enters the newly built, bustling McLean town. The rhythmic clatter of their hooves echoes on the fresh cobblestones. Two young boys watch the impressive cavalcade pass by with wide, excited eyes, their innocent laughter echoing. The town itself seems prosperous and peaceful, completely unaware of the simmering tension these visitors bring. The main envoy, a man with a severe haircut and an air of undisguised arrogance, looks around McLean town with an expression of disdain thinly veiling his surprise. "How fascinating," he remarks, his tone dripping with sarcasm, while his aide beside him dutifully adds that he's truly never seen a city quite like it. The envoy continues his condescending observations. "The houses are neatly arranged around a huge crossroad," he notes. "It doesn't have the sophisticated charm of a major city," he concedes, "but it feels somewhat fresh, in a rugged, unrefined way." He's clearly trying to find fault but is undeniably impressed by the town's practical layout and solid construction. His gaze sharpens as he takes in more details. Most importantly, he thinks, his eyes narrowing. He notices the townspeople. A woman smiles kindly at some playing children. The commoners, he observes with a hint of surprise, look unusually clean and bright for such a place. This clearly contradicts the usual squalor he'd expect in a new, supposedly struggling territory. The envoy and his aide exchange a quick, greedy, knowing smirk. It's certainly worth taking over, the aide thinks, their predatory intentions laid bare between them. As they ride through the town, the envoy remarks to a McLean knight escorting them, "It's a nice place. I don't know who came up with this idea, but it's quite a wonderful attempt." His tone is deliberately patronizing. The McLean knight, however, just smiles with genuine pride. "Oh, you're right," he laughs heartily. "All of this is thanks to the first young master." His loyalty to Logan is palpable. The envoy looks visibly surprised, a bead of sweat appearing on his temple. "What?" he asks. "But the first young master is barely 20 years old, isn't he?" He's finding it hard to believe someone so young could be the architect of such significant development. The envoy presses further, "Are you saying this city was the first young master's idea?" The knight confirms with another proud smile, Right, our first young master? The knight then launches into a glowing, heartfelt speech, full of earnest praise for Logan. He is more advanced than any other prince of his age, always prioritizing the land and its people. He trains the soldiers strict but protects us with his exceptional strength in times of crisis, and he has greatly developed the land. The envoys look increasingly uncomfortable, perhaps even a little dazed by this fervent, unwavering loyalty. The knight, clearly getting carried away in his enthusiasm, grins and says, let me tell you an anecdote to keep you from getting bored on the way to the castle. During the last war, our young master... The envoys look absolutely horrified, clearly not wanting to hear another moment of it. One of them is practically screaming in his head, "Stop it, you maniac!" Finally, to the envoys' immense relief, they arrive at the McLean castle. A footman steps forward to announce their presence. Logan is there to greet them personally, dressed impeccably in noble attire. "Thank you for coming such a long way," he says, his expression polite but entirely unreadable. The two envoys walk down a long red carpet towards Logan, who stands at the top of a short flight of stairs with his father, Patrick, and other McLean knights flanking them. The atmosphere in the hall is palpably tense. Logan observes them coolly. "You seem quite exhausted. Are you all right?" he asks, his tone neutral. The envoys, looking a bit disheveled and clearly unnerved by their overly enthusiastic escort, reply with a weak, "Yes, we're fine." One of them adds, attempting to regain some composure and perhaps curry favor, "First young master, you have truly splendid soldiers." Logan, with an almost chibi-like deadpan expression, replies curtly, "Oh? Well, thank you." He's clearly not falling for any false pleasantries or flattery. The main envoy, deciding to dispense with any further pretense, gets straight to the point. "We can't keep these people waiting," he begins, then lays out their demands, the immediate extradition of their refugees. For refugee prevention, they demand full control over the Tehran plains. And, as if that wasn't enough, they'll also take the gold mine that McLean supposedly tricked them into letting go. "You don't have the right to refuse," he concludes, his arrogant voice echoing in the hall, which is now filled with a menacing, almost tangible red aura as the McLean knights look on, their hands on their hilts. Logan and Patrick listen to the outrageous list, their expressions hardening with each word. The light filtering through the stained glass windows casts long, ominous shadows across the tense scene. Logan's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing within them. "In other words," he murmurs, "give up the entire castle and half of the developed land." He lets out a sharp breath. They're basically asking for war. This is no negotiation, it's a demand for surrender. Logan glances sideways at his father. "Didn't I tell you this would happen?" he says quietly, a grim confirmation of his earlier warnings. Patrick clenches his jaw, nodding grimly with a soft phew. He was warned, and now, the unvarnished greed of their neighbors is laid bare for all to see. From a balcony overlooking the hall, the knight captain glares down, clearly incensed by the envoy's breathtaking audacity. A disgusted escapes him. He gives a curt, almost imperceptible nod. He and his men are ready. The envoy, emboldened by their perceived position of strength and misreading the silence, sneers. "Does Sylvan and Parita want to go to war with McLean right now?" He's trying to intimidate them, completely unaware of the hornet's nest he's just violently kicked. All around the hall, McLean knights begin to draw their swords, the air suddenly thick with killing intent. The McLean officials erupt in a chorus of outrage. "Those madmen! They've got some nerve, huh? Get out of here this instant! How dare you!" The envoys finally look nervous, the atmosphere rapidly turning hostile and dangerous. The main envoy breaks into a cold sweat, a choked cook. Escaping him, he's starting to realize he might have severely miscalculated the McLean's reaction. He points a trembling finger at Logan and Patrick. "You cannot intimidate envoys like this, Lord," he cries, trying to appeal to diplomatic immunity. "If you don't really want war, have the knights retreat." Patrick steps forward, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, his red beard practically bristling. You're the ones who are declaring war, he growls, his voice like a clap of thunder. McLean does not fear war. The envoy, sweating profusely now, retorts desperately, McLean will be left with nothing but ashes. Do you really want destruction? He's resorting to empty threats, his arrogance rapidly fading. Logan then steps forward, his expression cold and filled with disdain. How can refugees fleeing tyranny be a bargaining chip? He asks, his voice cutting through their flimsy, self-serving pretext. He turns to his father. Father, he says, his voice calm but laced with utter contempt, they have forgotten their obligations as nobles. Logan then declares, his voice ringing with authority through the hall, there's no need to negotiate. At his words, the McLean knights advance, their swords pointed directly at the now terrified envoys, a palpable wave of killing intent filling the vast room. The main envoy stammers, are you seriously going to war? His aide screeches in disbelief, are you crazy? Do you all have a death wish? The horrifying truth finally crashes down upon the envoy. This is really all-out war. He stumbles back, his composure completely shattered, raw fear in his eyes. Logan stands calmly at the top of the stairs, looking down at them with an almost bored expression. Crazy, huh? He says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You've got some nerve. He continues, his voice turning to ice. How dare you point fingers and use foul language against the ruler of this land? As he speaks, the McLean knights close in, their swords crossed, effectively blocking any hope of escape. Logan draws his own sword, its polished pommel gleaming ominously. You're the ones who seem out of your mind, he retorts, his patience clearly and utterly gone. The envoy, completely terrified, tries to backtrack, his voice trembling. And oh, you're the ones who... He stammers, words failing him. He's sweating bullets, his face pale with stark fear. He simply cannot believe this is happening. A choked sound, cook, escapes his lips. He screams desperately at the McLean guards lining the hall. Guards, what are you doing? Stop him. But the guards, of course, are Logan's loyal men. Logan's eyes narrow, a red glint of killing intent flickering within them. His hand tightens its grip on his sword. He has had enough of their games, their arrogance, their threats. With a single, blindingly fast slash, Logan attacks. Chwak! A wave of crimson energy erupts from his sword, aimed not at the cowering envoys themselves, but at the knights who had the audacity to accompany them. One of the envoy's knights cries out, Keikuhuk, as the lethal energy wave hits him squarely. Blood spurts from his mouth as he collapses. Logan moves like a phantom, a whirlwind of deadly grace, cutting down the envoy's knights with ruthless, shocking efficiency. Their cries of pain and surprise fill the hall as they fall one by one, their defense utterly useless. The last of the envoy's knights gasps his final, shocked breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as he crumples to the ground. Logan stands amidst the sudden carnage, his sword dripping blood onto the pristine floor. He looks directly at the terrified, trembling envoys. If you intend to draw your sword on another's land, he states coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion, then you should be prepared to die as well. He begins to walk slowly towards them, his footsteps echoing with chilling clarity in the suddenly silent hall. Pools of dark blood begin to spread on the rich red carpet. The envoys tremble violently, backing away as far as they can. Do not come any closer, one of them stammers, his voice cracking with pure terror. Logan's eyes are like chips of ice, a faint, old scar visible on his cheek, making his expression even more intimidating. The envoy pleads desperately, "Do you think McLean will be safe after touching me?" He's still trying, pathetically, to use his diplomatic status as a shield. "I am an envoy," he shrieks, just as Logan's sword flashes again. Not to kill him, but to disarm or disable, a clear message of dominance. The envoy is sent sprawling to the ground, his own sword clattering uselessly away from his grasp. He looks up at Logan from the floor in utter, abject terror, his mind completely blank, all thoughts of arrogance or diplomacy incinerated by fear. Logan stands over him, the point of his bloodied sword now resting lightly, yet menacingly, on the envoy's exposed throat. Outside the grand windows, rain or perhaps snow begins to fall, mirroring the chilling coldness of the scene within the hall. The envoy, defeated and utterly terrified, finally gasps out, his voice hoarse, "McLean's will. I will convey each and every word, each and everything, to my lord." Logan looks down at him, his expression completely unyielding. "Please forgive my rudeness," the envoy begs, desperate for any sign of mercy. Logan remains silent, his piercing gaze unwavering. The envoy, perhaps seeing a flicker of something other than immediate death in Logan's eyes, manages a weak, bloodied, obsequious smile. "Wise decision," he chokes out, pathetically trying to imply Logan is sparing him out of wisdom, not disdain. The envoy and his equally broken aide are then allowed to leave, stumbling away down the red carpet under Logan's cold, watchful gaze. Patrick looks on, his own expression grim and heavy with the implications of what just transpired. Patrick turns to Logan, a deep, weary sigh escaping him. "No." He begins, the sound filled with the weight of the rapid escalation to the very brink of all-out war, a war his son had not only predicted but seemingly orchestrated. But Patrick's face sets like stone, his resolve hardening. He turns to his knights, his voice roaring through the hall, now littered with the bodies of the fallen envoy guards. "Knights of McLean," he bellows, the command echoing off the stone walls, "prepare for war." The die is cast. McLean will meet this aggression not with fear, but with overwhelming, decisive force. Logan's bold move, more like a beatdown of the envoy's guards and a thorough humiliation of the envoy himself, sent ripples of shock. The same day it happened, McLean blasted a magical message straight to both Viscounts. Over in Viscount Parita's lavish chamber, wine sloshes as he slams his fist on a table, an aide rushing in breathless, with the twisted news, "They killed the envoy?" Clearly, the returning diplomat wasn't entirely truthful. Meanwhile, Viscount Soto Sylvan, a portly man with a dark, meticulously groomed beard, is absolutely livid. "Has everyone in McLean lost their damn minds?" he bellows, his face flushing a deep red. He just can't fathom their audacity. An aide reports to Sylvan that McLean is actually demanding compensation from them for the envoy's insolence. Still seething, Sylvan turns to his advisor, practically spitting, "What should we do about this?" Sylvan scoffs, swirling his wine, a sneer plastered on his face. "Insolence," he mocks. "Just because those beggars managed to scrape a little something together, they think they can act all high and mighty now, huh?" His disdain for McLean drips from every word. He takes a contemptuous sip of wine, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He figures they don't have the forces to actually fight head-on, completely underestimating McLean's rapid military growth. "Let's show them mercy one more time," he decides, his tone thick with arrogance, already planning to send his own set of demands. His aide bows sharply, eager to please. "Yes, sir." Back at the Tesron barracks, Logan and his father, Patrick, are focused on a glowing communication orb. Logan begins to summarize Sylvan's reply. "So, Sylvan's demands are..." He lists them as they appear projected from the orb. "Return their runaway serfs. Pay a hefty 10 million gold in compensation. And hand over the entire Tesron plains." He looks at Patrick. "Is that about right?" Their demands are just as greedy and insulting as Parita's. Patrick, arms crossed, looks thoroughly annoyed. "This is their reply after 2 whole days?" he grumbles. "After we rushed all the way here to Tesron as soon as our message went out?" His impatience is clear. Logan questions the need for such haste. Patrick explains that while their enemies might not realize it, McLean now has enough strength to easily crush a single viscounty on its own. They've grown that powerful. Logan's eyes narrow with cold, strategic intent. "We need to occupy Sylvan and fast," he declares. "The more overwhelming our force, the fewer of these petty provocations we'll have to deal with in the future." He's aiming for a swift, decisive victory to shut everyone up. He continues, laying out the plan, "And there's no need to mobilize the conscripted soldiers. If we quickly take Sylvan Castle with just our regular troops, Parita won't dare make a rash move. isolate and neutralize one enemy before the other can even react. Patrick nods, grasping the strategy immediately. So, the key is how quickly we can capture Sylvan, huh? Logan confirms with a sharp, decisive tap of his foot. That's right. Just then, a firm knock sounds at the door. A familiar voice calls out, "Mr. Logan, it's Kaiselin." Logan replies calmly, "Come in." Kaiselin enters, bowing respectfully to Logan and Patrick, who are seated at a table with the still glowing communication orb. Kaiselin begins his report on their current military strength. 1,389 regular soldiers, not counting the 100 stationed at McLean's main stronghold, plus 313 mercenaries. He stands at attention, his experienced face confident. "All are standing by, as ordered, sir." Logan nods, satisfied. "Good work. What's the status of their armaments?" Kaiselin replies that armor, spears, crossbows, and cavalry have all been fully supplied. He's confident they won't be outmatched by any opposing force. Logan stands beside his father, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers their advantages. 5 times the number of crossbowmen compared to their last war with Tesron, plus his father and the knights have all leveled up significantly by mastering the iron blood sword technique. He looks determined. "Sylvan and Parita," he muses. "I don't think we'd lose even if they came at us together. But we absolutely must not engage both of them right now. Divide and conquer is the name of the game." Logan gestures towards maps or banners showing the surrounding territories. If they manage to merge both Sylvan and Parita's lands into their own, McLean will control 5 fortresses, elevating their status to be comparable to the powerful Margraves. He's thinking big. He continues his strategic projection. At that moment, both the first and second princes who are currently vying for the throne will become desperate to draw McLean into their ranks. An image flashes of 2 arrogant-looking princes. Logan knows this is a dangerous Game of Thrones. "We mustn't attract the attention of those major factions right now," he cautions himself. Then, a shadowy figure of a third prince appears, looking more refined and composed than the other 2. Logan states his true, long-term political goal. "Because the person I intend to make king is the third prince." He recalls the bitter memories of his past life. "The first prince became king in my previous life," he remembers, "but he threw McLean away like trash after using us." His brutal purges during his reign also significantly weakened the kingdom's overall power. An image of a decadent first prince and a burning McLean castle reinforces this grim history. The second prince, Logan continues his assessment, isn't much different from the first. He has absolutely no faith in either of them to lead the kingdom well. So, the only real choice left is the third prince. An image shows the young third prince with the current king and queen. Despite being the third prince, he's the son of the current queen. Though young, because of his outstanding talent, the king himself had considered him for succession. But he was a prince of misfortune, Logan recalls with a somber tone, an image showing the king assassinated, splattering blood onto the horrified third prince. He was ousted before he could truly establish himself, all because of the king's sudden, tragic death. Right now, he is the only one who can prevent the tragedy I witnessed in my past life. Logan looks absolutely resolute. "So, I will win the coming civil war and make the third prince king. To do that effectively, I have to remain relatively unnoticeable for now, maintaining just enough territory to keep 3 fortresses, similar in power to a larger viscounty. He needs to grow strong, but not so strong as to become an immediate, high-priority target for the major political factions." His eyes narrow slightly, a bead of sweat on his temple as a sliver of doubt or caution flickers. "But," he thinks, a slight hesitation in his grand plan. Kaiselin interrupts his deep thoughts, a wide, beaming smile suddenly spreading across his face. "Do you have some good news or something?" he asks, practically radiating excitement. "Yes, I have some very good news indeed." Kaiselin announces proudly, his voice booming slightly, "Victor has awakened his force. He's been waiting to report directly to you, sir." In the background, Victor can be seen, looking towards them with anticipation. Logan's face lights up with genuine, unrestrained delight. "Finally," he exclaims, a wide grin spreading. Patrick also looks visibly pleased by the news. Kaiselin asks, shall I call him in? Logan, still grinning, replies enthusiastically, of course. Victor walks up the short flight of stairs, his steps firm and sure. Excuse me, he says respectfully as he approaches. He stands before Logan and Patrick, looking a bit nervous but also filled with a quiet determination. His unique heterochromatic eyes are clear and focused. Mr. Logan, he begins. Logan smiles encouragingly, cutting him off gently. No need for long explanations, Victor. Show me. Victor nods, his nervousness fading slightly. Yes. Victor closes his eyes, concentrating deeply. A close-up shows his unique red and blue eyes, now seemingly glowing with inner power. Suddenly, a powerful, swirling gray aura erupts around Victor, visible and crackling with raw energy. It's an undeniable manifestation of his newly awakened force. Logan and Patrick stare, completely astonished. Logan exclaims silently, while Patrick asks aloud in genuine surprise, his force is gray? It's an incredibly unusual, perhaps even unheard of, color for an aura. Logan lets out a soft chuckle, a bead of sweat on his temple, clearly impressed and perhaps a little relieved. Just in 2 years. He murmurs, almost to himself. He looks at Victor, and for a fleeting moment, a spectral image of Victor's more mature, terrifyingly powerful self from the previous timeline appears behind the young man. Logan thinks, your incredible talent as an aura user is the same as it was in your past life, huh? This confirms Victor is on the path to becoming the noble slayer once again, but this time, he'll be under Logan's guidance and influence. Logan beams at Victor, his voice filled with genuine pride. Great job, Victor. Victor blushes slightly at the high praise, a happy, proud smile finally breaking through on his face. Victor looks a bit shy under the praise but is clearly pleased and relieved to have met Logan's expectations. Logan pulls out a rolled-up document from his attire. Here's your slave document, he says, holding it out to Victor. You'll become a knight now, so you won't be needing this anymore. Victor looks at the document, then at Logan, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He asks if Logan has been carrying that around all this time. Logan just smiles knowingly. I had a feeling you might awaken soon, so I kept it handy, just in case. He was prepared for this very moment. Logan then adds, a bit more seriously, but your official promotion to a knight will be postponed until after this war. Victor looks up, startled and visibly disappointed by this unexpected news. What? Victor asks, his earlier joy dimming. Logan explains calmly, I can't have someone who just escaped his slave status immediately clashing with the other, more established knights. He's thinking about the internal politics and potential resentment within their own knight order. Logan holds up the slave document. I'll burn your slave document right now, immediately, so just be patient a little longer, he reassures Victor, emphasizing that his freedom is absolute and secure. Victor looks genuinely worried. Do you not trust me? He asks, his voice tinged with concern that he's somehow failed. Logan quickly reassures him, that's absolutely not the case, Victor. Logan smiles, a knowing look in his eyes. I know you brat. That's not really what you're upset about, is it? Logan then holds a flame to the slave document, which quickly catches and begins to burn to ash. He looks at Victor intently. You just want to fight right now, don't you? You want to clash swords with powerful opponents. He completely understands Victor's innate warrior spirit and thirst for a real challenge. Logan, now suddenly depicted clad in his own formidable armor, looks fierce and ready for battle. I've already prepared an opponent for you to face, Victor. I'll let you fight to your heart's content when the time comes, he promises, hinting at a significant upcoming battle for the young prodigy. Logan turns back to the still glowing communication orb. Now then, let's send a reply to Sylvan. Patrick, looking ready for action, asks, all right, what do you plan to say this time? Logan begins to dictate a formal, diplomatic-sounding reply, questioning the legitimacy of their protest, and stating that their envoy's behavior was extremely rude and unprofessional. Patrick, however, quickly interrupts him. "Logan," Patrick says, his expression impatient and battle-hungry, "skip all the formalities and get straight to the real point." He wants direct, decisive action, not more word games. Logan smirks, a dangerous, predatory glint in his eyes. He understands his father completely. No more talk. The message sent is brutally short, essentially a declaration of war in itself. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Immediately, McLean knights are shown charging forward on horseback, a wave of steel and fury. In what seems like no time at all, the McLean army, with Patrick at its head, arrives thunderously before the imposing walls of Sylvan Castle. The horses' hooves pound the earth, a drumbeat of impending doom. Patrick, at the very front of his knights, roars their challenge, his voice echoing across the field, "Soto Sylvan, come out and face my sword." The McLean banner, with its distinctive fiery leaf emblem, flies proudly and defiantly against the sky. On the walls of Sylvan Castle, soldiers look down in disbelief and alarm. "What is that?" one exclaims, pointing. Another, shielding his eyes against the glare, asks in a shaky voice, "A burning banner?" They are clearly intimidated by the infamous McLean emblem and the sudden, overwhelming appearance of their army. One of the Sylvan soldiers shouts frantically, his voice cracking with panic, "Our report, though the Lord. Now." The sounds of growing commotion and murmurs indicate the rising panic spreading like wildfire within Sylvan Castle. Inside the castle, Viscount Sylvan paces nervously back and forth, the sharp tap-tap-tap of his boots echoing his agitation. His confident, arrogant demeanor from before has completely vanished. An aide rushes in breathless, confirming the dire news. McLean's invading? Sylvan and his assembled knights look utterly shocked and completely unprepared for such a swift, aggressive response. From the castle walls, Viscount Sylvan looks down at the formidable McLean army arrayed below. "These lunatics dare mock me," he rages, his pride wounded and his fear rapidly growing. His knight commander, Collian, a knight with distinctive purple hair, steps forward resolutely. "My lord, let me lead the charge. I'll stop Patrick McLean. All 120 knights of the Sylvan Knights Order are ready." He looks fiercely determined. Collian continues his report. "The 2,512 soldiers have also been on standby since they heard of McLean's outrageous demands." Viscount Sylvan smirks, a sliver of his earlier confidence returning. "Even though the headcount of McLean's forces is higher than I initially thought, we still have the advantage of defense." Collian declares proudly, puffing out his chest, "And I, Collian, have also recently become a high-ranking knight. You're no longer the only high-ranking knight in this region, Patrick McLean." He's clearly eager to challenge Patrick directly and prove his own strength. Viscount Sylvan looks towards his confident commander, but a flicker of doubt, a deep unease, suddenly crosses his face. He asks, a hint of anxiety now lacing his voice, "Is there still no response from Parita?" His supposed ally is being suspiciously, dangerously quiet. Collian replies, "They remain silent, my lord. It looks like they're still negotiating internally, trying to decide on their course of action." Another soldier quickly adds, "My lord, even if Parita does decide to send reinforcements, it'll take them at least half a day to arrive. There's no need to wait for them." But Viscount Sylvan interrupts sharply, "No, that's not it." He turns, a worried, almost paranoid expression contorting his features. "What if we manage to take down McLean, and then Parita betrays us afterwards?" He voices his sudden, terrible fear. Collian and the nearby soldier look shocked. A nervous gulp is heard. The thought of their supposed ally turning on them in their moment of victory or weakness is terrifying. Viscount Sylvan continues, his suspicion rapidly growing, fueled by fear. "Don't you find it strange? All of this. A declaration of war immediately after sending a message of protest." He muses aloud, piecing things together in his panicked mind. "And then McLean rushed in as if they were just waiting for an excuse, and Parita?" Parita is completely silent. The pieces are starting to click into a deeply disturbing, albeit incorrect, picture for him. He turns to Colleen, his eyes wide with suspicion. Colleen, do you think this sequence of events is normal? Colleen, looking thoughtful, replies slowly, "It's probably not, my lord." Viscount Sylvan's face contorts with sudden rage and a horrifying realization, or so he thinks. That's right. Those bastards have joined hands, he snarls, now utterly convinced that McLean and Parita are in league, planning a double-cross against him. If not, none of this makes any sense. He clenches his armored fist, his whole body trembling with fury and the sting of perceived betrayal. How dare those trash? He feels completely played, utterly humiliated. As if on cue, Patrick McLean's booming voice echoes from outside the castle walls, taunting him mercilessly, "Are you scared, Soto Sylvan?" Patrick, flanked by Logan and another knight, continues his scathing challenge. "Keep hiding in there like the scared little fox you are. I'll personally come up there and cut off your head." Viscount Sylvan glares down from the ramparts, his pride deeply stung, his mind racing with a toxic brew of suspicion, fear, and wounded vanity. He turns abruptly to Colleen, a desperate, reckless plan forming in his panicked mind. "Contact Befros. Tell them after we've taken down McLean, we'll offer them tribute worth half of McLean's entire value." He's trying to buy another, even more powerful ally, likely the nearby territory of Befros, in a last-ditch effort. Colleen is stunned into silence for a moment. What? This is an incredibly desperate, potentially ruinous gamble. Viscount Sylvan roars, his face a mask of uncontrolled fury. "I'm telling you to do whatever it takes to keep Parita, those scums, from making a move. And then we will destroy McLean completely, before Parita's reinforcements can possibly arrive." His commanders, caught up in his frenzy, rush to obey. "Yes, sir." Viscount Sylvan turns his gaze back towards the unyielding McLean army below, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "You dare stab me in the back?" he mutters, now completely convinced of Parita's betrayal. "After I take down McLean, it'll be your turn next." "Max Parita," he screams, his voice choked with hatred and a burning thirst for revenge against his supposed ally. He has completely misread the situation, falling perfectly into the trap Logan's aggressive and unpredictable moves have orchestrated. The McLean Knights thunder towards Sylvan's territory, a column of dust rising behind them. Riding near the front, a younger knight turns to the man beside him, wondering aloud if providing covering fire before a full charge might be better, given their knight skills. But Patrick McLean, his red beard flowing, shakes his head firmly. "Not yet," he rumbles, his eyes locked on the path ahead. They can't risk Viscount Sylvan slipping away. The younger knight nods, his father's right. Beside them, Logan McLean, a confident smirk on his lips, chimes in. He figures Sylvan's forces, believing themselves superior, will come out to meet them soon enough. And besides, Logan's smirk widens, a knowing glint in his eye. He knows Soto Sylvan, he says. The Viscount can't stand being insulted, so a little more waiting, a little more taunting, should do the trick. Nearby, Kaiselin, the experienced mercenary commander, looks puzzled. He can't help but wonder how Master Logan, who's lived in McLean his whole life, knows Viscount Sylvan so well. It's just another layer to their surprisingly astute young lord. And just like that, the heavy gates of Sylvan's castle begin to creak open, a dark maw appearing in the fortress walls. It seems Logan's prediction is already spot on. The massive wooden gates swing wider, the groan of old timber echoing across the field. Sylvan's forces are indeed preparing to meet their challenge. Knights on horseback begin to emerge, a line of steel and grim determination, clad in full armor, shields up, ready to defend their territory. A warhorse rears back with a loud, challenging whinny, its breath misting in the cool air. The tension before the clash is thick enough to cut. From where the McLeans stand, a formidable line of Sylvan soldiers and knights stretches out before the castle, a dark, imposing wave ready for battle. Patrick McLean quickly assesses the enemy numbers, 3,000 regular forces. Kaiselin adds grimly that it's 1.5 times McLean's own. The odds aren't in their favor, but Patrick seems completely undeterred. At the head of Sylvan's army is their commander, Collian, a knight with distinct purple hair and a proud mustache. He sits confidently on his horse, a smirk on his face as he watches the McLeans approach. Viscount Sylvan himself appears, his expression dripping with disdain as he sneers at the shameless McLeans. In response, Patrick's face contorts with fury and he roars, "Soldiers, move forward." The McLean knights dig their spurs in, charging headlong towards the numerically superior Sylvan army. The battle is joined. Viscount Sylvan, watching the McLean charge, scoffs in disbelief. Those insolent fools, he thinks, can they not even count? He can't believe their audacity. His eyes narrow as he continues his critical assessment of the approaching enemy. Besides their foolish bravery, he dismisses them as a ragtag bunch, though he notes their armor seems decent, even new. It looks like McLean has indeed made a lot of money, he mutters. Sylvan remains confident in his own forces, thinking how their standard formation, knights leading and cavalry supporting, is proven and effective. A dark glint appears in Sylvan's eyes, his face hardening with grim resolve. "I'll show you today," he declares to himself, ready to crush these upstart McLeans. Suddenly, from the McLean ranks, Kaiselin raises his hand high, his voice cutting through the din with a single, sharp command, "Lift." In perfect response, the McLean soldiers behind the front line hoist large, unfamiliar wooden contraptions onto their shoulders, Hamar's deadly magazine-fed crossbows. Viscount Sylvan stares, completely bewildered by this strange maneuver. Crossbows on an open battlefield? He questions, his voice laced with disbelief and scorn, clearly not considering them a serious weapon. He glares at Patrick McLean in the distance, bellowing his disappointment. His own knights, however, are already reacting to the immediate danger, one shouting for everyone to raise their shields against incoming arrows. Kaiselin's voice thunders across the field once more, a single, deadly word, "Fire." A terrifying volley of crossbow bolts streaks through the sky, far more numerous and faster than any ordinary arrows, a black swarm of death. The disciplined rows of McLean crossbowmen unleash their devastating barrage, a relentless hail of projectiles aimed squarely at the charging Sylvan forces. The sky darkens with bolts. Below, Colin, Sylvan's commander, instinctively raises his shield, his eyes wide with sudden apprehension as the deadly rain descends. A single bolt, glowing with an unnatural blue light, slams into Callian's shield with incredible, bone-jarring force. The impact is immense. Collian braces himself, his shield groaning and straining under the sheer power of the strike. He grits his teeth, the force of the blow nearly knocking him clean off his horse. This is no ordinary crossbow bolt he's facing. The bolt shatters a significant portion of Callian's heavy shield, wood splintering as a faint magical aura dissipates. He stares in utter shock and disbelief. A wave of red, destructive energy radiates from the broken shield. Collian is thrown back slightly, his eyes wide with the realization of what they're up against. This isn't an ordinary attack. Collian yells, sweat beading on his forehead. He screams at his men to gather, maximize their force, and protect their bodies as they charge. His desperate order echoes across the battlefield as his knights scramble to shield themselves with their own energy. But the enhanced crossbow bolts are too powerful, too numerous. One pierces straight through a Sylvan knight's hastily raised shield and armor, a raw cry of agony ripping from his throat. Viscount Sylvan watches in abject horror, his face pale and contorted. He groans, utterly shocked. How can mere crossbows be so powerful? Even knights would die if they reacted a moment too late. His knights, now desperately trying to defend themselves with force-enhanced shields, look panicked. "Let's go," one shouts, trying to rally them. Sylvan is stunned. McLean was hiding this devastating weapon the whole time? A cold dread seeps into his heart. Enraged and desperate, Sylvan's mind screams, "I'm going to kill them." His remaining forces surge forward, driven by their lord's fury and their own mounting fear. A close-up on Sylvan's face shows pure, murderous rage, his teeth bared in a vicious snarl. "I'm going to kill them." His voice finally erupts in a furious roar that tears over the battlefield. "I'm going to kill them." His knights charge forward, enveloped in a red haze of their own desperate energy. Back in the McLean lines, Kaiselin, ever composed amidst the chaos, issues another calm, strategic order: "Spread out." Viscount Sylvan, caught in his blinding rage, looks up, startled by this unexpected command. "What?" he mutters, confused by McLean's new tactic. The McLean crossbow cavalry, instead of holding their ground or retreating, begin to expertly maneuver, their horses surprisingly nimble. They split into smaller, agile groups, fanning out across the field in a well-practiced formation, creating a wider firing arc and making themselves much harder targets to hit. Kaiselin's voice rings out again, precise and deadly: "Crossbow cavalry, ignore the enemy knights and target the soldiers." This is a devastating psychological blow, aiming to cripple Sylvan's main fighting force and sow chaos. Viscount Sylvan stares, aghast, his face a mask of impotent fury and disbelief. "Those bastards," he seethes, finally realizing the cunning and utter cruelty of McLean's strategy. One of Sylvan's knights, seeing the chaos erupting among their unprotected soldiers and the enemy knights holding back, asks nervously if they should take the chance to turn back. Below him, Patrick McLean's voice booms, "Knights of Sylvan." Patrick McLean, his own powerful aura blazing to life, charges forward, his massive sword extended. He roars a direct challenge: "If you have any courage, face this." Viscount Sylvan, witnessing Patrick's sudden, overwhelming charge and the unmistakable aura of an advanced warrior, gasps in shock. "Is that a force blade?" Patrick's sword glows with a fierce, crimson energy, the undeniable hallmark of an advanced knight wielding a devastating force blade technique. With a powerful swing, Patrick unleashes a wave of destructive red energy that tears through the air towards Sylvan's knights. A Sylvan knight on horseback screams as he's caught directly in the blast. The force blade attack carves a bloody path of destruction. Sylvan's knights are thrown from their horses, screaming in pain, the ground quickly littered with the fallen. Viscount Sylvan stares, utterly dumbfounded. "He's reached the advanced rank," he exclaims, then bellows at Patrick in disbelief. "When did you reach the advanced rank, Patrick McLean?" Patrick, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, rallies his own men. "Brave knights of McLean, annihilate the enemy." His knights charge forward with renewed, unstoppable vigor. Swords clash with a sharp shriek of metal on metal. A McLean knight, his face grim, shouts, "Die!" as he engages a Sylvan knight, who can only grunt, "Tease rascals." Viscount Sylvan stands amidst the swirling chaos, his sword still in hand but his posture utterly defeated. He looks around at the battlefield, where his once proud forces are being systematically dismantled. How is this happening?" he mutters, his arrogance completely shattered. The McLean knights, empowered by the iron bloodsword technique and their lord's fierce leadership, are cutting through Sylvan's forces like a hot knife through butter. Their blades glow with a faint, deadly red aura. A McLean knight executes a powerful, sweeping slash, his movements filled with newfound confidence and brutal strength. His blade finds its mark, slicing through a Sylvan knight's flimsy defenses and armor, drawing blood. The enemy is clearly, hopelessly outmatched. One of Patrick's senior knights, fighting fiercely, reflects with sheer astonishment. "Only 6 months ago, the Knights of Sylvan were on the same level as us. But now we are easily overwhelming them." He continues his thought, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he parries an attack and prepares a devastating counter. Moreover, some of them are even advancing to the next level right here, in the heat of battle. He roars, "Come at me, all of you." The McLean morale is absolutely sky-high. Watching this display from a slight distance, Patrick McLean allows himself a small, intensely proud smirk. His knights are proving their worth and then some. His knights, witnessing their comrades' astonishing growth and their own superior strength, think with heartfelt gratitude, "Our young lord's training was not in vain after all." The lord they refer to is Logan, who gifted them the transformative iron bloodsword technique. A particular McLean knight, blonde and radiating confidence, stands over a defeated Sylvan soldier, his sword still humming with power. He looks utterly, terrifyingly dominant. The Sylvan soldier, looking up in fear, tries to mock him, spitting out a desperate taunt. But the McLean knight just advances, his own red aura flaring with deadly intent. The McLean knight's expression is one of grim satisfaction, a slight, almost cruel smile playing on his lips as he prepares to deliver the final strike. He moves with incredible, blurring speed, a phantom against the backdrop of red battle energy, easily outmaneuvering his outclassed opponents. Two Sylvan knights cry out in pain and surprise as they are struck down, completely unable to keep up with the McLean knight's blinding speed and overwhelming power. A sword clatters heavily to the ground, dropped by a defeated Sylvan knight. The tide of battle has decisively, irrevocably turned. The blonde McLean knight stands amidst two disarmed and heavily wounded Sylvan knights, his fighting spirit burning with an intense, almost visible heat. One of the defeated Sylvan knights clutches his wrist in agony, exclaiming about his shattered hand. His companion observes in disbelief that even their own captain, Colleen, isn't this fast, realizing even their commander might be outmatched. The victorious McLean knight smirks to himself, thinking how the iron bloodsword technique helped him overcome the wall he'd been stuck behind for so long, allowing him to become a high-ranking knight. Intermediate-rank knights are no problem for him now. He scans the chaotic battlefield, his gaze sharp and calculating. Right now, he muses, the only real threat remaining to them is that one other high-ranking knight, undoubtedly referring to Colleen, who is still fighting fiercely elsewhere. Meanwhile, Logan McLean, observing the entire battle unfold from a strategic vantage point, narrows his eyes. A cunning, almost predatory smirk plays on his lips. But, thinks, there's no need to worry about that. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Logan himself leaps into action, a blur of motion as he heads directly towards the remaining, most dangerous threat. He closes the distance in an instant, appearing like a phantom before Colleen, Sylvan's knight commander, who is currently locked in combat with other McLean knights. Logan's own powerful aura flares to life, golden and overwhelming. Colleen, sensing an immense, suffocating new pressure, turns abruptly. His eyes widen in shock and dawning horror as he beholds Logan, radiating an unbelievable level of power. A choked gasp escapes him. The battle rages, but for a heartbeat, we slip into Logan's mind, a flashback to his solitary, relentless training. He remembers that even after mastering the second style of the Divine Sword secrets, and getting tantalizingly close to the level of a high-ranking knight, there was still a frustrating barrier. A wall he'd initially, perhaps arrogantly, assumed would be easy to overcome. But that wall, the final, elusive step to true mastery, had remained stubbornly impenetrable for the last few agonizing months. We see him standing before a symbolic stone wall, the immense weight of his efforts pressing down on him. He recalls it as a period filled with gnawing anxiousness, a time where he felt like he could just glimpse what lay beyond that frustrating wall, yet couldn't quite break through to reach it. He walks alone in a desolate, misty landscape, sword held ready, the very image of his solitary, often disheartening struggle to shatter his own limits. Back in the fiery present, facing Colleen, Logan's eyes gleam with a new, fierce determination. He thinks, if it's a high-ranking knight from another fief, one who hasn't learned the secrets of the iron blood sword like my father or Heinkel. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across Logan's face, his aura suddenly flaring with a brilliant golden light. Then I'll be able to finally surpass that wall. This battle, this opponent, is the key he's been desperately waiting for. Colleen, Sylvan's knight commander, stares in utter disbelief, sweat dripping down his face. He simply can't comprehend the sheer, overwhelming power now radiating from Logan. Their swords clash with a deafening, ear-splitting shriek of metal, sparks flying as Logan meets Callion's powerful attack head-on. Colleen grits his teeth, straining against an unexpected, almost impossible force. Logan, now surrounded by a vortex of swirling golden energy, presses his attack relentlessly, his movements fluid, powerful, and utterly precise. Kalian is immediately forced onto the defensive, his expression a mixture of raw shock and desperate exertion. Kalian is thrown back slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Urk? You numbskull," he curses, struggling to understand. He thinks he's clashing with pure, brute power without any discernible technique or finesse. Logan, meanwhile, is a picture of focused intensity, his own sword glowing with golden light. Kalian stumbles, barely managing to maintain his footing. "I was pushed back," he mutters, completely stunned by the raw force of Logan's assault. He stares at Logan, who stands firm, his blade steady, surrounded by a calm, yet intensely powerful golden aura. Kalian's mind reels in confusion. Against a mere intermediate knight? This simply shouldn't be happening. Desperately trying to regain his composure and rationalize his momentary, shocking setback, thinks with a grimace, I must have let my guard down. His own red aura flares around his feet, a sign of his own power. He glares at Logan, his voice tight with barely suppressed anger. "I won't go easy on you anymore, brat." But Logan, his expression unchanging, simply thinks, bullshit. He sees right through Kalian's bluster and bravado. Logan's eyes narrow slightly. He senses Kalian preparing a more serious, perhaps even desperate, attack. Indeed, Kalian raises his sword, and two more blades, constructed of pure, shimmering red force energy, materialize beside his own physical weapon. He's counting them down in his mind, a grim focus setting in. 3 swords. Kalian now stands surrounded by his main blade and two spectral force blades, a look of fierce, almost desperate determination etched on his face. His eyes lock onto Logan, every fiber of his being coiled, ready to unleash this complex, multi-pronged assault. Kalian charges forward, his cape billowing dramatically behind him, the three swords moving as one, creating a terrifying blur of red energy aimed at overwhelming Logan through sheer numbers and unpredictable angles. Logan remains unnervingly calm, his gaze steady and analytical. He observes Kalian's flashy technique, thinking with cold logic. Regardless of the show, his real sword is the one he's physically holding. But then, a flicker of doubt, a sudden unease, crosses Kalian's mind as he sees Logan's unwavering focus on his main blade. Wait, isn't that too obvious? He thinks, a sliver of uncertainty creeping in. Before Kalian can fully process this unsettling thought, Logan explodes into motion, not just deflecting, but aggressively attacking all three swords simultaneously with blinding, almost impossible speed. "Urk." Kalian grunts, caught completely off guard by Logan's ferociously offensive counter. A look of dawning realization, mixed with a hint of shock, appears in Logan's eyes as he feels the solid impact from all three blades. He thinks with grim, undeniable certainty, all of them are real. Kalian smirks, believing he has gained the upper hand. "You're lucky. I was aiming for your neck," he taunts, though Logan is already adjusting, his focus unbroken. Logan returns the smirk, a hint of almost detached amusement in his eyes. "All of those swords are indeed real. An intriguing stunt," he comments, completely unfazed by the revelation. Kalian, surrounded by his swirling, crimson force blades, declares with a flourish, "Enjoy the show. Until you die." He presses his attack with renewed ferocity, the three red blades dancing and weaving around Logan like angry hornets, seeking any opening, any weakness. Logan, however, meets the furious assault with his own focused, unwavering power, his golden aura flaring brightly. He thinks, almost casually, one more sword, clearly indicating he's anticipated and prepared for this level of attack. Kalian, seeing Logan holding his ground against the onslaught, grits his teeth in frustration. But, he thinks, a new, steely resolve hardening his expression. "I've got some tricks up my sleeve too." Kalian's own aura intensifies dramatically, his sword glowing brighter as he prepares to unleash even more of his formidable power. Kalian is now manipulating his force blades with even greater skill, making them weave and strike from unexpected, almost impossible angles. He thinks, struggling, what is that strange aura? The swords seem to get stronger, heavier, the closer they get to him. As if they've been entangled in his aura. He's desperately trying to understand the nature of Logan's unique, overwhelming power. But Logan's defense remains impenetrable, a golden fortress against the crimson storm. Colleen grunts in growing frustration, ugh. His face contorts in a furious snarl. Don't fuck with me, he screams internally, his pride wounded, his confidence crumbling. Logan stands firm amidst the deadly storm of red force blades, his own brilliant golden aura creating a seemingly unbreakable protective barrier, deflecting Callion's increasingly desperate attacks. Logan parries another strike, a slight, almost condescending smirk on his face. He thinks, you create more swords using force, but you're still being pushed back by the sheer pressure of my force blade. He's coolly analyzing Callion's technique, noting its inherent flaws and weaknesses. Sparks fly as their blades clash repeatedly, a whirlwind of light and sound. Logan observes with chilling detachment, good. His aura has faltered. He's systematically, patiently breaking down Callion's offensive, piece by piece. Logan grits his teeth slightly, feeling the undeniable pressure of multiple simultaneous attacks. Scratches, small but telling, appear on his cheek. I feel like I'm fighting 5 men at once, he admits to himself, acknowledging the genuine difficulty of Callion's technique. He tells himself to calm down. The force blades continue their relentless assault. He strategizes, if I can restrain just 1 or 2 of them with the force blade, I can create the opening I need. His eyes narrow in intense concentration, calculating, waiting. Even if I have to take a few steps back, take it slow. He's biding his time, drawing Colleen in, looking for that one perfect, decisive moment to strike. Suddenly, Logan's entire demeanor shifts. A wild, almost taunting grin spreads across his face. Is that all you've got? He provokes, his voice dripping with scorn. It's so weak I'm actually getting bored. Colleen, completely enraged by the blatant taunt, loses his composure entirely. Die! He roars, lunging forward recklessly with all 3 force blades aimed directly at Logan's heart, which is symbolically shown being pierced. Logan sidesteps the desperate, telegraphed attack with contemptuous, almost insulting ease. Callion's blades slash nothing but empty air. Logan's own sword is already a blur of golden light, moving for the counter. With a swift, devastating counterattack, Logan's golden glowing blade arcs through the air, striking Colleen with pinpoint accuracy. The blow lands solidly on Callion's chest, blood spurting violently from the deep wound. Youth! Colleen chokes out, his eyes wide with unimaginable pain and utter shock. Colleen stumbles back, clutching his bleeding chest. How? He gasps, looking over his shoulder at Logan in disbelief. He thinks, his mind reeling, I witnessed it, but his speed far exceeded mine at that critical moment. Logan stands calmly, his back momentarily to Colleen, his sword still radiating a faint, potent golden light. The vast difference in their skill is now brutally, undeniably clear. Colleen pants heavily, blood staining his armor, a terrifying, unthinkable thought dawning on him. See, could it be? He stammers, the horrifying realization hitting him with the force of a physical blow. Logan turns, his expression cold and businesslike, devoid of any emotion. I'll need to give you a present, he says, his voice chillingly calm. For becoming my experience. His words are a quiet, chilling death sentence. This fierce battle for Logan was merely a stepping stone, a catalyst for his own growth. Logan raises his sword, which now blazes with an intense, almost blinding golden aura. Colleen watches in abject horror, completely outmatched, as Logan prepares his final, devastating strike. This is the true, overwhelming power of a high-ranked knight. The golden energy erupts upwards, a brilliant pillar of light signifying Logan breaking through his final barrier, achieving a new level of mastery. Callion's eyes are wide with a mixture of terror and awe. A high-ranked, he barely manages to utter, finally, fatally, understanding the true, terrifying extent of Logan's power. Logan leaps into the air, his body a conduit for the immense golden energy, which swirls around him like a majestic, deadly vortex as he aims down at the helpless Colleen. He lands, and two spectral force blades, identical in form to Callion's earlier technique but infinitely more potent, now hover beside him. "Thanks for playing with me," Logan says, a final, almost dismissive remark. Colleen can only whisper, his voice filled with despair, "Impossible." Logan decides to end this, and he wants to end it as flashy as possible. To raise the morale of our troops, he thinks, glancing towards his own knights, who are already cheering, sensing the shift in power. And to make the enemies despair. He sees the terrified, broken faces of Sylvan's remaining soldiers. His eyes blaze with golden power. Divine Sword Secret's first style. Rippling Divide. Logan unleashes his ultimate attack, a massive, cataclysmic wave of golden energy that explodes outwards, engulfing everything in its path. Colleen is caught directly in the heart of the blast. Colleen screams, "Hugh," as the overwhelming, irresistible power of Rippling Divide tears through him. The screen whites out with the sheer force of the devastating attack. Sylvan soldiers stare in abject horror and disbelief. "Didoncho! Captain," one cries out, his voice choked with despair. Another stammers, his face pale, "Sea Captain has lost." Below, Logan stands, his sword still radiating a gentle power, the clear, undisputed victor. The battlefield falls into a stunned, eerie silence for a moment, the remaining Sylvan soldiers frozen in shock, fear, and utter hopelessness. Logan raises his voice, his words carrying clearly across the now quiet field, "I've slain the enemy's leader. We've captured Soto Sylvan." A slight misstatement, as he actually defeated Colleen, Sylvan's commander, but the devastating psychological effect is the same. Patrick McLean, his voice booming with authority, then demands of the remaining shattered Sylvan forces, "We will show mercy to those who surrender their weapons and kneel. Surrender now, or face annihilation." Logan, with a slight, almost sheepish grin, scratches the back of his head as if he just happened to appear at the decisive moment. Kaiselin, or perhaps another knight watching, might be thinking with awe, when did he even get there? Completely impressed by his young lord's sudden, overwhelmingly decisive intervention. A text box appears on screen, starkly summarizing the casualties for Sylvan Fief, Colleen, their brave knight commander, and 42 other knights are dead. Another summary appears, 1,223 Sylvan soldier casualties. A discarded sword lies forlornly on the bloodied, churned-up ground, a testament to the battle's brutality. For the McLean forces, McLean knights, Famez and 5 other knights have fallen. Crucially, however, there are 0 soldier casualties, a stunning testament to the overwhelming effectiveness of the crossbows and Logan's brilliant, ruthless strategy. The McLean knights look grim but undeniably victorious. The battle that began just that morning, against a numerically superior and confident foe, took only a few brutal hours before ending in the complete, overwhelming victory of McLean. Their fiery banner is raised triumphantly over Sylvan's castle walls as the McLean soldiers erupt in thunderous, exultant cheers. But this victory, as decisive and shocking as it was, would inevitably spark a larger, more dangerous war. The implications are ominous and far-reaching. Elsewhere, Viscount Max Parida, his face shrouded in shadow, receives the stunning news. "Sylvan, lost to McLean?" he asks, his voice laced with disbelief and perhaps a nascent hint of fear. A knight kneels before him in a grand, opulent hall, confirming the unwelcome tidings. "Yes, sir. It is true." The knight, his face hidden by a mask or deep shadow, continues, his voice carefully neutral, "I may be overstepping my bounds, my lord, but I believe it is now time for you to make a decisive move. Lord of the Southwest." Parida sits silently on his ornate throne, his expression completely unreadable, but the immense pressure is now squarely on him to respond to McLean's shocking, game-changing victory. In the aftermath of the battle, Patrick McLean stands before the defeated, disheveled Viscount Soto Sylvan, his sword point resting lightly near Sylvan's throat. Patrick's voice is firm, but carries a sliver of unexpected magnanimity. "Soto Sylvan," he declares, "I will give you one chance. Apologize for your sins. Take the minimum of your belongings and leave this land with your kin." Sylvan, now a humbled, broken captive, looks up at the towering, imposing figure of Patrick McLean, who embodies righteous, undeniable victory. The offer, though undeniably harsh, is a chance for survival, a sliver of hope. But Sylvan, ever arrogant even in the face of utter defeat, his face bruised and his once proud hair now disheveled, spits back defiantly, "This sort of outrageous seize of control will not be tolerated by the royal family, no." Patrick's eyes narrow dangerously at the mention of a higher power. Sylvan, emboldened by his own foolishness, continues his bluster. "It will be impermissible by the Lord of the Southwest, Count Beffrose." He's desperately, foolishly trying to invoke a greater authority to save his own skin. Nearby, Logan sighs, a weary expression crossing his face. That's the worst possible thing to say in front of father right now. He then explains the painful, bitter history, perhaps to a nearby knight or simply in an internal monologue. The fall of the McLeans can largely be attributed to the mismanagement of the Count at that time. But the one who truly caused a rebellion, seeking to profit off of the ensuing chaos. We see a flashback image of a younger, blonde noble, his face twisted with ambition, orchestrating chaos and destruction. Was Beffrose one of McLean's own vassals? The betrayal, even generations later, stings with a fresh, raw pain. The narration continues, showing a flag bearing the Beffrose insignia planted firmly on what were once bountiful McLean lands. McLean's former rich, fertile lands became the Beffrose Plains, and this naturally, inevitably, made Beffrose the undisputed lord of the Southwest region. Logan reflects further, of course, thanks to some royal intervention, Beffrose did not, or perhaps could not, order McLean to serve directly under him. Nor would he have gained much from doing so at that point. Our remaining lands were quite barren. By the time McLean was left with their current, less fertile and more challenging territory. Patrick's face darkens considerably, his aura flaring, at the mere mention of the name Beffrose. That name alone is enough to ignite his deepest fury. But just hearing that name is enough to completely ruin his mood, Logan observes grimly. Patrick's voice drops to a dangerous, chilling growl. "So you wish to die without even taking that opportunity one offered?" Viscount Sylvan's eyes widen in sudden, abject terror, finally realizing he's pushed Patrick McLean far, far too far. He stammers, his arrogance vanishing in an instant, "I." He tries to desperately say, "I want a dash," but Patrick, his patience utterly exhausted, silences him permanently with a swift, decisive and brutal sword stroke. Viscount Soto Sylvan crumples lifelessly to the ground. Logan and Patrick stand over his body for a moment, the grim deed done, the consequence of foolish pride. Logan turns to his father, his expression calm, almost detached. "I respected his wishes for an honorable death," he states, a touch of grim, knowing irony in his voice, "and finished him off painlessly." Patrick nods, a hint of grim approval in his eyes despite the somberness of the situation. "Well done, son." Logan continues, looking thoughtful, "We at least tried to offer him a choice, so hopefully other nobles won't be able to use this as a legitimate means to attack us." His gaze hardens, his focus already shifting to the next threat. Especially Beffrose. He clenches his bloodied gauntlet. "We need to be extremely careful, as he's an enemy we simply can't handle yet." A few weeks later, within the now conquered Sylvan Castle, Logan is meeting with his father and key advisors. Patrick reports that they're keeping a close watch, but Parita has made no moves yet. An advisor, perhaps Philip Claude or Rick, questions if Parita would even dare to, implying he might be too scared after Sylvan's swift defeat. Patrick then turns to Logan, asking about the situation at Tesron Castle. Logan, looking confident, replies that with Elder Clayton stationed there, he should be able to hold against almost anything that might happen. Logan strokes his chin thoughtfully. "Yeah, hold." He then reflects, his strategic mind always at work. Brute force was not the only attribute that caused our decisive victory against Sylvan. He explains his reasoning clearly. Viscount Sylvan severely underestimated us, while the McLeans brought every ounce of force they could possibly muster. Images of Sylvan's earlier arrogance and Patrick's determined, overwhelming charge flash by, reinforcing his point. And we still had one major card up our sleeve, one we wanted to keep hidden, by stationing them behind Tesron. This, of course, refers to Elder Clayton and his formidable army of Earth Golems, a powerful, game-changing asset kept in reserve. We see Clayton standing resolutely before a massive, intimidating Earth Golem. Logan continues, his expression turning serious as he considers their expanded responsibilities, but managing 3 castles spread out like this simply won't work efficiently in the long run. We need to make things more streamlined, more efficient. He turns to his father with a well-thought-out proposal. Father, what about shifting the center of our lands? If we designate the newly developed towns as the central hub, it will make it significantly easier to manage and defend all 3 castles effectively. His advisors listen intently, recognizing the strategic sense. One of his advisors, possibly the astute Philip Claude, immediately voices his agreement. He is absolutely correct. We've cleared out the monster-infested woods, so leaving only a minimum defensive force in the old McLean keep won't be an issue. We can keep the main body of knights stationed in the new towns of McLean, ready to march to either Tesron or Sylvan on immediate command. Patrick McLean considers this strategic shift for a moment, then nods his approval. Yes, that would indeed be a wise and practical idea. Logan allows himself a small, almost imperceptible smile of satisfaction, his arms crossed. He thinks, with a touch of relief, I won't need to personally micromanage things myself now. His father and advisors are clearly capable of understanding and implementing the broader strategy. Patrick then changes the subject, turning his attention to the spoils of war. Logan, you said we captured 75 of Sylvan's knights? Logan confirms, yes, they are all currently in cells. Among them were also 8 intermediate-rank knights. Patrick asks, a practical edge to his voice, could you try to persuade them to serve under us? Logan smiles confidently. No man would have sworn absolute, undying loyalty to someone like Soto Sylvan. It shouldn't be a problem to turn them. Logan has a slightly wicked, calculating grin as he thinks, to think a single, swift battle earns us this many knights. It's far more efficient than trying to pick out and train young talent from scratch. His expression turns more serious as he reflects on the risks they took. But if Sylvan had moved even a little more cautiously, or been less arrogant, we'd have suffered quite a few casualties. And we'd likely only have been able to capture a quarter of these knights at best. He looks out a window, his gaze resolute. It won't be like this in the future. We can't afford to dwell too much in this victory. I should warn Father to stay vigilant, to remain on guard. Patrick, however, is already feeling a surge of optimism and confidence. With these additional forces, even Parita no longer seems so fearsome. He claps Logan warmly on the shoulder, beaming with fatherly pride. This is all thanks to you, Logan. Your strategy, your foresight. Logan looks slightly embarrassed by the effusive praise, a small, almost inaudible, escaping him as he averts his gaze. He thinks, a fond, indulgent look briefly crossing his face, I should probably just let him enjoy it for today. He sighs, a small, almost weary gesture, accepting his father's unbridled joy and pride in their recent accomplishments. Suddenly, the celebratory mood is shattered as a messenger bursts into the room, looking flustered and holding a sealed scroll. Sir, we've just received an urgent message from Befros. Logan and Patrick exchange instantly alarmed glances. The very name Befros immediately sours the atmosphere, a cold wave washing over the room. The messenger quickly unrolls the official scroll. I will read out the transcript immediately. He begins, his voice slightly trembling. As the Lord of the Southwest, I express deep and profound discomfort with the yearly, unceasing wars initiated by the McLean family. Patrick is instantly enraged, his aura flaring. Lord of the Southwest? How dare he use that title to us? The messenger continues, trying to ignore Patrick's rising anger. With a request from the late Viscount Sylvan, both Perita and the McLeans must cease their current conflict immediately. Logan scoffs, a bitter amusement in his tone. They started it, and now they're asking for intervention from on high? Soto Sylvan truly had no shame even in his final moments. Patrick, still fuming, says through gritted teeth, "Let's finish hearing it out before I decide what to do." The message from Befros goes on, but acknowledging that the true reason for this constant conflict is because I, as the regional lord, have not properly performed my duties, and not properly pushed for the peaceful coexistence within the region. Both Logan and Patrick look genuinely surprised by this unexpected admission. Huh. So I, Roger Befros, on the occasion of my 50th birthday next month, I hereby invite the heirs of each noble family of the Southwest to come and discuss future goals for the region as a whole. Patrick explodes in uncontrollable fury. Bullshit. He slams his fist down on the table with such force that the poor messenger is knocked completely off his feet by the sheer shockwave of Patrick's violent aura. Patrick is so incensed his powerful aura literally tears his clothes to shreds. Invite the heirs? Discuss goals? Does he honestly think McLean serves under the likes of Befros? Logan, watching this impressive outburst, looks on with a mixture of exasperation and wry amusement, thinking, his energy actually tore his clothes. The messenger, now looking utterly terrified and half undressed, stammers out the end of the message, and finally, he says that not participating will signal an inability to discuss matters together as a region. Patrick sneers, his voice dripping with contempt, a seemingly polite way to make a thinly veiled threat. Patrick declares firmly, his resolve hardening, no matter what, the McLeans will not bow to such threats. But Logan, a thoughtful, calculating expression on his face, calmly interjects, actually, it sounds rather interesting. Everyone in the room, Patrick, the terrified messenger, the stunned advisors, stares at Logan in complete, stunned silence. What? They all think in unison. Logan smiles, a cunning, almost mischievous glint in his eyes. It might not be such a bad idea to visit, Father. Patrick looks at Logan, his fiery anger momentarily forgotten, replaced by a flicker of confusion and a dawning realization that his son, as always, has a deeper plan. He sighs, a long, weary sound, placing his hand heavily on the table. Hugh, I respect your will in this, Logan. However, Patrick slams his fist down on the table again with tremendous, earth-shattering force, completely shattering it into splinters. His powerful aura flares once more, nearly blasting the poor messenger's remaining tattered clothes clean off. No matter what, we cannot, and will not, let ourselves kneel to Befros. I cannot allow it, even if I die. The messenger yelps in terror, not the paper, desperately trying to save the official document from the destructive outburst. Logan, now somehow holding a potted plant with a slightly manic, teasing grin, asks his father innocently, "So, do you want a burial now, Father?" The messenger, caught in the crossfire, pleads, "And no patricide, young master." Patrick sighs again, rubbing his temples, clearly exhausted by his own volcanic outburst and Logan's increasingly unpredictable antics. Ha! He visibly calms himself down. All right, I'll hear you out. What exactly are you thinking, Logan? Logan looks composed, ready to explain his reasoning. Logan begins, his voice calm and measured. No matter what we do, or how strong we've become, we simply cannot beat Befros yet. Not in a direct confrontation. Patrick nods gravely, acknowledging the hard truth. That is correct. Patrick elaborates on Befros's formidable strength. He has at least 2 advanced knights, 15 high-ranking knights, and a total of over 300 knights in his direct command, and that's just the part of their forces that are publicly known. The advisors look grim, one noting with respect, he knows their strength well, and another, he's very detailed on the knightly orders. Logan continues his sober assessment, correct. And while things may seem to be going exceptionally well for us now, we're actually crossing a very fine, very dangerous line. Now that we've successfully overtaken both Tesron and Sylvan, Befrose is undoubtedly watching us very, very closely. If we try to flaunt our newfound strength, or act too aggressively when we're right next door to such a powerful entity, we may very well end up being completely trampled. Logan's expression is deadly serious, emphasizing the dire, existential danger they now face. And above all, we need time, Logan states, his voice firm. Time to properly unite the Knights of Sylvan under our banner and to ensure Farida fully serves under us. Time to completely reorganize and consolidate our forces. And I also need time to properly learn and master the Divine Sword Secret's third style. And, just as importantly, time for our other knights to continue their training and grow stronger. He has a long, critical list of preparations that cannot be rushed. Patrick interjects, offering a piece of historical context. But the Southwest region is different from other regions in the kingdom. Unlike the lords of other areas, Befrose cannot simply demand the allegiance of the other nobles of this region. The reason for this unique situation is complex, Patrick continues, but it is the established truth. If Befrose attempts to arbitrarily exercise his right as an overarching lord, the other nobles of the Southwest will undoubtedly express significant discontent, perhaps even open resistance. Logan, however, gently shakes his head. No, father. That may have been true once, but things have changed. When I went to the capital, I learned that Percival and Rodman, two territories to the north of Befrose, had long ago secretly sworn their loyalty to Befrose. Patrick is visibly shocked by this revelation. What? Logan clarifies, a shadow in his eyes. I saw it in my previous life, to be exact. Patrick sits down heavily, the weight of this new, unwelcome information pressing down on him. When did things come to this? He murmurs, his voice filled with weariness. Patrick looks down, a pained expression etched on his face, the heavy burden of their precarious situation and the ghosts of past betrayals clearly evident. He looks up at Logan, his voice filled with a deep, heartfelt regret. You are forced to face such shame, such difficult choices, because our family currently lacks the overwhelming power it once had. I'm sorry, my son. Logan smiles faintly, a determined, unwavering look in his eyes. Alright then, I officially got permission. His father's apology, in its own way, is an acceptance of Logan's risky, but necessary, plan. You know of my skills, father. There won't be any real issue, Logan reassures him confidently. Let's just think of it as a chance to see how the lands of our ancestors have changed over the years. The journey will be a crucial reconnaissance mission as much as a delicate diplomatic one. Suddenly, a familiar, booming, and slightly panicked voice shouts from just outside the room, Master! Logan turns, slightly surprised as he's just about to depart, already geared up in practical traveling attire. Hamar, the dwarf craftsman, rushes up to him, looking agitated, out of breath, and deeply concerned. Is it true you're being sold off to the enemies? He demands, his voice filled with genuine alarm. Logan replies calmly, a hint of amusement in his tone, I just came back to town, Hamar. What sort of wild rumors are going around now? Hamar continues, his voice filled with genuine, heartfelt concern, but if you die... Logan looks genuinely touched by the dwarf's unexpected display of worry, a small, warm smile playing on his lips. Heh, I guess we're actually close enough to be worried for each other now, huh? Hamar grabs Logan's arm, his expression desperate and almost pleading. What about your promise to me? My freedom. You'll ensure it's kept, right? You promised. The dwarf is clearly panicking about his own future if Logan meets an untimely end. With a sharp, decisive crack, Logan easily breaks Hamar's surprisingly strong grip. I'm not dying, and I'm certainly not being sold off. Learn to ignore stupid, unfounded rumors, Hamar. Hamar mutters, puffing his cheeks out indignantly, but most of the stupid rumors about you turned out to be real in the past. Logan clears his throat, looking slightly embarrassed by that inconvenient truth. Ahem. Hamar, still grumbling under his breath but somewhat mollified, thrusts a long, carefully cloth-wrapped object at Logan. Anyways, take this with you, wherever it is you're headed. Logan looks puzzled. What's this? Hamar proudly unwraps the bundle to reveal a magnificent, gleaming sword. I didn't have enough time to decorate it properly, to add all the flourishes, but it's for you. Hamar puffs out his chest with immense pride, giving Logan a confident thumbs up. I personally assure you of its unparalleled quality. He declares with a voice full of deep, heartfelt pride. It's a sword forged of pure, unadulterated mithril. Logan stares at the blade, which glows with an ethereal, almost otherworldly light, utterly stunned and momentarily speechless. A close-up shows the exquisitely designed pommel of the sword, intricately crafted with the McLean family crest, sparkling beautifully in the light. Logan, cloaked and carrying a simple traveler's pack that hides his new mithril sword, arrives at the imposing gates of Befro's castle. The fortress looms, a clear symbol of Befro's dominance. A servant informs him they've reached their destination. Inside a waiting room, or perhaps a carriage, another young nobleman, Plone Parida, heir to Viscount Parida, is also waiting. A guard tells him to wait until someone comes to receive them. Plone, looking bored and impatient, just grunts his acknowledgement. Plone glances out the window and spots Logan standing near the gate, still cloaked and unassuming. Plone's eyes narrow slightly as he thinks, a hint of disdain already forming. That guy is... A Befro's guard approaches Logan. Are you Sir McLean? This way, please. The name, McLean, echoes in Plone's mind, instantly grabbing his full, and rather arrogant, attention. Plone watches Logan with a mixture of disbelief and poorly concealed arrogance. He muses to himself that he can't believe the McLeans really occupied Sylvan, but notes with satisfaction that Logan seems to be here alone, without any guards. A smug, knowing smile spreads across Plone's face. I guess they took quite a bit of loss in their little war with the Sylvans, then? That must be it. He's clearly underestimating McLean's true strength and Logan's formidable capabilities. Logan, from his position, either overhears Plone's dismissive thoughts or perhaps just senses his blatant arrogance. Logan thinks with sharp disdain, reflecting Plone's likely sentiment. If it weren't for Befro's intervention, we, the Paridas, would have taken their heads by now. Plone is clearly still bitter about their earlier alliance with Sylvan failing so spectacularly. Just then, Plone exits his carriage, his face flushed with indignation. What's this? He demands of a nearby guard. Why am I being given the same treatment as someone who looks like a complete nobody? The guard stammers, clearly intimidated. Sir. Plone glances dismissively at Logan, a sneer on his face. What? He says, then mutters under his breath, loud enough for Logan to hear. It's not like he'll hear me anyway. And if it weren't for the Count stepping in, then they'd be on their knees right now, begging me to save their pathetic lives. Logan, his expression carefully neutral, simply listens to the tirade. Plone thinks with smug contempt, Kukuk? He can't even say a single word back to me. As Plone arrogantly walks past, Logan subtly bows his head, a carefully calculated gesture of false deference that Plone, in his self-importance, doesn't even register. Plone stops directly before Logan, a condescending smile plastered on his face. I'm Plone Parita, he introduces himself with an air of superiority. I've heard a lot about you from Count Befro's. I heard you killed 6 knights in an instant. His eyes flick down, assessing Logan with open skepticism. He thinks, he's wearing armor under his clothes, sure. But the hilt of his sword is completely clean, meaning it hasn't seen recent battle, or so his foolish assumption goes. Plone extends his hand, a clear challenge in his eyes. Maybe what I heard was just an exaggerated rumor. Logan takes his hand, his own expression completely unreadable. Nice to meet you, I'm Logan McLean. Plone continues his condescending assessment. You look much younger than I imagined. His eyes narrow with suspicion. I'm starting to think the rumors about your exploits were greatly exaggerated. As they shake hands, Plone suddenly grips Logan's hand with immense, crushing force, attempting a blatant show of physical dominance. Logan remains outwardly calm, his expression unchanging, though he undoubtedly feels the intense, painful pressure. Then, a tiny, almost imperceptible smile touches Logan's lips. He's not so easily intimidated, not by a long shot. With a sudden, invisible surge of his own formidable power, Logan reverses the pressure, his grip tightening around Plone's hand like an iron vice. Plone cries out, "K." His eyes bulge in sheer shock and unbearable pain. He's so strong, he thinks, completely taken aback, his arrogance shattering. Logan releases Plone's hand, which is now visibly red, swollen, and throbbing. "Oh my. I do apologize," Logan says, his voice smooth, polite, and utterly insincere. He adds, with a slight, almost mocking smile, "I mistakenly thought you were trying to initiate a contest of strength with me." Plone glares at Logan, his face contorted with raw humiliation and burning rage, tears of pain and shame welling in his eyes. "This asshole," he seethes internally, his pride in tatters. Plone, his pride completely shattered and his temper flaring, instinctively reaches for his sword. "I impudent bastard," he snarls, losing all composure. His hand closes around the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white, ready to draw it and redeem his wounded ego. Plone draws his sword with a flourish, his personal knights behind him also preparing for an immediate confrontation. He's completely lost his head. "I'll teach you, a brat from the despicable McLean family, a much-needed lesson on manners." Plone shouts, his face flushed a deep crimson with anger, his sword raised threateningly. A Befro's guard immediately steps forward, his spear firmly barring Plone's path. Personal fights are strictly forbidden within the Befro's territory. Logan, adjusting his cloak with a sigh of bored exasperation, retorts, "Ha, you keep spouting bullshit which you clearly can't take responsibility for." Logan looks at Plone with cool, undisguised disdain. "For someone who's supposed to be the heir of a territory, why don't you learn to know your place?" Plone is momentarily stunned by the guard's firm intervention and Logan's sharp, cutting words, his explosive anger giving way to a flicker of fear and confusion. But his irrational rage quickly returns, overriding any sense. "How dare you insult me? Get him," he orders his knights, pointing a trembling finger at Logan. The Parita knights, loyal but foolish, advance on Logan. Logan turns to face them, his expression calm but undeniably deadly. "You people!" Before he can finish his sentence, the Parita knights attack, their swords flashing in a poorly coordinated assault. With blinding, almost imperceptible speed, Logan draws his new mithril sword. The gleaming blade meets the knight's swords with a series of sharp, definitive cracks, arcs of golden light effortlessly deflecting their clumsy blows. In a single, fluid, almost contemptuous motion, Logan dispatches the attacking knights, his mithril sword a blur of deadly efficiency. A close-up shows the mithril sword, perfectly intact, gleaming with an inner power. Logan holds it with an almost casual ease, as if he just swatted away annoying flies. Plone stares in utter, slack-jawed disbelief. "Impossible!" he whispers, sweat pouring down his face, his mind unable to process what he just witnessed. He realizes, with dawning, sickening horror, all of their swords, every single one, have been broken cleanly in two. The Parita knights stand frozen, holding the shattered, useless remnants of their blades, their faces masks of pure shock and terrified disbelief. Plone, desperately trying to comprehend what just happened, thinks in a panic, "I didn't feel any force from him at all. He did it with just the power of his sword alone." Logan stands calmly, his mithril blade radiating a subtle, inherent power, its edge impossibly sharp. A small, confident smirk plays on Logan's lips. He met their foolish aggression with overwhelming, almost disdainful, effortless superiority. Plone continues his panicked internal assessment, his mind racing. "I don't feel any magic power from it either. That means that's not some kind of artifact." He simply can't understand the source of the sword's incredible sharpness and unnatural durability. One of the Befro's guards, who witnessed the brief, decisive exchange, looks at Logan with newfound respect and a clear touch of awe. "That's an incredible sword, sir. If it's not too rude, may I ask where you bought such a blade?" Logan, already turning to walk away, replies curtly without looking back, "It is rude." The guard can only assume, scratching his head in puzzlement, "I guess he just got incredibly lucky and found a remarkably good sword somewhere." Plone is left standing there, utterly humiliated, thoroughly shaken, and boiling with impotent rage, his broken sword knights equally stunned and fearful. Just then, the sound of heavy, rhythmic, and authoritative footsteps approaches them. A commanding figure in ornate, gleaming armor strides purposefully towards them, flanked by several imposing Befros guards. This is clearly someone of high importance and significant power. Logan turns, his expression carefully neutral, betraying nothing. Plone also looks up, a flicker of desperate hope perhaps that this newcomer will take his side and punish Logan. A Befros officer announces with due ceremony, "The Knight of Moonlight, Sir Franz, has arrived." The imposing knight, Sir Franz, with distinguished silver hair and a stern, no-nonsense demeanor, comes to a halt directly before them. A murmur of awe and respect goes through the gathered crowd of servants and lower-ranking soldiers. The Knight of Moonlight, Franz himself? The Knight of Moonlight came here in person? The upper advanced knight is here to receive someone in person. This is clearly a significant, and perhaps calculated, gesture from Count Befros. Logan instantly recognizes the name and the formidable reputation that precedes it. He thinks, with a flicker of caution, one of the two legendary upper advanced knights of Befros. Sir Franz looks Logan and Plone over with a critical, assessing gaze. Logan observes him keenly in return, silver hair and silver eyes. Just as I've heard, he definitely stands out from the crowd. Logan muses, his mind already calculating the implications. To think they'd send an upper advanced knight, one of their top commanders, to receive two brats from the countryside. That means either Befros really cares about what we think and is showing respect, or... He trails off, considering the more likely and more dangerous alternative, that it's a deliberate display of overwhelming power and intimidation. Plone, ever eager to curry favor with the powerful, bows deeply and obsequiously. "Sir Franz, it's an immense honor to meet you. I'm Parita's heir, Plone." Sir Franz simply replies with a cool, almost dismissive, "Nice to meet you." Logan thinks, a touch of contempt in his internal voice as he observes Plone's fawning. If he's the heir of Parita, then... Recalling Plone's earlier explosive arrogance and foolishness, Sir Franz turns his piercing, intelligent gaze to Logan. "Are you from McLean?" His voice is calm but carries an undeniable weight of authority. Logan immediately senses the intent behind the seemingly simple question. He's trying to put pressure on us, huh? Testing our reactions. Logan meets Franz's gaze evenly, without flinching. "Sir Franz, I am Logan McLean." Franz looks intrigued, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Oh, this makes things much clearer. I must say I'm surprised." Plone, hearing this exchange, is shocked into blurting out, "You're an intermediate knight at such a young age?" His earlier assessment of Logan clearly, embarrassingly wrong. The surrounding soldiers, and even Plone himself, are now whispering in genuine amazement. He's an intermediate knight? To think he was so strong not just because of his remarkably good sword. Plone now realizes, with a sinking feeling, that Logan's strength wasn't solely due to the mysterious mithril blade. Logan subtly adjusts his stance, a small, almost imperceptible movement, like settling into a more comfortable posture. He's carefully, precisely controlling his aura. He thinks with quiet satisfaction, a hidden smile in his mind, it worked. A slight, knowing smile plays on Logan's lips, visible only to himself. He's deliberately, skillfully masking his true, overwhelming power. Logan explains his reasoning internally. Starting from the level of a high-ranking knight, there's a unique, sharp, and potent energy about them which can't be easily hidden and can be readily detected by other knights of the same rank or higher. But now that I've reached the level of a high-ranking knight and fully achieved 3 stars in my force core, showing fleeting images of Colleen, his father Patrick, and now Sir Franz, all powerful knights, I'm able to consciously control and suppress the faint, telltale energy that I emit. He stands calmly, projecting the carefully calibrated aura of a strong intermediate knight, not his true, terrifying advanced rank. It's far better to show only this amount of strength for the current Befros to lower their wariness and suspicion. The Befros guards now look at him with a new level of grudging respect, one thinking, he's that strong, even as an intermediate? Logan concludes his thought, that's the primary reason why I didn't bring any guards with me on this dangerous trip. Logan bows respectfully to Sir Franz, a perfect picture of youthful ambition and deference. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I'm working hard every day so that in the far future, I might become somebody like you, Sir Franz. It's a perfectly crafted piece of flattery and carefully projected humility. Sir Franz looks at Logan with a hint of approval, perhaps even a touch of genuine amusement at the young man's audacity. You shouldn't be satisfied with becoming just like me, young man. With your evident talent, you ought to aim to become a true superhuman at least. In any case, it is nice to meet you both. I'll bring you into the castle now. The massive, imposing gates of Befros castle swing open with a deep groan, revealing a grand, meticulously kept courtyard where numerous attendants are lined up in perfect formation. Sir Franz gestures towards an impressive, opulent building within the castle walls. This is the VIP building of Befros Castle. The heirs of Percival and Ruffman have already arrived and are settled in, so please wait here and rest until tomorrow night's grand party. Logan, with Plone looking on with a complex mixture of resentment, envy, and newfound awe, replies calmly, "Understood, Sir Franz." Sir Franz adds, his duty seemingly done, "Now that I've brought you here safely, I'll excuse myself." Logan says politely, maintaining his respectful demeanor, "Sir Franz, thank you for your time and escort." As Sir Franz departs, Logan turns to Plone, his expression slightly, almost innocently, amused. "Isn't this bad?" he asks, a hint of teasing in his voice. Plone, still smarting from his earlier, thorough humiliation but desperately trying to regain some semblance of dignity, sneers, "Kukuk? There's no way someone like you, who came without any servants or luggage, would have appropriate clothes for a formal party. Do you want me to lend you my pajamas?" He grins mockingly, attempting to regain the upper hand. Logan just gives him a completely deadpan, unimpressed look. "Where's my room?" Logan asks a nearby attendant, completely ignoring Plone's childish taunt. "I'm tired and would like to rest." The attendant quickly and respectfully replies, "Right this way, sir. I'll show you to your room. Please follow me." As Logan walks away, he reflects on Plone's earlier, spectacular display of idiocy. I already guessed it when he foolishly led his knights to fight, despite being explicitly warned not to. But he really doesn't understand his situation at all. If that's the general level of Parita's heir and their knights, then occupying their territory won't be difficult in the slightest. Plone and his attendant watch Logan go, Plone still looking annoyed and thoroughly outmaneuvered. Logan continues his thoughts, his mind already several steps ahead, and besides, I don't intend to take off my armor in this dangerous place to begin with. He looks up at the towering, imposing spires of the Befros VIP building, recognizing it for what it is, a fortress within a fortress, a gilded cage. His gaze is steady and determined as he takes in his opulent, yet potentially treacherous, surroundings. A McLean flag, proud and defiant, waves in his mind's eye. This is the very land which my ancestors previously lost to Befros's treachery. The historical weight, the burning injustice of this visit, is not lost on him for a single moment. He enters a lavishly decorated room, an ornate, glittering chandelier hanging above. I must not let my guard down for an instant, he reminds himself, his senses on high alert, because I don't know what could happen in this place. Later, Logan is summoned. He enters a grand, imposing throne room, where a single, powerful figure sits on a high-backed, ornate throne, flanked by two empty, equally imposing ones. The figure on the throne, undoubtedly Count Roger Befros himself, looks down at Logan with a chilling, predatory smile, his eyes gleaming with an unreadable, dangerous light. "Logan McLean," he says, his voice smooth, cultured, and utterly dangerous. Befrose issues a sharp, unexpected command, his voice echoing in the vast chamber, "Unsheath your sword immediately." Logan, though instantly wary, complies without hesitation, his hand moving to the hilt of his new, powerful mithril sword. The ominous thought echoes, "Because I don't know what could happen in this place." The tension is immense, almost unbearable, as Logan prepares to draw his blade in the very presence of the powerful, historically treacherous, and currently unpredictable Count Befrose. The scene shifts to the opulent grand hall of Count Befrose's castle, ablaze with the light of ornate chandeliers. Nobles, draped in their finest silks and jewels, mingle and murmur. Plone Parida is spotted amongst them, laughing a little too loudly, a wine glass clutched in his hand, clearly trying and perhaps failing to fit in. An announcer's voice, or perhaps even Befrose himself, calls out clearly, "Logan, son of McLean." Logan stands before Count Befrose, who is seated with regal composure on his imposing throne. Logan, still in his practical, travel-worn armor, places a hand over his chest in a formal, respectful greeting. Is honored to greet the ruler of these lands, Count Befrose. "Happy birthday." His voice is polite but carries an undercurrent of unyielding firmness. Other nobles at the party whisper amongst themselves, their expressions a condescending mixture of disdain and amusement. What's with the armor?" one lady comments with a titter. Another sneers openly, "Does the bumpkin not even know basic manners?" A third adds, her voice dripping with disapproval, "It's quite inappropriate." Logan's eyes narrow almost imperceptibly, taking in the subtly hostile, condescending atmosphere, but he remains outwardly composed, his face a mask of polite neutrality. He focuses his attention on the man on the throne, Roger Befrose. This is the architect of his family's past suffering, the man who profited from their downfall. Logan reflects on the preparations he made before arriving. "Since he is a potential, and very dangerous, enemy I might have to fight, I spent a few days before I arrived here looking around at the nearby castles and towns under his rule. I fully expected it to be as discontent and poorly managed as Sylvan or Tesron had been, but the common people were actually quite friendly, even content." A commoner is shown expressing a surprisingly positive sentiment. "He's a good man, our count." Another commoner, a cheerful woodcutter, adds with a hearty laugh, "First of all, the taxes are low." Haha. This widespread positive sentiment from the common folk genuinely surprises Logan. Logan quickly considers the serious implications of this discovery. That means they are prosperous and self-sufficient to the point where they do not need to brutally extort their own people. Befrose's territory is clearly well managed and thriving, making him a far more formidable and dangerous opponent than Logan had initially anticipated. Count Befrose, from his throne, smiles benignly, almost warmly at Logan. "Right welcome, young McLean." Befrose continues, his smile becoming a little more pointed, a subtle challenge in his eyes. "Seeing that you've come all this way, I can safely assume McLean intends to follow my wishes for regional peace?" Logan, ever the diplomat when necessary, replies smoothly, his voice even, "If your wishes are indeed for peace, Count, then McLean is always ready to lead the march towards it." Befrose lets out a hearty, booming laugh. "I expected a bit more resistance, perhaps some youthful defiance, but a young man like you is truly enlightened." Logan internally scoffs, "The peace of the country, my foot, you damned hypocrite." He sees right through Befrose's carefully constructed facade of benevolence. Anyways, Befrose gestures magnanimously towards the festivities. "Then please enjoy the party." Logan inclines his head respectfully. "Understood, Count." As Logan steps back, Befrose subtly, almost invisibly, summons a complex magical circle in the palm of his hand. Logan, his senses sharp, observes this minute display. He thinks with a flicker of genuine surprise, he really was a fifth circle mage. An attendant standing discreetly behind Befrose looks momentarily shocked by this casual, almost dismissive, display of immense magical power. Logan recalls a pertinent piece of information from his past life. There was a persistent rumor from my previous life that Count Befros had shown incredible, almost legendary, martial prowess in a significant battle. Befros, at that time, was on the side of the second prince, who ultimately lost the civil war. So I didn't pay much attention to those rumors back then, but the fact that he's a fifth circle mage is undeniably true. This confirms Befros is not just a political power, but a formidable magic user as well. An image flashes, showing a figure strongly resembling Befros masterfully wielding powerful magic. The narration explains, a fifth circle mage is generally treated as having the same level of raw power as an advanced knight. Especially in times of war when that power extends far beyond mere individual battles, it's often considered even more formidable and strategically valuable than a single knight. Logan considers the full, daunting extent of the threat Befros represents. And Befros also has 2 advanced knights in his direct service. What to do about this? Just then, a clear announcement cuts through the murmur of the party. The Count will now give a speech. Please, pay attention. The assembled nobles immediately turn their attention towards the throne. Logan stands with his arms crossed, observing the scene with a keen, analytical eye. Count Befros begins his speech, his powerful voice resonating clearly through the grand hall. I first must thank all of you who have come to gather here today for the humble birthday of a still insufficient man like myself. He stands before his throne, projecting an image of modest, yet authoritative, leadership. And he pauses for dramatic effect. He has not come himself, unfortunately, but I must also thank His Highness, the second prince, for bestowing upon me the magnificent Tear of the Sun with everlasting respect and profound gratefulness. He makes a grand, pointed show of his close connection to the royal family. 2 noblewomen in the crowd gasp in audible awe. The second prince himself sent such a gift. I knew he was trusted by the royals, but to be that close. Befros is clearly and effectively demonstrating his significant influence and political clout. Befros continues, his tone shifting to one of regional concern. For a long time, we nobles of the Southwest have spent our time scattered, often at odds, unlike the more unified nobles of other regions. Logan, holding a wine glass with a detached air, thinks skeptically, is he going to say the same old thing as in the message? The supposed value of regional unity and whatnot. It is time to put our meaningless, outdated traditions and petty customs behind us, Befros declares, his voice rising with passion, and bond together as one united force. Our Highness, the second prince, who is most likely to succeed the throne, wishes for the unified support of our entire region. Logan, completely unimpressed by the rhetoric, sips his wine and thinks dryly, a rather fancy way to tell everyone to shut up and come under the heel of the second prince, and by extension, himself. Befros's gaze sweeps across the room, then lands with deliberate, pointed accuracy directly on Logan. And coincidentally, we have with us today both the symbolic start and the end of the Southwest conflict that began some 200 years ago, the current heir to the McLeans. A metaphorical spotlight seems to fall on Logan, who stands out conspicuously in his practical armor amidst the finery. The crowd gasps audibly. Befros continues, his voice now smooth and filled with praise. Young Logan is a truly great young man. He is the highlight, the driving force, that led the McLeans to victory in 2 recent wars. And he is a genius who has become an intermediate knight at the tender age of only 21. Even the many advanced knights I know have failed to reach such prowess at that age. Logan maintains a polite, neutral smile, thinking, keep smiling. He's complimenting me? What's his ultimate plan here? Befros extends an open, inviting hand. I do not intend to force or bind such a remarkably talented young man. I merely wish to make him a generous offer. He calls out, his voice resonating with feigned warmth, Logan. Logan, still smiling pleasantly, replies with perfect composure, Yes, Count? Befros announces magnanimously, his voice carrying to every corner of the hall. Count Valkas, the esteemed grandfather of His Highness, the second prince, is currently searching for exceptionally talented young men like you. If you are amenable to it, I would be honored to recommend you to be his personal student. What do you say to such an opportunity? The crowd erupts in shocked, envious whispers. To the superhuman himself? A student of the legendary Count Valkas? This is an incredibly prestigious, almost irresistible offer, one nearly impossible to refuse without causing grave offense. Logan is momentarily, genuinely stunned. A single bead of sweat trickles down Logan's temple. This is a masterful and extremely dangerous political maneuver by the cunning Count Befros. Logan quickly composes himself, a gracious, almost humble smile appearing on his face. I am greatly, immeasurably honored by such a generous offer, Count, but I already have a teacher to whom I've devoted myself completely. A ripple of surprise, even disapproval, goes through the assembled crowd. Befros raises a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. Is your teacher not Patrick McLean, your own father? Logan replies smoothly, his voice betraying no hesitation. It is not, Count. With great fortune, I was able to receive invaluable training from another great man. So I am deeply sorry to say that I must respectfully refuse your most kind offer. The assembled nobles gasp again, this time at his sheer audacity. Befros chuckles, a low, unreadable sound, an enigmatic expression on his face. The young truly do things quickly these days, and with such conviction. But the blazing heat sword himself, Duke Esperanza, will be visiting my lands soon. Why not receive just a little additional teaching from him while he is here? He's referring to Logan's actual mentor, perhaps trying to imply Logan's current teacher is insufficient, or maybe even attempting to sow discord and test Logan's loyalty. Befros leans forward slightly, his voice like smooth silk, but with an underlying thread of steel. I intend to provide this same generous offer to all heirs that serve under me who are present today, not just to you, young Logan. You can even call that esteemed teacher of yours to join the sessions. He subtly, yet unmistakably, emphasizes the phrase, serve under me. Logan's eyes narrow almost imperceptibly. Serve under, he thinks, recognizing the trap. He sneakily phrased it as if it was already official that the McLeans would serve him. You desperately want to rope in the McLeans in whatever way possible, don't you? That's your ultimate goal here. Logan realizes the precariousness of his predicament. It's going to be extremely hard to refuse him again in this public situation without causing a major incident. Thankfully, I made some preparations beforehand, just in case something like this happened. Logan bows his head slightly, a picture of respectful consideration. I am truly grateful for your compliments and your generous spirit, Count. He continues, his voice carefully chosen, I could not possibly refuse if you wish it so strongly, and with such magnanimity. I will keep myself anticipated for such an honor. He has seemingly accepted, or at least, not directly refused again, skillfully sidestepping the immediate confrontation. Befros smiles, visibly pleased by Logan's apparent acquiescence. Thank you for accepting the offer, Logan. The wise choice of the McLeans will be the first significant step towards the long-awaited reuniting of the entire Southwest region. Befros then turns his attention to the other assembled heirs, his voice booming once more. And I am pleased to announce that even before this auspicious event today took place, my old and trusted friends, the noble houses of Percival and Roofman, have agreed to unite their strength under the proud banner of Befros. The heirs of Percival and Roofman step forward, looking suitably pleased and important. In thankfulness for their deep and unwavering loyalty, Befros continues, I intend to gift those heirs something personally, as a token of my esteem. Servants bring forth a lavishly displayed, velvet-lined case. The crowd gasps in anticipation. Inside the ornate case are a finely crafted, gleaming sword and a formidable heavy warhammer. An artifact? One noble exclaims in hushed awe. Another observes with an expert eye, a hue so deep and resonant must mean at least it's a third-class artifact. The artifacts glow with a palpable magical power. The crowd murmurs in collective awe. Of course, the Count must collect something so magnificent such as that, considering his esteemed status. as expected of the renowned treasure collector of the Southwest. An explanation of artifacts appears on screen. An artifact is a magical tool that is permanently injected with potent magic power, granting it extraordinary properties. These artifacts, typically made by powerful mages known as circle mages, have methods of creation that are more versatile than simple circle mages can usually achieve. The text seems to be slightly cut off or perhaps mistranslated, implying that while circle mages make them, perhaps less skilled mages cannot replicate their complexity. Elder Clayton is shown in a thought bubble, thinking, I can make scrolls easily enough or cast magic directly myself, but creating true artifacts is him. The text continues, because of this complexity and power, artifacts are defined into various classes based on the level and type of magic they are imbued with. But their prices are absolutely absurd. Even one of the cheaper materials commonly used in their construction is still the incredibly rare and valuable mithril. Logan glances at the displayed artifacts, then almost imperceptibly at his own hidden mithril sword. And to ensure they do not waste such precious material, typically, at least third-class magic is enchanted into the item. And in order to create a third-class artifact, you generally need a fifth-class mage, a full 2 classes above the artifact's own rank, to successfully imbue it. An image shows a D rank and a C rank artifact for comparison. So it's no wonder their prices surge to such astronomical heights. A noble exclaims in disbelief, he's truly giving something like that away as a mere gift? Befrose calls out, his voice resonant with generosity, Ramon Percival. Eric Roofman. Please, step on out. The 2 heirs eagerly, almost tripping over themselves, reply in unison, yes, Count. Befrose stands before them, his arms outstretched in a gesture of benevolent lordship. Shall you now swear your undying loyalty to me? Ramon Percival declares with fervor, yes, representing the entire Percival family, I will pledge my eternal loyalty to you, Count Roger Befrose. Eric Roofman echoes his sentiment, his voice equally earnest. I also pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, Count, representing the noble house of Roofman. Logan, watching this carefully orchestrated display from the side with a glass of wine in hand, thinks with a cynical air as Befrose grandly announces, good. I, Roger Befrose, accept those sacred pledges. And I shall bestow upon Ramon Percival the legendary sword of Lambton, and upon Eric Roofman the mighty hammer of Tjarkson. The 2 heirs look absolutely overjoyed, practically bowing to the ground as they exclaim, we are truly deeply honored, Count. Befrose beams, clapping his hands together in satisfaction. I am not a stingy man when it comes to expressing my gratitude. Those that loyally serve under me will always be granted appropriate and generous gratitudes. His eyes then slide pointedly towards Logan, a predatory, challenging gleam within them. Logan thinks, his senses tingling with warning, he's staring directly at me now. Suddenly, Plone Parida, clearly very drunk and unsteady on his feet, stumbles forward, interrupting the solemn proceedings. But doesn't that Logan McLean's sword seem a whole lot better than those artifacts? He slurs loudly, pointing an unsteady finger at Logan. Sith, his horrified attendant tries desperately to stop him. Logan's eyes widen in genuine alarm. This is not good. A caption appears, stark and damning, the idiot of Parida? Plone, completely inebriated and oblivious to the sudden tension, grins foolishly at Count Befrose. I mean, I really feel like you're blowing things way out of proportion, Count. Don't you think so too, everyone? HK. He lets out a drunken hiccup. He continues his disastrous, drunken ramble, his voice carrying clearly, I really think that Logan's sword looks a lot better to me than those fancy things. Count Befrose's benevolent smile instantly freezes, his eyes turning as cold as ice. Befrose cuts Plone off with a sharp, cutting tone, his voice dangerously low, considering you clearly can't even recognize real talent when it's staring you in the face. Plone yelps, "Irk," as his terrified attendant quickly claps a hand firmly over his mouth, whispering urgently, "Sir, please, you're far too drunk for this." Logan stares, aghast and inwardly groaning. That absolute idiot. Did he just dig his own grave right now with that drunken outburst? Other nobles look on with a mixture of shock, embarrassment, and perhaps a touch of malicious amusement. Logan reflects on his own magnificent sword, Lux, which is shown gleaming brilliantly against a symbolic sunset. The sword meticulously crafted by Hamar. Named Lux, meaning twilight or hope in the ancient words, certainly has a raw power and quality to match, if not exceed, most artifacts. A true master craftsman dwarf poured his heart and soul into forging it, crafting it to fit me specifically, perfectly. It's a unique masterwork, imbued with the very soul of its creator. A proud, determined image of Hamar is shown, his hammer striking true. It's not actually that hard to get a proper, high-quality item from the dwarves if you treat them with respect and offer fair compensation, but greedy, arrogant nobles never seem to be able to figure that simple truth out. We see an image of nobles looking dismissively, even contemptuously, at a finely crafted dwarven-made item, simply because it lacks a flashy magical aura. Logan thinks about his carefully prepared contingency plan for the mithril sword. Worst-case scenario, if my initial plan didn't work and the Count was truly intent on forcing me into a corner, I was planning on using this sword as a bargaining chip, to negotiate or at least buy some precious time. But Plone, still struggling drunkenly with his attendant, "Let go of me, you fool," has completely ruined that delicate option. But this damned idiot? He just jumps in and ruins absolutely everything. Logan fumes internally. Count Befros turns his attention back to Logan, his smile returning, though it now seems more dangerous, more predatory. Oh ho, is young Logan's sword truly that great, then? Logan, caught completely off guard by Plone's disastrous intervention, replies modestly, trying to downplay it, "I was merely lucky to acquire a dwarven craft, Count." Befros strokes his chin thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Oh, a dwarven craft, you say? If it really is a well-made dwarven craft, then that rarity alone often makes it match, or even surpass, many common artifacts." Befros's eyes gleam with a possessive light. "Could I perhaps inspect your sword, young Logan?" Logan immediately thinks, his mind racing, "I can bet my right hand that if I give it to him, I'm never getting this sword back." He smiles politely, placing a hand respectfully over his chest. "I may be young, Count, but as a knight, I find it very hard to hand over my trusted partner to others, even for a moment." Befros chuckles, a dry, humorless sound. "A sword, your partner?" Such old-fashioned words from such a young man. "All right then, how about you display your might like a true knight, then, and show us all the quality of this partner of yours?" Logan understands immediately where this is heading. "An exhibition match?" he asks, his voice carefully neutral. Befros gestures towards the two heirs who were just gifted powerful artifacts. "With these fine young men who now possess these artifacts here, it will provide an excellent comparison of skill and equipment. Ramon Percival, you were an intermediate knight, yes?" Ramon Percival steps forward confidently, eager to please his new benefactor and show off his new power. "Yes, Count. I am still somewhat insufficient in my skills, but I became an intermediate knight a few years ago." Befros holds up a hand, a wicked glint in his eye. "Yes, a normal, simple match won't be much fun for anyone, so let's put something significant on the line, shall we?" Ramon Percival smirks, understanding the game. Befros declares the terms loudly, for all to hear. "If Ramon wins this match, I will take that fine dwarven sword of yours, Logan. And if you win, Logan, I will bestow upon you a suitable artifact of comparable value." Logan is visibly shocked by the audacity of the wager. Befros grins, clearly enjoying Logan's obvious predicament, relishing the pressure he's putting on the young McLean heir. "How does that sound to you, Logan?" All eyes in the Grand Hall are now fixed on Logan McLean. He is trapped, caught in Befros's cunning web. Logan's eyes blaze with a dark, determined fire. Befros issues the challenge, "Draw your sword if you agree to these terms." Logan thinks, his mind working at lightning speed, "This is headed in a way I certainly didn't expect. But he's not ready for what I truly am yet." he then announces, his voice ringing with clear, unshakable challenge. "I shall follow your command, Count Befros." Logan stands in the grand hall, the polished floor reflecting the tense standoff. This isn't just a duel for honor. His prized sword, his family's future, it all hangs in the balance, observed by the scheming Count Befros. One man wields a gifted artifact, the other, his own hard-won creation, ready to prove its worth. Across from him, Ramon Percival smirks, holding his artifact sword aloft, light glinting off its surface. "As I am older," Ramon announces with false magnanimity, "I'll offer you the first strike." He's brimming with confidence, maybe a little too much. But Logan, ever calm, just shakes his head slightly. "No, that's fine," he replies, his voice steady, refusing the bait. "I don't want to hear later that I had some unfair advantage. I'll be the victor either way." That quiet, unwavering confidence seems to wipe the smirk right off Ramon's face. Ramon flinches, clearly not expecting such a direct refusal. Annoyance flashes across his face. "Being called a genius has clearly made you arrogant," he sneers, then lets out a sharp breath as a vibrant blue energy erupts around him and his sword. "I'll show you that there are heavens above the heavens, for your own benefit." The air crackles as his power flares dramatically. In the crowd, a couple of noble women gasp, completely mesmerized by the flashy spectacle. "Whoa! That looks good," one exclaims, her eyes wide with admiration. The other, equally impressed, whispers, "Do all artifacts let off such a beautiful, enchanting glow?" They're clearly captivated by the dazzling light show. Logan watches Ramon's ostentatious power-up, a thoughtful, almost detached expression on his face. He's not impressed by the light show in the slightest. Is he trying to attract more attention or something? He thinks to himself with a touch of disdain. Perfect for being targeted and dying quickly in a real battle. He sees it as a clear weakness, not a strength. Meanwhile, Count Befros watches from his seat, a smug, self-satisfied little smile playing on his lips. He's clearly pleased with how things are unfolding, just as he planned. Did he purposely give him an artifact more focused on flashiness than actual combat utility? Logan wonders silently, then adds with a grim certainty, "That's just like him." Befros always has a trick, a hidden motive, up his sleeve. Logan continues his internal assessment of the situation. In contrast to that, Hamar's Lux is rather plain in appearance. He muses, thinking of his own unassuming mithril sword. But it's perfectly balanced, impossibly sharp, and incredibly durable. He recognizes the true, practical quality, even if it doesn't put on a dazzling light show. The camera briefly zooms in on Lux, its clean, functional lines a stark contrast to Ramon's brightly glowing blade. Then it cuts back to Ramon, who's now smirking again, his confidence clearly restored by his own impressive power display. "A sword only needs to serve its purpose well to be called beautiful," Ramon taunts, his voice dripping with condescension. "Can your pretty little sword even handle a true artifact?" He even adds a mental jab, thinking, although it doesn't seem like that dolt has the brains to even know that. And with a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Ramon lunges. He's a blur of motion, his artifact sword cutting a swift arc through the air, leaving a trail of vibrant blue energy in its wake. The sound of his rapid movement echoes through the tense hall as he closes the distance to Logan in an instant. Logan's eyes flick towards the audience for a fleeting moment, spotting Sir Franz, the Knight of Moonlight, Befros's powerful and perceptive right-hand man. Franz, the Knight of Moonlight, is in the audience, Logan thinks, his mind instantly adjusting. This changes things slightly. I can hide my full strength from him, I believe, but I need to be even more careful to hide my confidence. He can't afford to reveal too much of his true capabilities, not yet. Clang. Logan meets Ramon's aggressive attack, their swords grinding together with a shower of sparks. Logan grits his teeth, putting on a convincing show of effort. I need to match him somewhat, make it look like a struggle, he thinks, already calculating his next move in this dangerous charade. His carefully orchestrated plan begins to unfold. First, he'll let himself stumble a few times, feign weakness. And just like that, Logan gets pushed back with a loud thud, letting out a convincing grunt as if he's genuinely struggling against Ramon's artifact-enhanced power. He makes it look like he's barely holding on, giving Ramon a false sense of superiority. Next up on the agenda, he'll let himself get scratched a bit, add some realism to the act. A beam of crackling blue energy shoots from Ramon's sword, and Logan ducks just in the nick of time, the dangerous energy sizzling harmlessly past his face. He's making this look incredibly convincing, a true underdog performance. And then, occasionally, he'll pull off a nice, surprising counterattack. Just as Ramon presses his perceived advantage, Logan suddenly lunges forward in a swift, unexpected counter, his blade a silver flash. Ramon barely manages to dodge, the sudden reversal clearly surprising him. Then he'll show a little bit of vigor, a desperate surge. Logan puts on a burst of energy, his aura flaring slightly, making it seem like he's pushing himself to his absolute limits. His expression is one of pure, strained determination. And after he finally, narrowly, defeats him, clatter, Ramon's artifact sword hits the polished floor with a resounding clang. He's on his knees, disarmed and utterly defeated, breathing heavily, his earlier confidence completely shattered. The fight is over, much quicker and more decisively than anyone in the audience expected. And it all with a well-delivered, humble line. Logan stands over the defeated Ramon, panting theatrically, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Phew! He sighs, looking genuinely relieved, almost surprised by his own victory. I was lucky this time. He plays the part of the humble, fortunate victor perfectly. Internally, though, Logan is congratulating himself on a flawless performance. Upping my metabolism with my force core to make myself sweat also made it much more convincing, he thinks with a touch of smug satisfaction. He even planned his perspiration. Every detail mattered. Ramon is in absolute disbelief, staring up at Logan with wide, uncomprehending eyes. This is a mistake, he stammers, completely flustered, his pride in tatters. Count, I was just not used to this sword yet. But before he can make any more pathetic excuses, Count Befrose's voice cuts through the hall, sharp, cold, and utterly dismissive. Enough. Ramon, you disappoint me greatly. Befrose glares down at him with contempt. Are you trying to tell me that my gift caused your embarrassing loss? Ramon immediately shrinks under Befrose's icy gaze. And no, I apologize, sir, he says quickly, bowing his head in shame. Logan turns, his expression carefully neutral, to face Count Befrose, who is still seated on his raised platform, observing everything. Logan calls out, his voice respectful, Count Befrose. It's Befrose speaking now, his voice carrying a tone of feigned magnanimity. I apologize for making you see such a sorry sight, Logan. My men have indeed wronged you, Befrose continues, a calculated, unreadable look in his eyes. So, as recompense, I will specially open up my personal treasury and allow you to pick any artifact you wish from within. A wave of gasps and excited, envious murmurs ripples through the crowd. This is a truly huge, almost unprecedented offer. Logan's eyes narrow almost imperceptibly. He knows Befrose far too well to trust such generosity. He's planning to put me in yet another bind at any cost, Logan thinks, his mind racing. He's confident that no matter what I pick, he'll eventually be able to retrieve it or use it against me. I absolutely will not let you do as you wish. Just then, a servant rushes into the hall, looking flustered and out of breath. Sir, the Sword Duke, Duke Esperanza, has sent a magical message for your birthday. Count Befrose looks genuinely surprised by this, jolting upright in his throne. What? A glowing sphere of light appears in the center of the hall, and from it, the projected image of Duke Felix Esperanza materializes, Logan's powerful and influential teacher. The Duke looks regal and imposing, his voice calm and clear as it fills the chamber. I deeply congratulate the birthday of one of our kingdom's most reliable and steadfast pillars. I am deeply sorry to say that I could not make it in person this year. The Duke's projection continues, his projected gaze sweeping slowly over the assembled hall. but I am sure that those of you who have arrived are deeply appreciating the well-known goodness and generosity of the Count. His words are polite, almost diplomatic, yet they carry an undeniable, underlying weight of authority and scrutiny. Count Befros quickly composes himself, a broad, almost too eager smile spreading across his face. Thank you, Your Grace, Duke Esperanza, he exclaims, his hand placed dramatically over his chest in a gesture of profound gratitude. He's playing the part of the gracious, honored host to perfection. I never expected you to contact me directly for such a minor occasion, Befros says, stepping down from his platform and approaching the Duke's projection, feigning surprise and immense honor. The crowd, including Logan and his few companions, watches this interaction intently. Logan observes Befros's overly deferential demeanor with a critical eye, thinking, he's really sucking up to him now, even getting off of his high chair. Suddenly, Duke Esperanza's eyes in the projection seem to focus with startling clarity. "Oh, isn't that young Logan over there?" he asks, his voice echoing slightly in the suddenly quiet hall. Count Befros freezes mid-step, his ingratiating smile faltering instantly as he follows the Duke's projected gaze. His eyes widen in genuine shock as he spots Logan standing quietly in the crowd. The air in the hall instantly tenses, crackling with unspoken implications. Logan, however, offers a slight, almost imperceptible, knowing smile. What a fortunate coincidence, he thinks, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Perfect timing to call in that favor. He gives a small, almost invisible nod. Internally, he muses, he's not the best actor, my teacher, but... This was clearly and brilliantly part of his prearranged plan. Count Befros looks visibly annoyed, his face tight with suppressed frustration. Well, I made the request, so I suppose I need to follow along with this charade, he thinks, clearly put on the spot and not liking it one bit. He forces a smile and addresses the Duke. It has been a long time, Your Grace, he begins, but he's swiftly interrupted. Logan steps forward, bowing respectfully towards the Duke's projection. Teacher, he says, his voice clear, respectful, and carrying perfectly in the hushed hall. The single word hangs in the air, electrifying the room, sending shockwaves through the assembled nobility. A wave of shocked, incredulous whispers erupts from the crowd. Did he just say teacher? People are looking back and forth between the unassuming Logan and the projected image of the renowned, powerful sword Duke, their minds reeling in disbelief. The entire hall is buzzing with stunned, excited chatter. Duke Esperanza lets out a soft, amused chuckle, a knowing look on his projected face. That country bumpkin is actually the sword Duke's personal student? One noble mutters in disbelief. So that's the real reason why he refused the Count's earlier offer? The Duke continues, his voice laced with clear amusement, clearly enjoying putting Befros in this unexpectedly awkward position. I must say, I'm at a loss for words to suddenly see the face of my truant student who never seems to contact me unless he needs something. Now, Logan, when are you finally coming to the capital? Duke Esperanza asks, his tone familiar. I told you I would host a grand banquet in your honor. Logan puts on an apologetic expression. They must be quite close indeed. He thinks, before replying, I'm deeply sorry, teacher, but due to some unfortunate troubles that have arisen between noble families here, I might need to stay at Befros' castle for a little longer. Logan then glances pointedly towards Befros. The Count has made me an offer I simply cannot refuse. Duke Esperanza immediately turns his projected gaze to Befros, his expression sharpening. Count, is that true? What offer is this? Befros starts to sweat visibly, looking thoroughly flustered. That's not quite it, Your Grace, he stammers, trying to recover. If the Sword Duke himself wishes for young Logan's presence, I can certainly delay my own minor needs any time. He's backpedaling as fast as he possibly can. A small, triumphant smirk plays on Logan's lips. I definitely made the right move asking him to help me out with this, he thinks, immensely pleased with how his carefully laid plan is working out. He had anticipated Befros's schemes and prepared a powerful counter. The Duke's influence in the kingdom is truly immense. Despite maintaining a neutral political stance, not openly associated with either the first or the second prince. He's the undisputed superhuman warrior who, in many ways, holds up the entire royal family. A man of such legendary stature, even the powerful and arrogant Count Befros cannot dare to refuse his orders or requests, especially not in such a public setting. Duke Esperanza gives Logan a subtle, almost imperceptible wink. "Then Logan, I'll see you in the capital soon enough," he says, his tone implying that the matter is now completely settled. The glowing projection begins to slowly fade. Logan bows again, a genuine, heartfelt smile on his face this time. "Yes, sir. Thank you, teacher," he says, and thinks with true, profound gratitude, sincerely. "Thank you." He owes the Duke greatly for this timely, game-changing intervention. Count Befros watches the Duke's image disappear, his face a tight mask of suppressed, volcanic fury. His jaw is clenched so hard it looks like it might crack, and his eyes are practically burning holes in the spot where the projection just was. He's been thoroughly and publicly outmaneuvered by a mere youth. The next day, the sound of Logan's armored boots echoes purposefully as he walks through a grand, silent corridor within Befros' castle. Befros, despite his simmering anger and humiliation, has to keep his public word. Logan enters a vast, circular treasury, filled to bursting with glittering, powerful artifacts of all shapes and sizes. "Wow," he murmurs, genuinely impressed by the sheer scale of the collection. A stern-faced guard stands nearby. "You have 1 hour to look around, sir," the guard informs him coolly. "The Count has guaranteed you a single treasure from this room, any one you choose." Logan scans the opulent room, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. "There's about 30 treasures on display here," he observes, looking around the chamber. So, he undoubtedly removed all the truly important, high-class ones beforehand, huh? A slight grimace touches his lips. So stingy, even in defeat. He knows Befros wouldn't make this easy for him. Still, he can't complain too much, considering the circumstances. "But any one of them is still worth at least 10 million gold easily," he muses, a smirk returning to his face. "Let's try to pick a good one, something truly useful." He's determined to find something genuinely valuable amidst the carefully curated collection. Logan closes his eyes for a moment, focusing his senses, shutting out the visual distractions. "My enhanced senses from fully learning the Force core," he thinks, "allow me to perceive the subtle differences in the energy contained within these artifacts. That alone should let me judge their relative power beyond mere appearance." He begins to slowly scan the items, looking beyond their superficial glitter and flash. He quickly dismisses the various weapons on display. "Skip the weapons. Lux is more than enough for me," he decides confidently. "And even a good portion of these are actually better than the artifact sword I saw Ramon using at the training meet yesterday." He spots a suit of armor glowing with an unstable mixture of red and blue energy. Armor that's enchanted with both fire and electric magic? It'll probably fry the wearer alive if activated. Clearly, not all that glitters here is actually gold, or even safe. He continues his methodical search, a slight frown creasing his brow as he assesses each item. Most of them are mediocre, decent but nothing special, but the one that's significantly better is... He pauses, his enhanced senses suddenly picking up something unusual, a subtle disturbance in the room's energy. He feels it then, a subtle, yet undeniable pull. All the ambient force energy in the vast treasury seems to be slowly, almost imperceptibly, converging towards a single unseen point somewhere in the room. Logan extends his hand, his own force glowing faintly around it, drawn towards this unseen nexus of energy. It's like a faint beacon, calling out to him, resonating with his own power. He follows the strange sensation, his steps sure and guided, stopping before a rather plain, unassuming display pedestal. "Those are..." he murmurs, his eyes fixed intently on the items resting there. Resting on the pedestal is a pair of surprisingly unremarkable, even plain-looking, armored boots. "Boots?" Logan says aloud, his voice tinged with genuine confusion. "They look heavy, sturdy, perhaps even a bit clunky, but certainly nothing special at first glance, especially compared to the other glittering treasures. He tilts his head, examining them closely, a puzzled frown on his face. I don't feel any discernible magic coming from them at all, he thinks, scratching his chin in thought. Are these even artifacts? He looks thoroughly perplexed, as if he stumbled upon a dud, a worthless item mistakenly placed among the treasures. Suddenly, an intense, overwhelming wave of raw, untamed, almost primal energy erupts violently from the seemingly inert boots, washing over Logan like a furnace blast. He staggers back instinctively, shielding his face against the unexpected onslaught. I'll suffer serious damage at this rate if I don't do something, he grits out, the sheer force pressing down on him with crushing weight. Shit! Logan's eyes blaze with fierce determination. The pressure is immense, almost unbearable, but he's not backing down, not now. Let's see who wins this little contest, he roars internally, bracing himself against the overwhelming torrent of energy. Golden flames of his own potent force erupt around Logan as he pushes back with all his might against the wild, chaotic energy pouring uncontrollably from the boots. The air crackles and strains around them, a silent, desperate battle of wills and raw power raging in the quiet treasury. He strains, every muscle in his body taut, his teeth clenched as he pours more and more of his own force into resisting the artifact's overwhelming, almost sentient aura. It's a fierce, desperate struggle, the ancient boots testing his very limits, pushing him to the brink. And then, as suddenly and inexplicably as it began, the torrent of wild energy subsides, vanishing as if it were never there. Logan stands panting heavily, his own force slowly returning to normal. He looks at the boots, a new, dawning understanding in his eyes. My force, it returned to normal. Those boots. His eyes widen in sudden, shocking realization. He knows what these are. He knows their legend. He knows what he has to do. A look of profound shock, quickly followed by a glint of unmistakable triumph, flashes across his face. He's found something far more valuable than he could have ever hoped. Later that night, under the pale light of a full moon, word reaches Count Befros in his private chambers. Logan McLean left the castle already? An aide asks, clearly surprised by the young noble's abrupt departure. Count Befros stands by a tall window, his silhouette stark and imposing against the moonlight. Coo, he lets out a low, dangerous, almost predatory laugh. He left with the artifact, with 3 full days of the party still remaining. His voice is laced with cold, simmering fury. He really intended to screw me over from the very beginning. Befros's hand clenches slowly into a tight, white-knuckled fist, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing faintly in the quiet room. The Count is seething, his carefully laid plans utterly undone. Follow him, Befros snarls, his eyes blazing with cold, murderous anger. And retrieve that artifact and that damned sword of his. He pauses for a moment, then adds with chilling, absolute finality, you can do anything you deem necessary as long as he survives to regret this. Down below, completely unaware of the deadly order just given, Logan rides away from Befros' castle under the cloak of darkness, the mysterious, powerful boots now his. The game, it seems, is far from over. Logan didn't get far from Befros's territory before making camp under the dense trees of a dark forest. He sits by a warm fire, his horse resting close by, and those new boots on his feet feel like a hidden power waiting to be unleashed. But the quiet night won't last, as danger, sent by a vengeful Count, is already drawing near. Suddenly, Logan's head jerks up, his eyes instantly sharp. A flicker of alarm crosses his face as his heightened senses pick up something wrong, a clear sign that he's not alone out here. In a heartbeat, he's on his feet with his sword Lux already in hand, his horse neighing with unease beside him. The air grows heavy, and he feels it, a chilling, killing intent slicing through the night as he scans the dark woods. His mind races, quickly piecing it together. It has to be pursuers sent by Count Befros. The Count was never going to let him just walk away with such a valuable artifact, especially after being outsmarted so publicly. Logan turns, bracing himself as he faces the source of that oppressive feeling, the firelight throwing long, unsteady shadows around him, ready for the fight he knows is coming. A soft crunch of leaves breaks the night silence. A figure steps out from the darkness, his voice deliberately distorted, remarking on how sharp Logan's senses are. Logan carefully watches the man approach, his eyes narrowed. That distorted voice is a dead giveaway. They're trying to hide who they are, meaning this isn't some random encounter but a professional hit. Then, more figures slip out from the shadows, spreading out to flank their leader. They're all masked and dressed in dark gear, clearly assassins or highly trained soldiers, and their cloaked leader steps forward, radiating pure menace. The cloaked leader looks down at Logan, his disguised voice dripping with sarcasm as he asks if Logan finds it stuffy in his own attire. Logan, completely unfazed by their numbers, just fires back a cool taunt about the leader's own getup. The leader only chuckles, saying Logan must have had a tough journey from Befros, before giving his men a clear order: take him alive. With no more words needed, the masked attackers surge forward, their swords catching the firelight as they move together, aiming to overwhelm Logan with sheer force. But a small smirk plays on Logan's lips. This is just what he expected, and he's far from the man they might have observed back at Befros's castle. Logan activates his new boots and vanishes in an explosive burst of speed. He ducks under a clumsy swing, moving so fast he's like a ghost, leaving the attackers striking nothing but air. The masked men can only stare, their eyes wide above their masks, clearly shocked. They were ready for a skilled knight, but not this inhuman speed. Logan's sword, Lux, becomes a silver blur as he effortlessly weaves through their attacks. He strikes with deadly precision, his force-infused blow sending one assailant flying back with a pained cry, the boots making him seem untouchable. He moves like a whirlwind between them, his red hair a streak of color in the dark forest, the attackers struggling just to keep him in sight. One of them gasps out, completely baffled how a mere intermediate knight could move like this. Another attacker desperately tries to cut him off, but Logan is already upon him, Lux flashing out with terrifying speed that leaves no time to react. A small, satisfied smile touches Logan's lips as he fights. He knows now, more than ever, that choosing these boots was the best decision he could have made. He quickly remembers that moment back in the treasury, when the boots first pushed back against his force. He'd wondered if it was just a fluke then, but now, feeling their power, he understands their true, incredible value. These boots offer so much more than simple protection. They sharpen his reaction time to a razor's edge, let him triple jump in midair, and even help him scale surfaces with ease. And on top of all that, they can repair themselves and even adjust their size. This was no common treasure, it had to be an artifact above the 4th rank. Boots of the Wind God, he thinks, that's a perfect name for them. One of the last few masked men shouts in pure frustration, clearly outmatched and growing desperate. They were sent to capture Logan, not to be picked apart like this. He turns pleadingly to their cloaked leader, begging for permission to use lethal force because they simply can't subdue Logan if they have to keep him alive. The cloaked leader lets out a sharp click of his tongue in annoyance, muttering under his breath about how utterly embarrassing his men are, failing against a single knight. Then, with an explosive step, the leader himself lunges forward, his own sword suddenly drawn. Logan barely has time to register the attack, but he instantly recognizes the ominous gleam of a silver force blade. This new opponent is in a completely different league. The leader's attack is a blur of motion, incredibly swift and packed with power, a silver streak cutting through the night air with devastating force. The silver force blade whistles as it slices toward Logan, carrying an immense pressure that screams of danger far greater than any of the grunts he just faced. Logan grits his teeth hard, bringing Lux up just in time to parry. The impact sends a jarring shock up his arm as his golden energy flares brightly against the incoming silver blade, pushing him back. He digs his heels into the earth, the ground around his boots cracking from the strain as his own golden aura burns even brighter, channeling all his force to withstand the powerful assault. This is a real fight. Logan glares at his attacker, a spark of recognition mixing with clear disdain in his eyes, and he spits out, "I never knew the title of Moonlight was earned through sneak tactics." "Sir Franz," Logan finishes, the name hanging heavy in the charged air. The cloaked leader stands silent for a moment, his disguise now utterly pointless. Sir Franz slowly reaches up and pulls down his hood. His voice, no longer distorted, is clear and carries a heavy authority as he says Logan hasn't just hidden his true strength but far exceeded it, his eyes glinting as he glances at Logan's powerful boots. The hood falls completely, revealing the familiar silver hair and stern face of Sir Franz, the renowned Knight of Moonlight, one of Count Befroze's most formidable warriors. "Logan," he says, his gaze sharp and intense. Logan watches Franz, his expression deadly serious. He knows that once Franz revealed his iconic silver force blade, there was no point in hiding his identity any longer. This fight just became far more personal and infinitely more dangerous. Franz calmly declares he'll be taking those artifacts as payment for the lesson he's about to teach. Logan just scoffs, shooting back, "Lesson? Aren't you embarrassed, Mr. Moonlight Knight?" Showing no sign of intimidation. A faint shimmer of power starts to emanate from Franz. "That is why I intend to make this a harsh lesson," he replies coolly, his grip tightening on his sword, adding that he's grateful Logan came so far, as if he's walked right into a perfectly laid trap. Logan eyes Franz's peculiar stance, a warning bell going off in his head that a trick might be coming. Just then, Franz unleashes his power, and his silver force blade crackles with energy, extending and swirling around him like a living ribbon of deadly light. Logan's eyes widen in genuine shock. He's never seen anything like it. Franz's force blade can actually move like a whip, a clear testament to the knight's incredible mastery. The silver force blade lashes out like a striking snake, a blur of deadly motion creating multiple shimmering arcs of energy that fill the air, all aimed to ensnare Logan. The remaining masked assailants can only watch in stunned awe. One stammers, "W," while another murmurs with grim reassurance that Sir Franz's force is as formidable as ever, knowing the sheer power their commander wields. Logan pants heavily, sweat dripping down his face. He thinks in frustration, "Damn it. I didn't feel any real impact, even though I used my first and second forms." His usually reliable techniques were completely shut down. His eyes dart around frantically, trying to track the deadly, dancing silver light of Franz's whip blade. He needs a new strategy, and he needs it now. Franz's attack closes in with terrifying speed. Logan is sent tumbling backwards through the air, narrowly avoiding a direct hit that would have been catastrophic as the ground rushes up to meet him. Franz lands lightly on his feet, his cloak settling around him. "That was close," he remarks, a hint of grudging respect in his voice, admitting that if he had let his own guard down, he might have been the one to fall. "How did you manage that?" Franz asks, genuinely curious. He muses that it couldn't have just been the artifacts, wondering aloud if those were the famed secret arts of the Sword Duke he just witnessed. Logan pushes himself to his feet, brushing off dirt and debris. He grimly realizes his attacks haven't truly landed, and if it weren't for the amplified agility and defense from his wind god boots, he would have taken those last hits head-on. He has to admit, he's probably not strong enough to beat Franz yet. He grips Lux tightly, starting to think that even doing this well against an advanced knight like Franz is a decent showing for him. But then, something inside him snaps. He looks up, a defiant, challenging glint now blazing in his eyes. "Of course not," he suddenly roars, the abrupt shift in his tone startling Franz. Franz looks genuinely taken aback by the sudden outburst. Logan just smirks, saying, "Give me a moment, and I'll show you one of the Sword Duke's secret arts." Bluffing, or perhaps, preparing for something truly desperate. Logan adds with a feigned hesitation that he's still a little unpracticed with it. Franz, his interest clearly piqued, lowers his guard slightly. "Oh, by all means. Show me your skills, young heir," he urges, unable to resist the chance to see a legendary technique. A bead of sweat trickles down Logan's temple as he smirks inwardly. Franz's arrogance and excitement are making this easier, he thinks, but he knows this is an enormous gamble. He glances down at his boots for a fleeting moment. They've given him a fighting chance up to now, but what he's about to try will require much more than just speed. He takes a deep breath, focusing all his will. His hand tightens on Lux, and the sword begins to glow with a fierce golden light as he prepares to unleash a secret art he's barely managed to grasp, even after a solid month of training as a high-ranking knight. Golden force explodes around Logan, swirling like a powerful vortex. "Concentrate," he commands himself through gritted teeth, his eyes narrowed in absolute focus. "I got this." The stakes couldn't be higher. He knows if he loses here, he'll lose Lux and the precious boots, and even worse, Franz will make absolutely sure he never holds a sword again. This is an all-or-nothing moment. Logan's red hair seems to float as the golden energy around him intensifies to a blinding degree, his expression one of unbreakable resolve. Lux itself is now blazing like a miniature sun in his grip. "Get a grip," he mentally screams at himself. "Now." Logan whispers, his eyes locked onto Franz. With a powerful, earth-shattering surge, he lunges forward, his sword aimed true, a torrent of golden energy preceding him, ready to clash head-on against Franz's silver defenses. Franz meets the oncoming attack, his own silver force blade lashing out, a confident, almost predatory grin spreading across his face. "You trust the enemy far too easily," he shouts, unleashing a massive, crushing wave of silver energy designed to overwhelm Logan completely. The ground around them instantly shatters from the sheer force of their clashing powers. Franz stumbles back a step, his cloak whipping wildly around him as dust and debris fly everywhere. The raw power of Logan's initial assault was clearly stronger than he had anticipated. He quickly regains his footing, a grim, satisfied look settling on his face. With that much impact, Franz mutters to himself, confident that his counterattack was decisive, even he won't be intact. But then, through the settling dust and chaos, a brilliant golden light pierces the gloom. Franz's eyes snap wide open. That's a massive, unbelievably powerful beam of pure, concentrated golden energy, far larger and more intense than anything before, is erupting from Logan's sword. Logan stands firm amidst the devastation, his sword Lux held high, now a conduit for an incredible, almost terrifying amount of power. A fierce, determined smirk is plastered on his face, one eye blazing with golden light. The sheer power radiating from Logan is almost blinding, intensely focused, and utterly terrifying. This is far beyond anything Franz could have ever expected. Third form of the divine sword secrets. The name of the technique, or perhaps the sheer, overwhelming intent behind it, seems to echo through the forest as Logan unleashes everything he has. He becomes the very center of a spiraling vortex of golden, destructive energy, and Sir Franz can only stare, his face a mask of utter shock and disbelief. A monumental boom rips through the entire forest as Logan's ultimate attack makes contact, the whole scene flashing white from the sheer, overwhelming power of the impact. The forest explodes in a blinding maelstrom of golden light. Logan, right in the middle of it, has just unleashed the full, wild power of his divine sword's third form, a desperate, overwhelming attack. Sir Franz's eyes are wide with pure shock. The veteran Knight of Moonlight can only stare as a power he never imagined possible barrels down on him, disbelief quickly turning to horror. Boom. The impact is immense. The ground erupts, trees are blasted flat, and a shockwave tears through the clearing, throwing the last of Befroze's men off their feet. Through the settling smoke and dust, one of the assailants coughs out, "Sir Franz." Logan is already gone. Another shouts to find him, but their commander is their first concern. Sir Franz's sword lies uselessly on the torn earth, his hand trembling as he slowly reaches for it. He coughs hard, blood spraying from his lips. The renowned Knight of Moonlight, a pillar of strength, has been decisively beaten. Lying on his back, struggling for breath, Franz weakly gasps that he managed to dodge the worst of it. But it's clear the attack still hit hard, even a glancing blow from that much raw power is crippling. He lies there in the wreckage, his cloak torn, his body screaming in pain. A grim thought crosses his mind. It might have been better to die in the blast. He now truly understands the terrifying strength of the young man who just vanished into the woods. The sound of hooves, already distant, thunders through the forest. Logan, bruised and battered but undeniably the victor, pushes his horse onward, desperate to escape Befrose's territory. He's pushed himself far past his limits. Back in the ruined clearing, Sir Franz replays the devastating fight in his mind, admitting to himself with a sharp sting of defeat that he completely let his guard down. Franz recalls seeing a coin-sized hole in Logan's chest when he attacked, likely from one of his earlier whip-like strikes. He'd landed a blow, but it clearly wasn't enough to stop that final, terrifying assault. He thinks about Logan's confident taunts and excited expression. All of it, he now realizes, was just a brilliant act to lure him in. And he, the seasoned knight, fell for it completely. Meanwhile, Logan gallops on, a grim satisfaction fighting through his exhaustion. He knows one thing for sure now: with his skills and these artifacts, he can definitely take down a high-ranked advanced knight. He gives a quick glance down at the boots of the wind god, a silent nod to the incredible power they grant him. That alone, he thinks, is worth so much. But his thoughts trail off as pure exhaustion finally overwhelms him. He sways, then slumps forward, falling heavily from his horse onto the soft forest floor. Days later, back at McLean Castle, Rick, Logan's loyal servant, rushes forward in a panic. Logan looks like he's been dragged through a war. "Young master!" Rick exclaims, his face a mask of worry, while another old servant just gasps. Logan, despite looking utterly wrecked, manages a weak grin and casually claims he just dozed off on horseback. A clear lie, but he's not about to detail his brutal fight with Sir Franz. His return after 2 weeks, looking so battered, naturally sent the entire household into a frenzy. But even with the obvious signs of an ambush, they had no solid proof to formally accuse the powerful Befrose family. And pointing fingers at a count like Befrose without concrete evidence could easily backfire. So, for now, the matter was dropped. Later, Patrick McLean, Logan's father, stands by a window, his back to Logan, his voice heavy with frustration, saying it's because their family lacks power that Logan endures such things, and that he can barely stand to see him like this. Logan, now cleaned up and in fresh attire, looks at his father with a reassuring smile. "We'll be able to pay them back soon, father," he says confidently, already setting his plans in motion. To make that happen, Logan knows he needs to continue strengthening their family's forces, starting from within. Out in the training grounds, Ronian lets out a fierce cry, his sword a golden blur as he practices the McLean's iron blood sword technique. He unleashes a powerful downward slash, the force of it splitting a training dummy clean in two. His dedication is clear, and his improvement is rapid. Logan watches his younger brother train, his own clothes still a bit disheveled, a subtle reminder of his recent, brutal encounter. Ronian approaches Logan, still buzzing from his training, confidently telling Logan he doesn't need to worry about the upcoming skirmishes. Ronian wants to prove he's also a sword of their family, not a child to be protected. Logan looks at his brother, a hint of pride in his eyes, while Ronian inwardly fumes about the humiliation Logan faced in Befrose. "You're working hard, Ronian," Logan says softly. Ronian looks up, surprised. "Brother?" Logan just smiles and tells him to take a break, because he has someone new for him to train with. Just then, a figure in full McLean knight armor steps forward, announcing himself as Victor, the new knight, his unique eyes sharp and serious. Ronian sizes Victor up, a bit surprised. Victor looks to be about his age, but Ronian can sense a faint aura around him, indicating he's also a Force user. Logan asks Victor if his new armor fits well, and Victor confirms it does. Logan explains to Ronian that Victor only recently awakened his Force and has been adjusting to it, thinking that training with someone his own age will be good motivation. Ronian looks interested, asking if training together means what he thinks it means. Logan just grins and confirms, "Sparring, what else?" Logan asks if they want to try it right now, a challenging glint in his eyes. Ronian and Victor lock gazes, a clear spark of rivalry instantly igniting between them. "Now," Logan calls out, stepping back. "Begin." In a flash, Victor lunges, his sword a gray blur, clashing hard against Ronian's defense with a sharp ring of steel on steel. Ronian grits his teeth, instantly recognizing the technique, Victor is using their own family's iron blood sword style against him. Victor's movements are incredibly fluid and powerful, his striking red and blue eyes blazing with intense focus. Logan watches, impressed by Victor's natural talent and how quickly he's adapting. Ronian clicks his tongue in frustration, clearly pushed back by Victor's relentless and surprisingly strong assault. "I'll pay you right back," Ronian shouts, his own golden aura flaring as he counters. Victor meets his attack head-on, his gray aura clashing fiercely with Ronian's gold as their swords become streaks of light. Ronian is sent sliding back across the training ground, the force of Victor's blow far stronger than he anticipated. Before Ronian can fully recover, Victor leaps high into the air, preparing a devastating aerial assault. Ronian looks up in surprise, exclaiming, "From above!" Victor comes crashing down, his sword aimed straight for Ronian's head. Ronian barely manages to parry the blow, the impact cratering the ground beneath his feet. Victor lands gracefully, immediately ready for another exchange, while Ronian struggles to regain his balance, his practiced sword suddenly feeling heavy in his grip. Ronian stares at Victor, panting hard, a look of pure disbelief on his face. "You're a monster," he breathes out. Victor just looks back, his expression calm and unreadable. Logan bursts out laughing from the sidelines, clearly enjoying the show. "Hey, who's calling who a monster? That's rich. How cute." Ronian's face flushes with embarrassment. "Bro," he mutters, obviously not appreciating being called cute in front of his new rival. He straightens up quickly, his expression becoming serious once more, his competitive spirit now fully ignited. He thinks to himself, "I have to try my best." Victor allows himself a tiny, almost invisible smirk. It's clear he's enjoying this intense challenge too. Ronian grins back, a new fire burning in his eyes. This unexpected challenge has spurred him on like never before. Logan watches them spar, a thoughtful look on his face. "Just as I thought," he observes, "they have good synergy, pleased with how effectively they're pushing each other to improve." Logan analyzes their styles. Victor has not only perfectly learned the Iron Blood Sword but is already adapting it to his own unique style. And Ronian, who could already best intermediate knights with his refined knowledge, is now moving more freely, less bound by rigid forms. Logan smiles. The combination of Victor's violent, free-flowing blade and Ronian's pure, precise technique should create a powerful dynamic, making them both much stronger. Suddenly, Victor ducks a swing and lands a solid punch to Ronian's side. Ronian complains that punching isn't allowed, but Logan just laughs, saying everything goes in a real fight. Ronian glares at his brother. Logan calculates that in 5 or 6 years, these two might be ready for the great war he knows is coming in 7. He even considers if Victor might be ready to learn the Divine Sword's secrets soon. But a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Can he trust Victor with such powerful, dangerous secrets? He muses that he needs some kind of catalyst to ensure Victor's absolute loyalty. Later, Logan is in a study with Elder Clayton, the family's resident mage, beginning to discuss something important regarding Victor's younger sister. Elder Clayton is talking with Logan, gesturing towards Rhea, Victor's sister, who now goes by Victoria. Clayton, intrigued, asks if this child really saw the bands of mana. Logan confirms it. Clayton then gently tells Victoria that by trying different things, she'll find what helps her, to which Victoria thoughtfully responds with a question. Victoria looks up at Clayton with wide, innocent eyes and asks if she can learn how to move clay dolls with the yellow string she sees. One of Clayton's golem specialist disciples nearly jumps out of his skin in surprise at her astute observation. Clayton himself is taken aback, realizing he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure while just trying to cheer her up. Logan smirks, admitting he had his suspicions when he first met her, but to think she can actually see the very fabric of mana, that's an incredibly rare and powerful talent. Elder Clayton leans down to Victoria, his expression suddenly serious. He tells her he's sending his mana in a certain direction and asks if she can tell him where it's connected, as he subtly channels his earth mana. Victoria looks intently at Clayton's hand, then her unique heterochromatic eyes dart across the room, focusing intently. She stays quiet for a moment, concentrating hard. Then she points decisively towards one of Clayton's older disciples, simply stating, "That old man." The disciple yelps, "Old man," clearly offended but also utterly amazed by her accuracy. Clayton grins, then channels his mana again, this time splitting the flow. "Then what about this?" he challenges. Victoria carefully follows the orange mana threads with her eyes and replies, "To that water bottle over there, and that other old man." Elder Clayton's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, and he gently places his hands on Victoria's shoulders, a look of pure awe on his face. "This child is the real deal," he exclaims, his voice trembling with excitement. Logan listens, a thoughtful expression on his face. Clayton marvels that not even legendary grand mages could see mana with their naked eyes. Logan briefly wonders if he should admit he can see it too, but decides it might cause too much fuss and wisely keeps that particular ability to himself for now. Logan turns to Victoria with a warm smile and asks if she's sure she wants to learn magic. Victoria looks up, her eyes shining with determination, and says if that's how she can control a giant doll, then yes, she does. Logan tilts his head curiously. "HM? Why the doll, specifically?" Victoria clenches her small fist, her young face filled with resolve. "If I have a strong doll," she says, her voice surprisingly firm, "I'll be able to do more things." Perhaps she's thinking of protecting her brother, or finding her own way to contribute. Logan smiles warmly at her. "Yes," he says, "that's a very good goal." He clearly approves of her quiet ambition. Logan begins to formally entrust Victoria to Clayton, but the elder and his disciples are already buzzing with unrestrained excitement, talking about tailoring robes and fetching measuring tapes. Logan just watches, a little overwhelmed by their immediate and total enthusiasm. Clayton looks at Victoria with reverence, awed by her potential to become a grand mage, and marvels that both siblings are clearly geniuses. This, he muses, raises even more questions about their mysterious parents. Logan smiles, deeply satisfied. Our forces are getting stronger at a good pace, he thinks. He then considers that it might be time for him to head to the capital, Grand, to see Duke Esperanza, remembering the promise he made to his master. "I guess I'll go by myself, real quick," he decides with a relaxed smile, thinking that bringing an aide would only slow him down on this particular journey. A few days later, Logan is all set to depart. Suddenly, a booming voice erupts from nearby. "It's an honor to serve you, young master." It's one of his more zealous knights. Logan turns to see an entire contingent of McLean knights, fully armored and striking dramatic, heroic poses. "We will serve you with all our hearts." They all roar in perfect, deafening unison, clearly ready to form a massive, unsolicited escort. Logan's face just falls. He's practically mobbed by his own overly enthusiastic knights, their fierce devotion proving to be a bit much. He was really hoping for a quiet trip. "Get lost!" Logan finally yells, thoroughly exasperated by their well-intentioned but completely unnecessary and over-the-top display. Despite Logan's clear annoyance, Captain Henderson of the McLean Knights stands before him, practically buzzing with excitement, declaring it an honor to escort a future legend like Logan to the capital. This journey is already shaping up to be a headache. Logan, looking completely unimpressed by all the fuss, just sighs and flatly orders one of the knights to get some firewood. He clearly just wants this trip over with. The burly knight scrambles off like a startled bear, and Logan lets out another deep sigh, already weary of his unwanted entourage. He can't help but flash back to the argument with his father, who insisted it would be impolite to the Sword Duke if Logan traveled alone, demanding he take at least a few aids for propriety. Logan had reluctantly agreed to a few nights, though he clearly wasn't happy about it, preferring to travel light and unencumbered. Back in the present, Rick, Logan's ever-present servant, is fussing nearby. Logan, exasperated, asks why Rick, of all people, had to come along. Rick looks indignant, sputtering about how improper it would be for a noble heir to travel without a personal servant. Logan gives Rick a knowing, suspicious look, wondering if his servant isn't just using this as an excuse to visit the bustling capital city of Gran. Rick suddenly bursts out, admitting that yes, he wants to go to the capital, wailing dramatically about how no one in their fief will talk to him because of his past experiments, and he needs to find a wife. Logan just stares, completely unmoved by the theatrics. Logan pinches the bridge of his nose, sighing internally. This overly enthusiastic escort will just slow him down, and he has far more important things on his mind than Rick's romantic prospects. This visit isn't just a social call. He has two critical goals for this journey to the capital. First, to carefully assess any potential changes to the future he remembers. And second, and perhaps more importantly, to make contact with the third prince and begin forging a crucial alliance. This is a vital step in his grand plan to rewrite a tragic destiny. Logan's mind drifts back to the history he knows all too well. The current king, Samuel von Grandia, had no heir until he was 40, eventually having two sons with concubines from powerful duke families, unwittingly setting the stage for a bitter conflict. But then, 10 years later, the queen, well past her youth, unexpectedly gave birth to the third prince, a late arrival who would dramatically alter the kingdom's fate. This third prince, blessed with natural talent for the sword and a good heart, quickly surpassed his troublemaking older brothers and was favored by the king. But the families of the other two princes, threatened by his rise, did everything in their power to undermine him, planting the bitter seeds of civil war. Logan's thoughts darken as he recalls the devastating events that followed in his previous life, events that are still the future for everyone else. He remembers it clearly. This coming winter, just before the third prince was to come of age, a pivotal moment would arrive. The civil war erupted with the king's sudden, unexpected death, shattering the kingdom's fragile peace and plunging it into a bloody conflict. In that chaotic past, Logan's teacher, Duke Felix Esperanza, made a crucial stand, declaring his unwavering support for the young third prince, vowing to be the new king's blade. The duke was one of the most respected neutral nobles, and his backing was significant. Because of the duke's timely intervention, the third prince managed to survive the initial onslaught of the civil war, his life spared for a time. But ultimately, Logan recalls with a surge of bitterness, the first prince gained the upper hand and, over the next 5 disastrous years, drove the kingdom to ruin, leaving it vulnerable when the empire finally attacked. And the most painful memory of all, the one that still fuels his rage, that incompetent king used Logan's own brother, Ronian, as bait during the war with the empire. Logan's hand instinctively tightens on the hilt of Lux. His eyes blaze with cold, unyielding fury. I will never allow him to become king, Logan vows silently, his determination absolute. He will change this future, no matter the cost. The second prince, he knows, is just as bad as his older brother. So, Logan needs to see for himself if the third prince is truly worthy of the crown. As they approach a grand gate, a guard confirms their identity and waves them inside. Logan, flanked by a still grumbling Rick and an ever-eager Captain Henderson, walks through the imposing gates. He has finally arrived at his destination. Rick gasps in open-mouthed awe at the magnificent manor spread out before them. So this is the Sword Duke's home. Well, it's amazing. Even the stoic Captain Henderson looks visibly impressed by the grandeur. Rick, however, quickly spots a pretty maid and is instantly smitten, all his previous complaints about marriage prospects momentarily forgotten. He sidles up to Logan, a sleazy grin plastered on his face, suggesting that if he could get things going with the Duke's maid, it would surely benefit the McLean family, and asks Logan for help. Logan sends Rick flying with a swift, well-aimed punch, his soul practically leaving his body. Logan clearly has no patience for Rick's sudden romantic ambitions right now. A well-dressed man with blonde hair approaches them with a polite smile, introducing himself as Logan's guide. Captain Henderson bows deeply, honored to be in such company, while Logan looks slightly surprised. The blonde man directs the others to follow a different attendant, but Logan's eyes narrow slightly. He recognizes this man, or at least he thinks he does. "Can I get your name?" Logan asks, already suspecting the answer. The man smiles, apologizing for not introducing himself sooner. "I'm Luis Hayen, Duke Felix's overseer." Logan's eyes widen slightly. Just as he thought. The name confirms a chilling suspicion. This is Captain Luis of the Grandia Liberation Front, a pivotal, tragic figure from Logan's past life. A vivid flashback hits him. A younger, battle-hardened Luis, his face etched with grim determination and old scars, clad in worn armor. Logan remembers him well. Unlike Logan, who had been consumed by vengeance in his first life, Luis was a man driven by unwavering ideals. He recalls their last, fateful meeting. Captain Luis, desperately handing him a coded book, saying, "I need your help. You are the only one who can interpret it." Luis's final instructions were burned into his memory. Memorize everything. Even if you must burn the book, remember everything and pass it on to someone with talent. His dying wish. Logan struggles to recall more. There was something else Luis gave him along with that secret text, something crucial, but the memory is frustratingly hazy. Suddenly, a sharp, stabbing pain lances through Logan's head. He clutches his temple, grimacing as the resurfacing memories take a painful physical toll. Luis Hayen, the present-day overseer, notices Logan stumble, his polite smile shifting to concern. "Are you all right?" he asks, sensing something is wrong. Logan quickly recovers, forcing a somewhat strained smile. "Thank you, Overseer. I must not have rested well last night." A very close call. Luis claps him reassuringly on the shoulder, advising him to take good care of his body while he's young, a familiar piece of advice. Logan manages a faint smile. Luis used to say that often in his past life too, it must be his personal mantra. A small flicker of warmth amidst the painful, resurfacing memories. He takes a steadying breath, pushing the unsettling feelings aside. He needs to focus on the present. Luis, seemingly unaware of the turmoil inside Logan, turns to lead the way, remarking that whatever that memory was, it's in the past now. Logan follows, his own resolve hardening. He will ensure those tragic past events don't happen in this life. Luis stops before a grand set of ornate double doors, announcing that the Duke is waiting inside. "I'll see you later," Luis says with a polite nod. Logan bows slightly in thanks. Logan hesitates for just a moment before the imposing doors. A familiar voice calls out from within, "What are you waiting for?" causing him to startle slightly. He quickly composes himself, a polite, calm smile forming on his face as he pushes the heavy doors open. Duke Felix Esperanza stands within, a genuinely warm smile on his face. His wife, the Duchess, stands gracefully beside him. "It's nice to see you again," the Duke greets him. "I'm overjoyed that you seem as well as ever." The Duchess smiles kindly. "You must be Logan. Please, take a seat. I've heard so much about you from my husband." "We owe you a great debt," the Duke adds, his gratitude clearly sincere. Logan bows respectfully. "It's truly nice to meet you, Duchess. And congratulations on the impending birth of your heir." "On that note," the Duke says, gesturing for Logan to sit as they all take their seats, "there's something very important I want to ask of you." Logan, curious, replies, "Yes? Anything." The Duchess gently places her hands on her pregnant belly. "This child's name. Logan, could you possibly choose it for us?" Logan is visibly stunned into silence. "What?" The Duke explains that he and his wife have been discussing it for some time, and since it's all thanks to Logan that they are expecting, they wish for him to choose the child's name. This is an extraordinary honor. "You won't refuse, will you?" the Duke asks, a hopeful, earnest look in his eyes. Logan is still trying to process the immense weight of their request. In Grandia, it's believed that a name both decides and illuminates the path a child will walk in life. This belief has been held by the people since ancient times, a deeply ingrained cultural tradition. Nobles especially seek out highly respected individuals to name their children, seeing it as a blessing for the child's future. They even hold grand feasts simply to celebrate their children's names. Logan can't help but think, but to leave such an incredibly important task to me. We've only truly met twice. It feels like a monumental responsibility for someone he barely knows, despite their connection. The Duke looks at Logan intently, saying that despite their brief acquaintance, he can see they've already had a significant, positive influence on each other's lives. He truly believes Logan is worthy of this great honor. Logan considers for a moment, then a genuine, warm smile spreads across his face. It's a heavy responsibility indeed, but I see no reason to refuse. I would be truly honored. The Duke and Duchess both beam with pure, unadulterated pleasure. Thank you, the Duke says, clearly moved by Logan's acceptance. The Duke then gently guides his wife, reminding her to rest and not strain herself, especially while carrying their child. He then turns back to Logan, saying this is still a formal request. The Duke muses to himself that this will ultimately be beneficial for Logan too. The title of the one who named the sword Duke's child would certainly carry immense prestige. Anyway, go get some rest, the Duke says again gently to his wife as she exits the room. He then turns back to Logan, his entire demeanor shifting, becoming more relaxed. Phew. I'm really not great with all those fancy words, the Duke admits with a sigh, a much more casual, down-to-earth air about him now that his wife has left. So, he continues, a new glint in his eye, let's talk with our bodies instead. Logan looks up, surprised. What? The Duke's eyes gleam with a true warrior's spirit. I have to say, I'm surprised by how quickly your level has risen in such a short amount of time. He stands, and a palpable aura of immense power begins to emanate from him. Let's see just how strong you've become. The challenge hangs heavy and clear in the air. Moments later, in a spacious private training hall, Logan and Duke Felix face each other, simple practice swords in hand. The air crackles with unspoken anticipation and raw power. Logan is the first to move, lunging forward with explosive speed, his blade a silver streak aimed directly at the Duke. The Duke meets his attack with almost casual ease, his own blade a blur, effortlessly deflecting Logan's strike. Golden sparks fly as their swords connect with a sharp clang. Logan presses his attack, unleashing a flurry of rapid blows, but the Duke parries each one flawlessly, his movements impossibly fluid and precise. Logan grunts in frustration. He's blocking all my attacks so easily, Logan thinks, a wry, almost impressed smile on his face. This is the true level of the kingdom's best swordsman. If it's a battle against Master, Logan realizes with a surge of excitement, I can truly test my limits. This is an invaluable, rare opportunity for him. Suddenly, just as Logan is preparing his next move, the Duke lowers his sword. Stop. Logan looks up, completely confused and caught off guard. What do you think you're doing? He asks, bewildered. The Duke's abrupt halt to the spar leaves Logan hanging, the intense duel ending just as he was truly getting into it. The spar has stopped cold. Logan stands confused as Duke Esperanza, his teacher, looks at him with sharp disapproval. What are you doing? The Duke demands. You're not telling me this is your full power, are you? Logan, still catching his breath, just says, no. So? Then try your hardest, the Duke commands, his gaze unyielding. A new fire ignites in Logan's eyes, and his golden aura flares to life around him as he prepares to truly unleash his strength. Logan knows this is important. This is the first real training session they've had since he officially became the Duke's student. He can't afford to disappoint him now. His resolve hardens as he grips his practice sword tighter, ready to show his master what he's really made of. Logan lunges, his sword a golden blur as he unleashes a powerful strike. The Duke meets him head-on, their blades clashing with a deafening clang that echoes through the hall, sending sparks flying. The sheer force of their blows creates a shockwave, the very air around them seeming to shimmer with their combined, explosive power. They become two figures silhouetted against a blinding burst of golden light, a testament to the incredible force being unleashed in their intense spar. Logan pushes his aura to its absolute limit, his muscles straining as he channels all his energy into his blade, thinking, and after rippling divide. He prepares his devastating follow-up. Killer Iron Slash, he roars, unleashing a powerful combination of two of his most potent techniques from the Divine Sword secrets. A massive wave of destructive golden energy erupts from his sword, tearing across the training hall straight towards the Duke, an attack powerful enough to obliterate most opponents. But the Duke merely scoffs, a wave of pure, almost icy blue aura flaring around him. Nonsense, he remarks, completely unimpressed by Logan's flashy display. The Duke's aura effortlessly disperses Logan's powerful attack. He looks at Logan with a hint of clear disappointment. "Do you intend to fall after only 2 attacks?" he asks, his voice calm but firm. Before Logan can even react, the Duke strikes, not with his sword, but with a swift, precise blow to Logan's side. What? Logan gasps as sharp pain shoots through him. Ugh! Logan collapses to his knees, clutching his injured side. The Duke stands over him, his expression stern. "Get up. Wasting your force like an idiot isn't all you know, is it?" His words are harsh, a verbal lashing to match the physical one. Logan grits his teeth, frustrated and deeply confused. He can't understand why the Duke called his Divine Sword Secrets combo idiotic, especially when it wounded even the formidable Moonlight Knight. "Show me your everything," the Duke commands, his eyes narrowed. "Your true swordsmanship." He's clearly demanding more than just powerful, flashy techniques. The Duke's voice echoes in the vast hall, filled with clear disappointment. "Do not disappoint me any further, Logan." The pressure on Logan is immense. Logan looks down, clenching his jaw tightly. A new, fierce resolve forms in his eyes. "I will demonstrate properly," he says, his voice strained but firm. He pushes himself back up, his sword becoming a blur as he launches another desperate, powerful attack. Once more with the killer iron slash. He thinks, pouring every last ounce of his remaining energy into the technique. He leaps high into the air, bringing his glowing sword down in a powerful, sweeping arc, aiming to overwhelm the Duke with sheer, brute force. The Duke simply sighs, a look of clear exasperation on his face. "Huh, you still don't understand." And with a movement so fast it's almost invisible, he casually sidesteps the attack. Logan is stunned. The Duke just vanished. He didn't even hear him take a step. His master's speed is on an entirely different level. Logan lands heavily, looking around wildly, desperately trying to locate his master in the large hall. Just where did he go? Logan thinks, a growing sense of unease and dread creeping into his mind. "Over here," the Duke's voice says calmly from directly behind him. Logan whirls around, his eyes wide with shock, just as the pommel of the Duke's sword smashes brutally into his face. Bam! The impact is jarring and painful, sending Logan sprawling helplessly to the ground. Logan clutches his bruised face, gritting his teeth hard against the throbbing pain and the sting of humiliation. Damn it! He curses silently. He's been completely and utterly outclassed by his teacher. His practiced sword clatters loudly against the cold stone floor of the training hall, the sound echoing his resounding defeat. The Duke is on him in an instant, delivering another swift, punishing blow that sends Logan reeling once more. Logan cries out, completely unable to defend himself. Logan stumbles, dropping his sword completely. He's utterly overwhelmed, his earlier confidence now shattered into a million pieces. The Duke stands over him, his expression severe and disapproving. "You call that swordsmanship? Are you even really trying?" Logan coughs, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. Going on about swordsmanship, just what does he want from me? He thinks, utterly confused and frustrated by the Duke's relentless criticism. The Duke continues his cold, brutal assessment. "You might have gained more raw power since we last met, but your swordsmanship itself is unchanged. No, actually it's gotten worse. Your fundamentals have completely broken," the Duke roars, the words hitting Logan harder than any physical blow possibly could. Logan can only stare in stunned shock. "Do you really think good swordsmanship is just about pouring all your force into some fancy special move?" the Duke challenges. "Your fundamentals need to be the solid foundation for getting stronger. Even if you manage to reach the next level through sheer luck or raw talent, it merely raises the height of the next wall you'll inevitably hit." Logan looks away, the Duke's harsh words finally sinking in. "Was that so?" he murmurs, a dawning, painful understanding in his eyes. Logan reflects, a wry, self-deprecating smile touching his lips. He'd gained power so easily after regressing, relying on his past memories and focusing solely on the flashy divine sword secrets. He realizes now just how arrogant he'd become. After I'd come back to the past, he finishes his thought, the weight of his misjudgment settling heavily on him. I completely misjudged myself just because things were going my way for a while. It's a truly humbling and much-needed realization. He let his early successes cloud his judgment and blind him to his own flaws. He slowly picks up his practice sword from the floor, his grip tightening with a newfound, steely determination. One more time, the Duke says, his voice surprisingly softer now. Logan looks up, startled. Please give me one more chance. Logan pleads, his eyes blazing with a fierce new resolve. I'll repave my fundamentals from the very beginning. And so begins Logan's brutal, unforgiving retraining under the Duke's watchful eye. Days later, he's shown completely unconscious, being hastily carried away on a stretcher. Emergency patient. Take him to the medical ward, now. The intense training is clearly taking a severe toll. Duke Esperanza watches him go, a stern but undeniably thoughtful expression on his face. The sword is learned with the body, he muses. The more painful it is, the better one learns. This harsh regimen is for Logan's own good, to forge him into a true master. Luis Hayen, the Duke's ever-present overseer, approaches with a slight, knowing smile. You seem to have taken a real liking to him, haven't you? The Duke just scoffs dismissively. Maybe if he didn't waste his obvious talent so much? Although, Luis continues, a thoughtful, appraising look on his face as he watches Logan's retreating form. The Duke allows himself a small smirk. I do like his determination, he admits. Logan's stubborn refusal to give up, even under such brutal training, has clearly impressed him. Just then, a slightly panicked voice calls out from the edge of the training hall, Excuse me. Both the Duke and Luis turn to see Logan's servant, Rick, approaching them, looking as flustered and nervous as usual. And who are you? The Duke asks, though he likely already knows the answer. Rick bows quickly and nervously. I'm Logan's servant, Rick. I'm here to deliver a letter from Baron McLean, Rick announces, holding out a sealed, official-looking envelope. The Duke takes the letter, a slightly curious look on his face. Logan's father? He could have just sent this virtually. It's unusual to send a physical letter for what he assumes is a simple matter. Rick quickly adds, a conspiratorial tone in his voice. Well, it wouldn't be appropriate for young Master Logan to know about its contents. This immediately piques the Duke's interest. The Duke breaks the seal and begins to read the letter, his expression carefully unreadable. The letter begins with formal pleasantries. To Count Felix Esperanza, whom I so dearly respect. I, Patrick McLean, must make this humble request of you. The letter goes on to detail Patrick's immense gratitude for the secrets of the sword, which is actually the iron blood sword technique Logan provided, but Patrick mistakenly attributes to the Duke. He then shamelessly requests the Duke to bestow these great secrets upon Logan as well, knowing how dearly the Duke supposedly holds his son. The Duke can't help but think, I just gave him one low-rank manual. Great secrets of the sword. Patrick is clearly overestimating the initial, simple gift. Then, the letter takes a rather unexpected and personal turn. My son, Logan, as you may know, suffered a small pain last year. The letter continues, essentially asking the Duke to find a suitable marriage match for Logan. Patrick believes Logan's small pain, referring to the trauma from poisoning Ronian in his original timeline, which Patrick is vaguely aware of, has made him completely uninterested in such matters. If you were to take this request, the letter concludes, the McLean family would forever be in your debt and thanks. The Duke looks up from the letter, a thoughtful, slightly amused expression on his face. Now this is an interesting request. And Logan still knows nothing about any of this? The Duke asks Rick, a knowing look in his eye. Rick grins sheepishly. Yes, young Master Logan believes it's not the time to worry over such trivial things. Goodness me. The Duke murmurs, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. This is certainly an unexpected development. He then lets out a hearty, amused chuckle. A 20-year-old boy, completely uninterested in women. He clearly finds the entire situation rather entertaining. All right then, the Duke agrees, a mischievous glint now sparkling in his eye. I shall try my very best to help. Rick bows deeply, practically overcome with joy and relief. Thank you so much, Your Grace. One grueling, exhausting week later, after countless brutal training sessions that pushed Logan to his absolute limits. Logan, looking utterly exhausted but somehow more solid and grounded, stands with a towel draped around his neck. The Duke approaches him. Logan looks up, beads of sweat still on his brow. Date? He asks, completely bewildered by the sudden suggestion. The Duke gestures grandly, clearly enjoying Logan's obvious discomfort. Indeed. An heir with no fiancé at the ripe age of 21? How utterly shameful for your family. So, I intend to find you a suitable match, the Duke declares with an air of finality. Logan looks completely thrown by this. But didn't you want me to focus solely on training while I'm here? Why are you bringing this up so suddenly? Logan, the Duke begins, his tone shifting to become more serious and fatherly. A calm and settled heart is absolutely necessary to train properly, the Duke advises, placing a reassuring hand on Logan's shoulder. It's something I've only truly realized after I met my own dear wife. Logan's mind races frantically. A war is going to break out in just a few months. How could I possibly have time for any engagements right now? At least, I wish I could say that out loud. He can't reveal his dangerous future knowledge. But this is all far too sudden. Why bring this up right now? Logan asks, still trying to process the unexpected turn of events. The Duke just smiles cryptically. Well, let's just say that I recently received a rather compelling request. And, naturally, I worry for the future happiness of my beloved and most promising pupil, the Duke adds, his expression surprisingly sincere. Logan looks thoughtful. A request? From my family? Logan guesses, a sinking feeling in his stomach. The Duke nods. Your father is rightfully worried. A grown heir, still unable to get engaged. Logan sighs internally. Damn it, this is pointless. But I can't just ignore my father's wishes. He feels completely cornered. After a moment of silent, internal deliberation, Logan finally relents with a sigh. All right, I'll meet them. He reasons to himself, one day wasted should be fine, I suppose. Soon after, Logan finds himself standing awkwardly in a beautiful, sunlit garden. A young woman with striking, long, wavy reddish-brown hair sits gracefully on a stone bench nearby. Nice to meet you, Logan McLean. I'm Eileen Floyd, she says, her voice calm and her gaze surprisingly direct and steady. Rick, standing a little way behind Logan, gasps audibly, his eyes practically popping out of his head in sheer admiration. Wow. She's absolutely beautiful, he whispers, completely awestruck by her presence. Logan observes Eileen, his own expression carefully unreadable. Rick can't help but think that she's almost too good for Logan, and even Logan, who usually shows no interest in such things, seems visibly surprised. But Logan's surprise isn't just from her undeniable beauty. How could this possibly be? He thinks, a jolt of stunned recognition hitting him as he senses a faint but distinct red aura flaring around Eileen. To think my potential fiancé is actually a Force user. He can clearly sense her power. She's at the very pinnacle of low rank, almost at the intermediate level. And at the young age of 18? That's unbelievable. This is a remarkable level of talent for someone so young, almost unheard of. Then, the name suddenly clicks into place with chilling certainty. Wait a minute. Floyd. His eyes widen in genuine shock. He knows that name and the legend associated with it. A vivid flashback to a bloody, desperate battlefield from his past life floods his mind. The many talents of Grandia withered so easily in those 3 brutal years of war. But one figure stood out from the rest. The one who pierced the darkness and bravely led the 100 knights. The legendary Rose of Steel who bloomed from a fallen noble family. Eileen Floyd. He remembers her as a peerless, heroic figure from his tragic past. This is a truly unexpected meeting, Logan thinks, his mind racing at 1,000 miles an hour as the Duke and Duchess discreetly leave them alone. He's already strategizing how he could potentially get her into his family before the war breaks out, though he knows arranged marriages rarely happen so quickly. What should I do? Eileen Floyd looks at Logan, her expression unreadable, perhaps a little impatient with his silence and obvious distraction. It appears you were also forced to come here today, she observes dryly, her voice cutting through his thoughts. Logan startles, caught completely off guard. Well. He mentally kicks himself. Damn it, I wasn't focusing. Eileen sighs, a slight frown creasing her brow. I feel the same way, and frankly, I'd like to not waste any more of my time on this. She's clearly not interested in pointless pleasantries or beating around the bush. Logan, quickly recovering his composure, offers what he hopes is a charming smile. Oh, my apologies, I was just caught up thinking about some other things. So then, how about we try to spend some meaningful time together now? He's desperately trying to salvage the situation, but Eileen Floyd is clearly not a woman who is easily impressed or swayed by simple charm. Logan's world just got a lot more complicated. Eileen Floyd, a woman with fiery reddish-brown hair pulled back practically, looks utterly stunned, a handkerchief pressed to her lips as the words, "What? A fiancé?" echo her shock. Dressed for combat, not courtship, a sword at her hip, she's clearly a warrior caught off guard. Eileen's thoughts are sharp and defiant. Have you still not given up yet? Followed by a grumbled, I'm not getting married. This isn't the first time she's had this fight, and she's not backing down. The scene shifts to an older man, Roberts Floyd, Eileen's father. He offers a kind, almost pleading smile, telling Eileen her beauty still commands attention, and then, gesturing warmly, adds that this recommendation comes from Felix Esperanza himself, clearly hoping the Duke's name will sway her. Eileen's eyes widen slightly. Esperanza? The Sword Duke? She asks, a hint of surprise, maybe even respect in her voice. The Count, with a knowing glance at Logan beside him, confirms, yes, his pupil. Logan, observing, lets out a soft, intrigued by this unexpected connection. Count Floyd continues, his smile a bit wider. Not many people know yet, but I hear he is soon to become renowned. He then adds humbly, although not as much ASU, who attained force at 12. Clearly bursting with pride for Eileen's rare talent. A bit of crucial backstory. Eileen's first fiancé broke off their engagement after she thoroughly beat him up. We see a flashback. Eileen calmly walking away as her father rushes to a bruised young man on the ground, who's shouting curses while the Count exclaims in dismay. After that incident, Eileen was banned from training, but only for 2 short years, a testament to her family's inability to truly curb her warrior spirit. Soon after her ban ended, she beat up her new fiancé, a qualified knight, proving her superiority to most trained warriors. The flashback shows Eileen, sword in hand, looking down with a oomph at another defeated man in knightly attire, her father again rushing over in distress. A bold, fiery red title flashes, the maiden who beats up knights. It's a fearsome reputation, and one she's definitely earned. Count Floyd's internal thoughts reveal his desperation. With Eileen's reputation and her own desire to be a knight, marriage prospects had vanished. So, he sees this as a golden opportunity, a young man the Duke himself vouches for. His hope intensifies dramatically. He might be a man who could actually handle my daughter. It's clear he believes Logan might be the only one strong enough, or perhaps understanding enough, for the formidable Eileen. The scene shifts. Logan and Eileen are now in a grand hall, Eileen dressed in a formal blue gown, asking Logan, how about we spend our time doing something meaningful? Logan, now in a smart suit, looks taken aback, a bead of sweat on his temple, his surprise shown only by a silent ellipsis. He hesitantly asks, what do you mean by meaningful? Eileen, despite her bold words, clasps her hands tightly, a nervous energy about her, and says, I heard you were the Sword Duke's pupil. Her face flushes, her eyes intense and hopeful as she leans in, a powerful purple aura flaring around her. Could you cross blades with me? She asks, her desire for a true match completely overshadowing any pretense of typical noble courtship. Two sharp, urgent cries pierce the air, "Miss" and "Young Master." Their attendants are clearly horrified by this turn of events. Eileen's blonde maid is practically pulling her hair out in panic, while Logan's attendant, Rick, is equally aghast, clutching his head as a massive sound effect emphasizes their shock. Eileen is already tying up her long reddish-brown hair, ready for action. Her maid pleads, "Are you going to beat up your potential fiancé again? The Count begged you not to." But Eileen just retorts, "It's different this time." Eileen glares, recalling her past fiancés who looked down on her and made crude remarks. "I wish I could have beaten them up more," she says, her voice filled with lingering anger. She turns, a determined glint in her eyes, her hair now in a high ponytail, back in her practical training clothes. But this is different. Her maid stands beside her, looking resigned but still worried, as a subtle purple aura emanates from Eileen. We see Logan and Eileen facing each other in a spacious, stone-paved training area. Logan is stretching, while Eileen stands ready, observing him, clearly eager for this spar. Rick's attendant clings to Logan's arm, frantic. "Young master, please listen," he begs. "Why are you warming up so seriously? If word spreads that you hit a woman, the Lord will have me flogged." He's terrified of the personal consequences. Logan calmly replies, "Don't worry. That won't happen." He's already taken precautions, having the training area sealed off. Logan looks towards Eileen with a slight, confident smirk, wondering about her true power and if the rumors of her slaying 100 knights were true. "Let's check it out," he thinks. Eileen's maid, who was panicking earlier, now cups her hands around her mouth, shouting encouragement. "Miss, since this is inevitable, make sure to win." Rick's attendant looks on in disbelief at her sudden change of heart. The two servants are now bickering in the background about whose master is more skilled, while Eileen takes a deep, composing breath. Logan and Eileen stand ready, swords drawn. "Eileen Floyd," Logan says her name. She replies, "I've trained with the blade alone for 10 years, her stance powerful." Logan raises an eyebrow. "Alone?" Eileen's eyes narrow with fierce determination. "I've beaten a knight before, so I hope you won't underestimate me." Logan's response is simple, "Sorry. I was just surprised." His expression shifts to a confident, almost predatory smile. "Underestimate you?" he muses. "I don't plan on going easy on you at all. So I hope you'll understand if I'm rather harsh." Eileen looks slightly taken aback, a small blush on her cheeks, but her eyes remain steady. They stand opposite each other in the vast training hall, swords glinting. The calm before the storm. With a sharp push off the ground, Eileen lunges forward, a blur of motion and blue energy. Logan meets her charge, their blades about to connect with a huge sound effect. The clash is instantaneous. Steel meets steel with a sharp ring, and Eileen's face contorts in a grimace as she's clearly overpowered. "Ugh!" Eileen is forced to her knee, her sword clattering to the ground. Logan stands over her, his sword steady. Her maid cries out, "Is." Logan calmly states, "It was with the flat side." Eileen slowly gets up, clutching her side. Logan advises, "Your sides are open, so it's better to watch out for that, miss." Eileen glares, teeth gritted, a fierce determination burning in her eyes. "You," she growls, thinking, "I'm going to hit him at least once." She attacks again, but Logan easily deflects her strike, his sword tapping her chest. "Your grip is too loose." He follows up with another swift move, tapping the side of her head. "You need to move faster." Eileen cries out in frustration. And again, he finds an opening, his sword flat striking her side. "Your side is open again." The solid hit is emphasized with a massive sound effect. Eileen is on her hands and knees, panting heavily. Logan stands calmly, sword pointed down, as their attendants watch with concern. Close up on the servants. Rick's attendant looks shocked, while Eileen's maid covers her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she whispers, "Miss?" Logan looks down at the heavily breathing Eileen. You seem tired, he observes neutrally. He starts to say, you should wipe off some of your sweat, but Eileen suddenly lunges in a swift, unexpected movement. She swings wildly, but Logan easily sidesteps. Her sneak attack fails, and she pants, Even my sneak attack didn't work. Nice try, Logan says calmly. Eileen looks up at him, her eyes wide with shock and confusion, disbelieving how easily he's handling her. Her thoughts race. He's not mad? Is he mocking me? Logan's expression is placid as he says, however. And he strikes again, a precise tap to her forehead. You need to move more concisely. She cries out in pain. Eileen stumbles back, clutching her head, tears of frustration in her eyes. Keikung. She groans, cursing inwardly, fuck this guy. Logan gently pats her head, a thoughtful expression on his face. Seeing your bad habits, looks like it's true that you learned alone. He internally assesses, but she's already improving with just a few pointers. She has talent. His thoughts continue, he isn't able to use it yet, though. Is this how my teacher felt when he saw me? A wistful note, how unfortunate. He sees his past struggles in her. A panel of stark lines signifies Eileen gathering her resolve. And she's back. Eileen lets out a fierce battle cry, Hiya. Her face a mask of pure determination, sweat flying. She charges, her feet pounding the stone floor, moving much faster this time. Eileen launches herself at Logan, a whirlwind of energy, her ponytail flying, unleashing her full power. Logan watches her approach, a slight, appreciative smirk on his face. Interesting footwork, he thinks. It's an upgrade from the simple charge earlier. Eileen screams as she unleashes a powerful strike. Logan meets her blade, the impact creating a bright flash of light. Despite her improved attack, Logan parries again. Eileen is thrown off balance, astounded. He deflected it again. Eileen's face is shown in profile, sweat and a trickle of blood from her lip, her mouth open in a silent gasp of exertion and frustration. Logan stands firm. His attendant cries, Miss. Logan thinks, her talent is more than enough, as Eileen stumbles. Eileen is on her hands and knees again, sword on the ground, utterly spent. Logan observes her. She shows good potential, he muses. Eileen glares up, panic. Oh, one more time. She gasps, her eyes blazing with unbroken spirit. Logan's internal thought. And her grit is a pass too. Logan extends his hand. I'll help you out, miss. But Eileen, defiant, shouts, I said, again. I'll give you the opportunity next time, Logan says gently, taking her hand and helping her up. Eileen groans as she's pulled to her feet. As she stands, she sways unsteadily, and Logan steadies her. They stand close, Logan supporting Eileen. She looks up at him, catching her breath, her expression a mix of exhaustion and surprise. The atmosphere is charged. Logan looks down at her, a genuine smile on his face. You have amazing talent, he says sincerely. Then, his voice takes on a more serious, inviting tone. Come to McLean. He continues, his gaze direct, not as a woman, but as a knight. Freely train and spar, and I promise you a battlefield where you can reap glory. Eileen stares, absorbing his words. Logan smiles, a hint of strategic charm in his eyes. Of course, we'd be engaged in name, but how does it sound? He's offering her everything she's ever wanted. Eileen is speechless, her mouth slightly open, a bead of sweat on her cheek, stunned into silence. Then her face breaks into a wide, radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement and disbelief. Sure, she exclaims, her voice full of joyous acceptance. Logan watches her, a satisfied smile on his own face. Her sense was comparable to Ronian's. The rumors were undoubtedly true. She's likely to become a superhuman in the future. He continues to muse. If engagement is the price for bringing in such talent, it's quite cheap. Nearby, Eileen playfully wipes her face with a towel held by her flustered maid, laughing. Logan's expression turns thoughtful. But why did my teacher introduce me to the Floyds? He wonders. The scene shifts. Duke Felix Esperanza sits at his grand desk, looking directly at Logan. 2 reasons, he states simply. Logan stands before the Duke's desk, listening. The Duke elaborates. The first is that while the Floyds aren't involved with either prince, they still have quite the influence in the capital. The Duke continues, they are a family that can represent the McLeans in the capital. Logan thinks, one more reason Beffrose needs to wait. This alliance bolsters McLean's standing. Logan's internal monologue. I wasn't too worried since the Civil War breaks out soon. But this is a reasonable choice from his point of view. He understands the Duke's strategy. The Duke taps his pen on the desk. And what's more important is... Logan looks up, a bead of sweat on his temple, a slight blush on his face, as a sound effect emphasizes his reaction to the Duke's next words. The Duke leans forward, a wide, mischievous grin on his face, pointing at Logan. I was wondering how a wild guy like you would do with a troublemaker maiden like her. He bursts into laughter, adding, but Teal think you'd like her that much. Logan smiles wryly, thinking, he's quite strange sometimes. Well, what's good is good. The Duke's laughter echoes. The Duke, still chuckling, looks at Logan. I saw how your face turned red when you met her. Now you finally seem like a boy your age. Logan, slightly flustered, replies, what? The Duke's expression softens. I don't know how heavy the burden on your shoulders is. But someone as young as you with the face of someone who's had to hold up the entire world. He stands and places a comforting hand on Logan's shoulder. Wasn't too enjoyable to watch. His tone is sincere and fatherly. The Duke continues his heartfelt advice. You can share your burden, you know. Spread your heart wide. Trust the people around you more and relax. A simple speech bubble from the Duke. I may be overstepping. He continues, a vision of Logan and Eileen formally dressed together appearing. But from what I hear, Eileen could give you some of that room you need. He believes Eileen's strength could be a good match for Logan's burdens. Logan looks genuinely touched, a soft smile on his face. Teacher, he murmurs. But then a stark but appears in a thought bubble, his smile fading. His internal resolve hardens. This is something only I can do. The weight of his future knowledge is a burden he feels he must carry alone. The Duke, with a knowing, cheeky look, suddenly adds, and don't wait to have a kid. I'm speaking from experience. This unexpected advice comes from his newfound fatherly joy. Logan is utterly blindsided, his face frozen in shock, a massive appearing next to him. The Duke looks quite pleased with himself. Logan can only stammer out, teacher. As the scene fades, the Duke's teasing words still hanging in the air. Autumn leaves drift peacefully, a calm that's quickly shattered by the sharp clang of steel. It seems Logan's supposed vacation in the capital is anything but restful. One of Logan's knights, Kai, grunts with effort as he strains to block a powerful blow from Logan's practice sword, the impact echoing through the training yard. He's clearly being pushed to his limits. Logan stands opposite him, sword held casually, already critiquing Kai's form. You couldn't block that? Get a grip. Next. Kai stumbles back, unsteady on his feet. The training under Logan is relentless. Logan pauses, his sword resting on his shoulder, his thoughts drifting. It's been 3 weeks since he arrived in the capital, and aside from that one unexpected date, he's been training nonstop. Or, he muses, he's been sparring with his own knights. The panel shows his other knight, Owen, looking utterly exhausted, while Kai seems to be giving him advice. Logan dryly adds to himself, I guess this counts as training too. Logan notices a definite change in his knights. They seem more disciplined and focused here than back in their home fief. Owen and Kai now have comically serious, almost worshipful expressions when they look at him. Logan can't help but wonder, did I beat them up too much? A quick flashback reveals the real reason for their newfound dedication. Owen and Kai are shown sprawled on the ground, swords scattered, clearly and humiliatingly defeated. One of Duke Esperanza's knights, looking disdainful, scoffs at them, saying Esperanza's knights are required to be mid-ranked, unlike these newcomers. The condescending knight continues to mock the defeated Owen, suggesting he should still be learning basic sword swings and that his friends should spar with knights in training next time. This public humiliation clearly lit a fierce fire under Logan's men. Back in the present, Owen watches the Duke's knights train in the distance, noticing something odd about their energetic sparring. Owen whispers to Kai, who leans in, that while the Duke's knights are strong, their technique doesn't seem as potent as the iron blood sword style. Kai, surprised, admits he thought so too. The blonde Esperanza knight is now talking to a comrade, wondering why Logan's knights use a weaker blade style if Logan himself received the iron blood sword technique from the Duke. Owen and Kai overhear this, and a new thought begins to form. Owen muses that if Logan didn't get the technique from the Sword Duke, and couldn't have created it himself, then in any case. Their thoughts converge in a burst of pure admiration for Logan, who appears in a heroic, glowing image above them as they clasp their hands in reverence, imagining him bestowing this superior martial art upon them. "Our great young master," they exclaim in their minds. Logan glances back at Owen and Kai, who are still looking at him with those overly eager, sparkling eyes. He just looks slightly perplexed by their intense, almost fanatical gazes. He rolls his neck, thinking that while he's not sure what's gotten into them, they aren't causing trouble and seem focused on training, so perhaps he should give them something productive to do. Suddenly, wooden crates boldly advertising McLean's special products and Third Rich Enjoyer's exclusive sale slam into view. A figure emerges, hawking small bottles, exclaiming, "This is a rare opportunity. The essential vanity product that made nobles go gaga." It's none other than Philip Claude, energetically selling Impo Rick in the capital. Philip, with his signature glasses and cheeky grin, accosts one of Logan's knights, claiming his medicine can solve all their problems, clearly in full, unstoppable sales mode. Philip then spots Logan. "Hey, young man over there. You look just like my young master." Then, recognition dawns and he stammers in shock. Logan stands with his back to Philip, an incredibly dark and menacing aura emanating from him, his knights looking on with a mix of fear and anticipation. Philip is now bowing deeply, sweating and trembling profusely, panting that there were too many competitors in the capital, clearly having overexerted himself in his aggressive sales pitch. The scene clarifies. Logan is calmly sitting on Philip's back as the merchant struggles to do push-ups. "Your form is dropping. Keep it up," Logan says sternly, as Philip groans under the strain. Logan looks off to the side, a determined glint in his eye, telling Philip he'll ensure he earns even more money, so he shouldn't resort to such undignified marketing tactics. Logan hops off Philip's back. "Get up. I'm going to leave you with another business." Philip, still on the ground, looks up in surprise. "Another business?" Logan introduces Owen and Kai to Philip, explaining they'll be his guards. Philip, bewildered by the need for 6 guards, is coolly informed by Logan that it's just a large extension of his current business. Logan gives Philip his new, monumental directive. Before this year ends, get as much weaponry, war horses, and lumber as possible. Philip looks up, his eyes wide with dawning apprehension. Philip panics, his face a mask of pure terror. "Are you trying to wage another war?" Logan just smirks playfully. "Do you take me for a warhawk?" "I'm just being careful." Philip clamps a hand over his mouth in shock, muttering that every time Logan says that, they end up in some kind of conflict, and he shouldn't say it out loud for fear of bad luck. He's clearly traumatized by past experiences with Logan's carefulness. Philip, regaining a sliver of his business composure despite his fear, asks the crucial, practical question, "What's our budget?" Logan stands with his arms crossed, a confident smile on his face. 30 million gold. Get as much as you can within that range." Philip stumbles back, utterly shocked. "What? The 30 million? Logan adds that he learned the importance of this from fighting the Sylvans. Logan explains his reasoning. If they increase the number of their crossbow cavalry, their soldiers will be able to take on even low-rank knights. The explanation continues over images of heavily armored crossbowmen. Individual soldiers could potentially defeat groups of force users. If successful, this strategy will completely change the norms of the battlefield. Logan's thoughts reveal the true ambition behind this plan. It may not be on par with the advanced crossbows of the Empire from his previous life, but it should come very close. Philip, however, looks distressed, pointing out that they won't be able to get even half the supplies Logan wants with that budget. Logan asks why. Philip launches into a frustrated explanation, a comical image of a horse neighing beside him. If demand suddenly skyrockets, he says, the price will also skyrocket, especially for war horses. His explanation continues in overlapping speech bubbles. More money doesn't magically make horses birth triplets, nor does it make ponies grow up any faster. He's trying to drum the basic laws of supply and demand into Logan's head. Logan looks a bit sheepish, scratching the back of his neck. Did I say it too late? He admits, I thought it'd be fine before the war. Philip explodes. Before the war? Did you just say before the war? You're planning to wage another war. He dances around Logan in fury, while Logan holds up his hands defensively, saying, no, no. Logan tries to calm Philip down, holding up 3 fingers, saying, let me break it down for you. Philip, now also holding up 3 fingers with a determined, almost crazed look, parrots back. The price will likely triple. He gets it, and he's clearly not happy about the implications. Philip's eyes narrow with fierce resolve. I need to stop this crazy act, he declares to himself. Logan considers this, then says, I guess it can't be helped. Philip briefly thinks his pleas worked, but Logan continues, then, it should be fine for you to go up to double the current market price. He's still pushing, but with a slight concession. Philip internally groans. Logan isn't giving up, and the price will most likely triple. But then Logan says, but, grabbing Philip's full attention. Logan flashes a cunning grin. If you successfully buy them at less than double the current market price, you'll get an equivalent bonus. Philip looks up, instantly intrigued, asking, how much? Logan dramatically announces, 3% of the price difference. Red lightning crackles around Philip as his eyes bulge, his jaw dropping in utter shock and sudden, intense motivation. Philip, now radiating pure determination and little hearts of greed, declares, I'll do my best. Owen, standing nearby, looks confused, asking Kai if 3% is a lot. Kai just admits he's not good with numbers. Logan smirks, pleased with himself, as Philip enthusiastically massages his shoulders. Logan thinks to himself, money really does solve everything. Logan reflects. He got a hint for his training from his teacher and gained Eileen, an unexpected talent. Things are going well, but he's still stuck on some crucial matters, images of Duke Esperanza and Eileen flashing by as he contemplates. The name, King Samuel, appears in bold purple letters, revealing the source of Logan's underlying concern and strategic focus. Logan's thoughts continue over a grim image of the king on his deathbed. He still hears no bad news about the king's health, nor sees any signs of internal conflict. He wonders if the king's death was truly as sudden and unexpected as it seemed in his past life. Philip is still massaging Logan's shoulders as Logan decides that, for now, it's fine. He'll focus on gaining his teacher's trust. While meeting the third prince would be ideal, forcing it now would only make him look suspicious. He gazes out at the distant castle walls. His teacher's child will be born soon, so after he names the baby, he'll return to McLean with Eileen. He and Eileen are shown distantly, sharing a quiet, perhaps understanding moment. Just then, Duke Esperanza appears, his expression uncharacteristically serious. His Majesty has called for you. Come with me. Logan turns, a bead of sweat on his temple, pointing to himself in complete surprise. Me? This summons is completely unexpected and potentially game-changing. They arrive at grand, ornate palace gates, which swing open heavily. A guard announces that Duke Esperanza's identity has been verified and instructs them to follow. Logan, Duke Esperanza, and the guard walk across a vast paved courtyard, their footsteps echoing ominously. The sheer scale of the royal palace grounds is impressive and intimidating. Logan, now dressed in more formal attire, looks understandably apprehensive. The king wants to meet me, he thinks. I'm just the son of a countryside baron. I typically have no chance to meet the king. Duke Esperanza glances at Logan, noticing his pupil's clear unease. Are you worried? He asks quietly. The Duke offers a reassuring smile. There's no need. His Majesty simply wishes to see the face of my promising pupil. He continues, trying to put Logan at ease. He places a very high value on talent, so this audience will only benefit you. It won't hurt you in any way. Logan nods, though he still looks a bit tense despite the Duke's assurances. Okay. They approach a stunningly beautiful palace, a true architectural marvel. Narration boxes describe it as the beauty of grandeur, so magnificent that even the Empire, in Logan's past, was hesitant to destroy it. The image of the palace darkens, hinting at its grim future. After the war with the Empire, it was designated as their headquarters, a beautiful symbol of a kingdom that ultimately caused itself as much trouble as its beauty was renowned. Logan looks up at the palace, his expression hardening with grim resolve. That future should never happen again, he thinks, his determination solidifying. Massive, ornate doors swing open, revealing a grand throne room with a long, imposing red carpet. Duke Esperanza leads the way, Logan following, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. They walk down the long carpet, the throne room vast and overwhelmingly imposing, their footsteps the only sound. They both kneel respectfully before the unseen throne at the far end of the hall. Logan formally announces, "I greet the master of this nation." A voice, regal and aged, replies warmly, "Oh, my dear friend." We finally see King Samuel, a majestic figure with a long white beard and kind, knowing eyes. "I always tell you that you need not keep such strict manners in front of me." Duke Esperanza, still kneeling, replies respectfully that if superiors do not uphold courtesy, who will fulfill their responsibilities? The king smiles, remarking that the Duke is the same as ever, his unwavering sight reassuring. The king gestures with a ringed hand. "Raise your head, old friend. And I wish to see your pupil's face as well." Logan looks up, his expression serious and undeniably nervous. "I'm really meeting him," he thinks, slightly startled. Below, King Samuel sits on his ornate throne, looking every bit the powerful, dignified monarch. The text proclaims, "King Samuel von Grandia." His regal presence is truly awe-inspiring and a little terrifying. Logan stares up at the king, his mind racing. King Samuel sits on the throne, looking every bit the powerful ruler, surprisingly healthy. Logan can't help but think that this old man, so full of life now, eventually becomes a useless and worthless king in the future he knows. Logan remains kneeling, studying the king intently. He looks remarkably well, no wonder nobody in the past expected him to die so suddenly. If there had been any sign of weakness, the power struggle between the princes would have likely resolved itself, and the devastating civil war might have been avoided. The king's current vitality only deepens the mystery of his future death. The king looks from Logan to Duke Esperanza, remarking that Logan seems to have enough grit for the Duke to take him on as a student. Logan, meanwhile, thinks that things are still generally proceeding as he'd anticipated from his past life. The king's gaze fixes sharply on Logan. He notes that Logan is the first young man to stare at him so intently. Duke Esperanza shoots Logan a quick, sharp glance, and Logan, startled, quickly bows his head, offering his apologies to His Majesty. The king just chuckles, waving a dismissive hand. He says Logan doesn't need to pick up his teacher's overly formal manners, adding that he's actually quite fond of energetic young men. He seems amused rather than offended by Logan's intensity. Duke Esperanza speaks up, his voice filled with obvious pride for his new pupil. He praises Logan's strong will, his prowess, and the bravery and wisdom he showed leading his fief to victory against the odds, declaring Logan will be a good foundation for the kingdom's future. The king nods thoughtfully, agreeing that Logan seems worthy of being the Duke's student. The king then leans forward slightly, a curious glint in his eyes, asking how the Duke and Logan met. Duke Esperanza begins to explain, mentioning the old wound he received in the past. A soft light filters through a beautiful stained glass window as the Duke continues, referring to the injury he sustained back when the king was still a prince, the very injury that Logan helped cure, the one that had rendered him unable to have children. After hearing Duke Esperanza's full explanation of how Logan managed to cure his long-standing infertility, the king bursts into hearty, unrestrained laughter, remarking on what a curious string of fate it is, something he never would have expected. The king looks directly at Logan, addressing him by name, and says he is very. He finishes his sentence with clear emphasis, very grateful to you. Logan looks up, completely surprised by the king's direct and personal gratitude. The king elaborates, his expression sincere. He explains that he felt deeply indebted to his friend, Duke Esperanza, because of that old wound, a wound he felt so sorry about that he could barely even bring himself to speak of it. Duke Esperanza stands beside Logan, a look of quiet appreciation on his face as the king speaks, while Logan processes this unexpected revelation. The king continues, his voice resonating with deep, genuine feeling, saying that by resolving the Duke's problems, Logan has also resolved the problems weighing on his own heart. He reiterates, simply and powerfully, I really am grateful to you. Logan manages a polite smile, though he's still taking it all in, saying His Majesty speaks too highly of him. The king interjects, saying it's not nonsense, and that he wouldn't be the king right now if it weren't for the Duke, implying a deeper history where the Duke's strength was vital to his reign. The king leans forward, his hands clasped, stating that he must express his gratitude to Logan somehow, now that he's king. He declares he should give Logan a proper gift and beckons him closer. The king's hands are shown, adorned with regal rings. He holds out a beautiful, ornate gold bracelet set with a large, glowing blue gemstone that pulses with magical energy. Duke Esperanza looks alarmed, exclaiming that it's a royal family treasure. The king firmly states that he will be the one to compensate Logan personally. Logan, meanwhile, recognizes the bracelet is brimming with mana. The king holds the bracelet forward, declaring it's at least a 5th-class artifact, and tells Logan to think of it as compensation for resolving their troubles. He urges Logan to take it before he changes his mind. Logan looks hesitant, a bead of sweat on his temple as he slightly gulps. Logan reaches out, his hand trembling slightly as he accepts the glowing artifact. Then I won't refuse. I'll carry this overwhelming gratitude in my heart, he says. Duke Esperanza, still concerned, interjects that Logan can't accept such a valuable gift so lightly. The king then asks Logan if he also believes the gift to be excessive. Logan looks up, his eyes gleaming with a newfound resolve, and declares that as overwhelming as the gift is, he will use it meaningfully. The king laughs heartily, pleased, remarking that Logan's ambitions are certainly better than his teacher's. As Logan puts on the bracelet, the king adds that he hopes this gift will lead their new acquaintance to a better future. The king imparts his final words of advice to Logan, serve your teacher like the sky. He finishes, and work for this nation like your teacher. Logan looks down, his thoughts turning inward, for this nation? His internal monologue is sharp and conflicted. I'm not sure if what I'm about to do is for this nation or for myself. But I can say this for sure. His ultimate, unwavering goal flashes in bold red letters. I will stop the Empire at all costs. Logan bows deeply again, his voice firm with conviction. I will gladly do so, Your Majesty. As Logan and Duke Esperanza walk away from the palace through the peaceful gardens, the Duke remarks that His Majesty must have grown quite soft in his old age. The Duke continues, noting that the king was never one to talk so much, and his request to meet Logan was unusual. He hopes the king isn't hiding some deeper worries in his heart. Logan turns to his teacher, offering a reassuring smile. Don't worry. He explains that even in their short meeting, he could tell that if the king had a serious problem, he'd tell the Duke right away. If he hasn't said anything, it's probably something the Duke doesn't need to concern himself with. Logan's perception is proving to be quite sharp. Duke Esperanza smiles, seemingly accepting Logan's astute assessment of the situation. The Duke sighs, admitting Logan is right and that he must have gained more worries with age, his heart wavering just because his pupil accepted a royal treasure so readily. Logan looks slightly awkward, touching the new bracelet on his wrist. The Duke looks at the bracelet, explaining that it's the bracelet of regeneration, an artifact imbued with 5th-class rapid healing magic. Since it only has that single enchantment, it's quite powerful, comparable to a high-ranked priest's holy spell. Logan listens intently, his eyes fixed on the artifact. Logan stares at the bracelet, feeling its power. A high-ranked priest's holy spell. It could turn a critical wound into a mere scratch, offering incredible regenerative abilities. This is an unbelievably valuable item. Logan smiles gratefully at the Duke, saying he feels reassured now that he's obtained such a grand object. The Duke responds that it's all thanks to Logan. But then the Duke's expression turns menacing, a terrifying grin spreading across his face, his eyes glowing. Now I can push you to the brink of death and that bracelet can just repair you. Brace yourself. Logan's face is shadowed, a manic, wide grin plastered on it as cracking sound effects surround him. He's either terrified or strangely exhilarated by the prospect of even harsher, more dangerous training. He closes his eyes, a bead of sweat on his face, but he's still smiling. Well, this will also help me grow, he thinks. I'll try my best to meet your expectations. The harder I work, the more progress I'll make. He's clearly ready for whatever challenge his master throws at him. And the immediate result is Logan, face comically bruised and swollen, knocked out cold on the training ground. Logan lies on the ground, looking up at the Duke who stands over him, arms crossed. Logan can't help but think this scene feels familiar, like déjà vu. The Duke barks, "How long do you plan on lying around? Get back up." This should be CH52_049. Narrator, the Duke stands ready with his sword, while Rick, in the background, comically flails and cries out the Duke's name in alarm. A black text box appears. A week after meeting the king. Logan is sitting on the ground, completely exhausted, while Duke Esperanza looks down at him, alongside another stern-looking knight. The training has clearly been absolutely brutal. Duke Esperanza looks up, a determined glint in his eyes, a golden aura flaring around him as he announces that the event everyone had been waiting for has finally arrived. The scene shifts to a lavish party, a grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Nobles are murmuring that the Sword Duke finally had his child, and that such a large party for a daughter shows how much he must love her. A voice mentions hearing that the Sword Duke himself participated in this party. Logan, dressed impeccably in formal wear and holding a glass of wine, observes the bustling crowd. Someone nearby comments on how young he looks, younger than they expected. A young nobleman approaches Logan, introducing himself and expressing his honor at meeting him. Logan turns slightly, a polite but distant expression on his face. Logan thinks with a slight, cynical smile that the title of being the Sword Duke's pupil certainly draws a lot of attention. Those days of desperately selling Imporic at parties feel like a lifetime ago now. He's moved up in the world, but the nature of the attention is very different. He spots Duke Esperanza across the room, who is currently engaged in conversation with someone. Duke Esperanza is shown beaming with pure joy, laughing heartily as he holds his swaddled newborn child. His wife stands beside him, smiling gently. Logan observes, he seems quite happy. An announcer, with a flourish of sound, calls out, presenting the Bishop of Grandia's United Holy Order. Bishop Crimson Matthew makes his grand entrance, a venerable and imposing figure in ornate white and gold robes. The crowd respectfully parts for him. The bishop approaches Duke Esperanza, congratulating him on the birth of his descendant. The Duke bows slightly, thanking the bishop and expressing his honor that the bishop came himself. Logan watches with a slight smile. He overhears the bishop remarking that he couldn't possibly send a servant in his stead for the birth of his friend, the Sword Duke's only child. Another noble near Logan comments on the significance of the bishop himself attending. The panel explains that most nobles receive a holy blessing at birth, particularly the blessing from Adna, goddess of trees and life, for their child's health. And on top of that, this child is receiving a blessing from the bishop himself. Duke Esperanza is shown blushing with happiness. It's no wonder he's so overjoyed right now. The bishop, duke, and duchess stand before the assembled guests on a raised platform as the bishop steps forward to begin the ceremony. The duke gently holds his sleeping baby, who makes a soft sound and wriggles slightly. The bishop takes the baby, who immediately starts to wail. He raises the child high, his voice ringing out as he requests the great 9 gods that oversee the world to bear witness. The holy ritual is beginning. Logan watches intently, a sense of awe washing over him as other guests also look on. So that's holy power, he thinks. A powerful white and blue aura erupts from the bishop as he holds the baby aloft. Logan observes that holy power is closer to force than to magic, less visible than mana, which is why others only see a bright light and can't feel its true nature. The bishop intones, "In the name of the goddess of life, Adna, I bless the newly birthed Esperanza." Duke Esperanza and his wife look on with proud, hopeful expressions. A brilliant beam of turquoise light descends from above, engulfing the bishop and the child. The serene image of the goddess Adna's face appears within the radiant light. The nobles and attendants gasp in awe, their faces illuminated by the intense holy light. One bald nobleman is shown sweating, his eyes wide with shock and perhaps a touch of fear at the sheer intensity of the holy power being displayed. A massive wave of sound fills the room as the crowd erupts in heartfelt congratulations for the duke. A guest remarks that with such a powerful light, the child is bound to grow up healthy and well. But then, something goes terribly wrong. Logan, his senses sharp, is the first to notice, looking sharply towards the bishop as a dreadful feeling washes over him. The bishop's eyes snap open, his face contorting in shock and pain as the holy light seems to violently recoil from the infant. A stark black thought bubble declares the unbelievable, terrifying truth. The holy power was deflected off the baby's body. The blessing ceremony has gone terribly wrong. Bishop Matthew holds the Esperanza baby, his face a mask of pure disbelief. The thought echoes in the sudden silence. The holy power was deflected off the baby's body. The infant just looks up, wide-eyed and innocent, seemingly unaware of the unnatural event. Duke Esperanza, sensing the sudden tension, asks what's wrong. The bishop, clearly flustered, tries to brush it off, claiming he's just tired from performing a blessing after so long. He quickly makes his excuses, saying he needs to return now, obviously desperate to escape and figure out what just happened. As the bishop turns to leave, his face is tight with worry and confusion, his footsteps heavy with unspoken concerns. Duke Esperanza and the Duchess can only watch him go from the dais, a new unease settling over them. The Duke and his wife exchange worried glances. The Duchess clasps her hands, her face etched with anxiety. This joyous occasion has taken a deeply unsettling turn. Logan watches the bishop depart, his mind already analyzing the bizarre situation. He considers that, given the nature of holy power, it's possible the baby simply has a peculiar constitution that resists it. But still, a lingering, uncomfortable feeling tells him there might be more to it. Suddenly, a smooth, unwelcome voice cuts in from behind Logan. "Long time no see, Logan McLean." Count Beffrose stands there, a glass of wine in hand, looking every bit the smug, condescending nobleman. His unwelcome appearance is a jarring shift in the already tense atmosphere. Beffrose smirks, his eyes glinting with malice as he observes Logan. "What a shame it is that you appear rather unwell," he says, clearly enjoying any potential discomfort Logan might be feeling. Logan turns, plastering on a bright, almost overly cheerful smile, his hand to his chest in a mock gesture of relief. "It's been a while, Count Beffrose," he says, his feigned delight sparkling. "I've been quite well, thanks to you." The sarcasm is practically dripping. Beffrose lets out a dry, humorless laugh. "Just as cheeky as always," he retorts, clearly not fooled by Logan's act for a second. Logan's smile widens, his eyes crinkling with amusement, more fake sparkles appearing around him. "That is one of my charms," he replies, playing Beffrose's manipulative game with ease. Suddenly, with a sickening crack, Beffrose crushes the wine glass in his hand. Shards fly, wine and blood splattering as the mood instantly darkens. Guests in the background recoil in shock at the sudden violence. Befrose looks at his bleeding hand with feigned surprise, remarking that at his age, his hand slips now and then. A servant rushes forward with a napkin. Befrose is putting on a thinly veiled show of frailty, but it's a clear threat. As he wipes his hand, his voice drops to a menacing whisper. Know that the only reason you're alive is because, by some strange chance, you somehow became the Sword Duke's pupil. Befrose leans in close, his voice dripping with condescension as he grabs Logan's cravat with his bloodied hand. Thanks to that, you managed to attract the attention of many higher nobles. Quite the lucky man, aren't you? Logan maintains his smile, though it's now tinged with a cold, hard edge. For a count, he sure is immature. Thinks. Aloud, he replies smoothly, adjusting his cravat. Of course, I'm well aware of how good my luck is. I've even managed to regress, after all. He subtly drops a hint of his true, unbelievable nature, knowing Befrose won't grasp its full, world-altering meaning. Befrose's eyes narrow, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. He's clearly not used to being spoken to with such confident disdain. Befrose straightens up, holding the bloodied napkin. I hope you maintain that charming attitude of yours, even after meeting the higher nobles. Logan raises an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Higher nobles? Befrose's expression turns imperious, a golden aura of power emanating from him as he declares that His Highness the Second Prince, Romain von Grandia, wishes to meet Logan. He adds, with clear expectation, that he hopes Logan won't accept. Logan immediately understands. Befrose is warning him that if he doesn't side with the Second Prince, there will be consequences. This is a blatant power play. Logan smiles coolly, dabbing his lips with a napkin in a refined gesture. It would be an honor for you to introduce me to His Highness the Prince. I shall carefully deliberate on this suggestion. Befrose explodes in anger, his aura flaring around him. Suggestion? How arrogant. You take the prince's orders to be mere suggestions? Logan takes a deliberate step forward, his movement sharp and confident. I do believe it is just a suggestion, though. He leans in close to Befrose, his voice a low, insinuating whisper. Oh, do you perhaps wish? Logan continues, his eyes glinting dangerously, for my teacher and I to join the other side? Befrose glares back, his hand still clutching the bloodied napkin, his fist clenched in rage. Befrose's hand tightens into a fist, his knuckles white, his barely contained fury palpable. Logan steps back, his smile unwavering and confident. I'll soon notify you of the date. Befrose turns away, his voice laced with a chilling threat. If this is another one of your deceptions, you will be repaying a debt far greater than you could ever possibly imagine. Logan watches him go, an amused, confident smile playing on his lips, a glint of triumph in his eyes. I will be waiting, he says softly. He thinks to himself, he can run his mouth all he wants now. As Befrose walks away, his servant trailing behind him, Logan's thoughts continue. Once the Civil War begins, he won't have the time to even think about me. There are only a few months left. I just have to push off meeting him until then. Logan reflects on Befrose's current, somewhat diminished, position. Anyway, despite having power equal to that of a Margrave's, he's acting as a mere messenger for the Second Prince. You've become quite the laughingstock, Count Befrose. He watches Befrose approach another imposing, powerful figure in the crowd. No, more accurately, it would be his destiny. The man Befrose is approaching is identified in fiery text. The blazing heat sword, Jordan Valtermine. He's one of the 5 powerful dukes of the kingdom, a renowned superhuman aura user. Duke Valtermine is a stern-looking older man, radiating authority. More text appears, revealing a crucial connection. Duke Valtermine is also the Second Prince's maternal grandfather. This relationship explains Befrose's current subservient behavior. Duke Valtermine turns his head slightly, his movement sharp and commanding, clearly a man who expects and receives respect. Logan observes this interaction with a knowing smirk. He thinks that Valtermine is openly ignoring him, probably thinking nothing of a mere barren son. After all, what's relevant isn't Logan himself, but his powerful teacher. Just then, another man approaches Logan from behind, his voice smooth, advising Logan to make his decision carefully. Logan turns, slightly surprised. What? Varen Kairos? Varen Kairos, Logan's maternal uncle, smiles warmly, an almost unctuous charm about him. Ha! It's been a long time, my dear nephew. Kairos places a hand on Logan's shoulder, his smile wide and a little too friendly. Seeing you all grown up like this makes me proud as an adult of the family. Logan thinks with clear, cold disdain. An adult of the family? Just who are you talking about? The unwelcome touch is heavy on his shoulder. A nameplate identifies him, Varen Kairos. He is my mother's elder brother and the successor to the Kairos family, related to us McLeans by marriage. Kairos continues to smile, a soft, ingratiating laugh escaping him. Logan's internal narration is cold and unforgiving. However, not once has he ever acted as my uncle. A sepia-toned flashback shows a younger, more vulnerable Logan being cruelly dismissed by a younger Varen Kairos and another masked figure. Kairos in the flashback sneers, "Uncle? Me?" The flashback continues, young Logan looking distressed and alone. Kairos says dismissively, "Ha, let's not cross any lines here, young man." The memory is clearly a painful one for Logan. Back in the present, Kairos continues his ingratiating speech, claiming that everyone knows the McLean and Kairos families are bound by marriage, despite any lack of blood ties. His smile is oily and insincere. Logan turns away, his expression hard and unyielding. This, after throwing me out once the succession battle began. Were our ties not already severed then? Kairos laughs, a strained, nervous sound. Severed? Don't say something so sad. Mistakes may have been made in the past, but kin is kin. He then brings up the monetary support the Kairos family supposedly provided, asking if Logan couldn't turn a blind eye to a single past mistake. His eyes narrow slightly, a hint of calculation. Logan's expression is icy as an image of his mother appears, her face etched with sorrow. What a shame! If that mistake weren't closing your eyes to your kin as they fell off the edge of a cliff, then perhaps I may have been able to. The memory of his family's suffering, ignored by Kairos, is still fresh and raw. Kairos looks taken aback by Logan's sharp rebuke, muttering, "How impudent." He then thinks to himself that Logan has grown audacious after gaining a bit of fame. Logan stands firm, his gaze unwavering. He sees that his uncle hasn't grown out of his recklessness, still acting without thought. However, he also knows that coaxing a fool like Kairos isn't a difficult task at all. Kairos quickly changes his tune, adopting a somber, apologetic expression. He claims it was a truly atrocious mistake their family made and, though late, he'd like to formally apologize. Logan sneers internally, thinking, "So you're well aware that it's late. This bastard." Kairos spreads his hands appeasingly, asking what Logan wishes him to do if he desires an apology. He discreetly slips a piece of paper into Logan's hand, suggesting it would be better for kin to reconcile. Logan's chibi form appears, thinking with amusement, "Oh, a blank check." Logan looks at the paper with a sly grin, waving the check. Did you really come here just to apologize? Aren't you going to say anything after handing me compensation?" Kairos is silent, clearly flustered. Kairos grits his teeth, his barely concealed fury evident. He's being completely outmaneuvered and played by his own nephew. He suddenly bows deeply before Logan, his voice desperate. "Please help me. I shall do whatever it is you want." Logan looks down at him, thinking that he hopes to look not at the past, but towards the future. Logan feigns surprise, hand to his chin. Oh, I can't believe the successor of Kairos, the master of never reflecting on himself, is acting this way. Logan's eyes narrow shrewdly. This must be. He continues his thought, because of pressure from above. In the background, a distinguished older nobleman with long, flowing pale blonde hair and a goatee is seen observing them, a powerful aura flaring around him. A title card identifies the observant nobleman, the first prince's paternal grandfather, Duke Juan Douglas. A close-up of Duke Juan Douglas reveals a stern, calculating expression. He is clearly a major power player in the kingdom's intricate political games. Text describes him further: the man standing in stark opposition to Jordan Valtermine, the only six-circle magician in the kingdom. The political chessboard and its powerful pieces are becoming clearer to Logan. Logan looks from Varen Kairos to Duke Douglas, a new understanding dawning. Whether it's Befros or Kairos, two of the three richest men in the kingdom are ultimately brought to heel by the Duke's political machinations. Logan's mind races with a new, audacious plan. But if it's the three richest men of the kingdom, then I have something I can entrust to them. Logan looks down at the still bowing Varen Kairos, a golden aura around his words as he says, "Raise your head, uncle." Kairos looks up, shocked and perhaps a little hopeful. Logan continues smoothly, the golden aura persisting. "There's nothing so difficult about small favors between kin, don't you agree?" Kairos looks uncertain, unsure what to expect. Logan leans in, whispering conspiratorially in Kairos's ear. Kairos stammers his thanks, then his eyes widen in utter confusion as Logan continues to whisper. As Logan continues to whisper his plan, Kairos's face contorts in shock and growing horror. The whispering continues, detailing Logan's unexpected request. Kairos's face is now pale, sweat dripping, his mouth agape in abject terror. A drawn-out sound effect emphasizes his overwhelming dread at what Logan is asking. Logan pulls back, laughing heartily, clearly enjoying his uncle's extreme discomfort. He says conspiratorially, "If you just do this, then meeting with His Highness the First Prince wouldn't be hard at all." He's offering Kairos a way back into the good graces of powerful people. Kairos, looking utterly defeated and stressed beyond belief, clutches his head. "I understand," he manages to say, clearly seeing no other option. Logan turns to address the assembled nobles, his voice ringing out. "Everyone, please pay attention." Varen Kairos stands weakly beside him, looking like he's about to faint from the shock. An announcer, identified as Lefman, a vassal of the Esperanza family, steps forward. This party's most important ceremony will now begin. With the safe return of the young lady, we shall now welcome the person that will give the young lady a name. Lefman looks at his script, then up at the stage where Duke Esperanza and the Duchess stand, completely bewildered by what he's about to announce. Question marks float around him. His thought continues, his confusion evident. "That man is," Lefman hesitantly announces, "His Grace the Duke's pupil, young Master Logan McLean." Logan walks confidently towards the stage, the eyes of all the nobles upon him. Lefman is still in shock, a dizzying swirl behind him as Logan passes. The unspoken question, "Why are you naming the young lady?" hangs heavy in the air. Logan remains silent, his expression calm. Logan approaches Duke Esperanza, who gently hands him the swaddled baby. Logan looks down at the child, thinking, "It seems she received an aura shower from my teacher as soon as she was born. Her vitality is overflowing." The baby coos happily, reaching a tiny hand towards Logan's face. Logan smiles gently as the infant's fingers touch his cheek. Logan beams, a slight blush on his cheeks, a soft laugh escaping him. "I've already thought up plenty of possible names." His thought continues, "But I can't recall any of them right now." He's completely charmed by the infant, his earlier plans forgotten in this moment. Logan stands by the ornate crib, holding the baby gently. "This child's name will be," he announces clearly, his voice resonating through the hall, "Stella." The baby looks up, her eyes sparkling brightly. Logan explains, "It carries the meaning of star in the ancient language. I hope for her to become a beacon of light, shining radiantly in the night sky." A powerful, warm aura surrounds him as he speaks. The Duke and Duchess look at each other, then at Logan and baby Stella, their faces filled with warmth, happiness, and perhaps a little surprise. Logan gently hands Stella to them. The Duke smiles. "We shall accept." The crowd erupts in applause, a loud wave of congratulations and clapping filling the grand hall. Logan's thoughts return to the earlier, unsettling anomaly. It's still odd that holy power was deflected off her. The baby, Stella, gurgles happily in Logan's arms again as Duke Esperanza and his wife look on, their joy evident. Logan smiles, a slight blush still on his cheeks. But I'm sure it's nothing much, he thinks, dismissing his lingering concern, caught up in the happy, celebratory moment. After the whirlwind of the naming ceremony, reality sets back in. Rick, Logan's ever-excitable servant, rushes in with an armful of letters, his face beaming. He announces that nobles, impressed after the naming ceremony, are flooding Logan with messages wanting to meet him. Logan's recent actions have clearly made him a hot commodity in the capital. Logan, however, stands by the window, sword in hand, looking resolute. He tells Rick to leave the messages in his room, as he'll be refusing them all. Rick stops dead in his tracks, completely shocked, exclaiming, "What? Why?" Logan turns, his expression serious. "We need to return to our fief," he states. His internal thought is sharp and urgent. The civil war will break out soon. Time is rapidly running out. He reflects on his time in the capital. It's unfortunate he didn't get to meet the third prince yet, but he needs to head back and prepare for what's coming. Good news from home also fuels his urgency. His father reported via communication crystal that their harvest will be 20 times greater than expected, enough to last them for years. Logan feels he needs to return and see this success with his own eyes. A voice asks from off-panel if Logan is heading back. Logan turns to find Duke Esperanza approaching him. "Teacher." Logan greets him respectfully. Duke Esperanza, clad in his training armor, looks at Logan intently and tells him to stop his current training for now. He continues, his voice serious, "I have a final secret art to teach you." Logan looks surprised, the towel around his neck indicating he was just in the middle of a session. This is an unexpected and significant development. Logan and Duke Esperanza stand opposite each other in the training hall. Logan admits he's surprised the Duke is teaching him a secret art so suddenly. The Duke looks at him, a knowing glint in his eye, acknowledging that he knows Logan possesses something even greater. The Duke clarifies with a slight smile. That ancient secret art. He's referring to Logan's powerful divine sword secrets. He admits that while he spoke badly of it once, when used correctly, it could be better than his own techniques. He recognizes the unique power of Logan's swordsmanship. The Duke continues, asking Logan if he remembers what's more important than even powerful secret arts. Logan answers immediately, his expression serious and understanding. The fundamentals. He's clearly learned his lesson well from their previous harsh training. The Duke nods, pleased. "Yes. I am now going to pass on to you an art that can amplify your fundamentals." He stands ready, a powerful aura already gathering around him. Logan looks intrigued, tilting his head slightly. "Amplify my fundamentals?" The Duke begins to explain his personal philosophy of combat. The basis of the martial arts style he's built up over years is to restrict the movement of his opponent, and to maximize his own movements, as a ghostly image of the Duke in combat appears, showcasing his dominant and controlling style, ultimately leading him to completely control the entire area of battle. The heavy sword technique is the first proper manifestation of that core thought. The Duke clenches his fist with a sharp sound, emphasizing his powerful conviction. He takes a deep stance, power gathering at his feet. "What I'm about to teach you now is the very purification of my martial arts, the technique which led me to become an aura user." A potent blue aura flares around him, and Logan exclaims in surprise. The Duke instructs Logan to watch him closely as a white, swirling aura begins to gather around his form. Logan blinks, and in the next instant, the Duke vanishes completely. Green energy trails mark his disappearance, and Logan thinks in shock. He disappeared. I didn't even see him take a step. Logan looks around wildly, the green energy swirling around him as he tries desperately to track the Duke's impossibly fast movement. The Duke reappears behind Logan, then in front, then to the side, moving like a phantom with incredible speed, the green energy trails marking his ghostly passage. Logan is completely unable to follow his movements. Logan is stunned into silence, his mind struggling to process the incredible speed he just witnessed. The Duke reappears before him, his fist extended, reminding Logan that he's seen this strange, untraceable movement in their previous sparring matches. The Duke looks at Logan expectantly, asking him what he thinks of the technique. Logan is quiet for a moment, then admits it's quite impressive. But he wonders if this movement technique alone can make someone an aura user, though he concedes a superhuman like the Duke would be impossible to track anyway. The Duke, seeing Logan's contemplative expression, says he can see what Logan is thinking, making Logan flinch slightly. The Duke asks Logan what the basis for all martial arts is. Logan, looking thoughtful, replies, "Your legs and your steps." The Duke nods, then adds that Logan probably thinks that only applies to non-force users. Logan looks slightly annoyed. The Duke is reading him like an open book. The Duke continues, "But the reason I'm considered higher than other aura users in this kingdom is..." He places a hand on his chest, his aura flaring with power. "Because of the spirit's shadow." Logan considers this. The spirit's shadow, what a creepy name. He then muses that since the Duke is so proud of it, it's probably worth learning. The Duke brings up a sore point, reminding Logan of the trouble he had against Sir Franz, Befroze's knight. The Duke smirks, saying that difficult fight wouldn't have happened if Logan had learned this technique sooner. Logan's face lights up with a fiercely determined, almost feral grin. "Do you wish to learn it?" the Duke asks, already knowing the answer. Logan, surrounded by a fiery, crackling aura, exclaims, "Of course!" He's more than ready to learn this powerful art. The Duke begins his instruction immediately, lighter steps, as Logan starts to practice the footwork. Your heels should only touch the ground the moment you jump. The Duke watches Logan practice, arms crossed, clearly impressed by his student's rapid progress and natural talent. Logan moves like a blur, practicing the intricate footwork. The Duke thinks that not only has Logan almost perfectly mimicked the movements in just a few hours, but he's also internalizing them as if he can master them completely. The Duke is ecstatic. Decades spent waiting for someone who could learn this art have finally paid off. He shouts encouragement, telling Logan he's still too slow, to make lighter movements and use his force more strongly. Logan responds with a determined, yes. Logan is bent over, panting from the exertion. The Duke internally notes that excessive praise can be poison to a genius, and that Logan still seems to think of himself as inadequate, though a little humility isn't necessarily a bad thing. "Stop," the Duke commands, and Logan halts instantly. The Duke nods approvingly. "Just keep practicing to internalize the move." "Good work." Logan is still catching his breath from the intense session. The Duke notices Logan's thoughtful, perhaps slightly puzzled, expression and asks him what's wrong. Logan admits that while it's certainly an amazing movement and he feels like he's moving twice as fast as before. He continues, a puzzled look on his face. This doesn't feel like a method that a knight could have created. It's almost like an assassin's technique. The Duke just looks at him, arms still crossed, neither confirming nor denying. Logan looks intently at the Duke, awaiting his answer, a sense of unease reflected in his posture. The Duke smiles slightly. "You're not completely wrong," he admits, surprising Logan. The Duke begins to tell a story from his past. "When the king was still a prince, he made me, then a fresh, young knight, his personal guard. His Majesty had always had plenty of enemies, even before his rise to the throne. He's experienced many horrors that are hard to speak of now." A flashback shows a younger, long-haired Duke looking terrified and trembling. The flashback continues, showing the young Duke fiercely protecting the prince from a horde of assassins. The excited young man, newly appointed as a royal knight, faced more bloodshed than even knights on the front lines. To protect one person against so many, he had to constantly imagine and adapt. He had to be more than other assassins. The young Duke is shown in a desperate, close-quarters fight, struggling to survive. He knew he needed to move faster and more stealthily than his enemies. He stands amidst fallen assassins, realizing that a martial art that could control space with a single, swift slash might be the solution he needed. The Duke reflects, and when I had finally learned the spirit's shadow, I felt like I had somewhat reached that elusive goal. And finally, I was able to awaken my aura. He places a hand over his heart, a quiet intensity in his eyes, marking the culmination of his difficult journey. The Duke looks sternly at Logan, a slight smirk on his face. Don't get cocky simply for having understood the theory. Train your whole life with the sword. Logan bows respectfully, his voice firm. I understand. Logan's eyes sparkle with admiration and fierce excitement. This is the path the greatest swordsman in the kingdom took to become a superhuman. He feels honored to learn it. The Duke then says, but there's one more reason I called you here before you left. Logan looks up, curious. The Duke announces, the third prince wishes to meet you. Logan's eyes widen in genuine surprise. This is the crucial meeting he's been hoping for, the one that could change everything. A shot of a bright full moon hangs in the dark night sky, setting a secretive and momentous tone. Tree branches are silhouetted against the moonlit sky. The atmosphere is quiet, tense, and filled with unspoken anticipation. Two cloaked figures leap across rooftops, then glide through the air, moving with incredible speed and stealth, like shadows in the night. Logan, cloaked and masked, looks at the similarly attired Duke beside him as they move. To travel in a manner like this? Is this why you taught me the spirit's shadow? The Duke replies simply, well, that's part of it. They land silently in a dark, wooded area. We're here, the Duke announces. Logan looks around as they walk towards a secluded, somewhat run-down-looking house. This is... Logan observes the dilapidated building. An abandoned house on the outskirts of the outer castle. The third prince lives in a place like this? He wonders as they approach the door. The Duke clenches his fist, preparing to knock. He knocks, and the door creaks open to reveal dark, descending stairs, creating a mysterious and somewhat ominous atmosphere. Logan thinks, underground stairs? They descend the stairs, their footsteps echoing in the narrow passage. Logan wonders if the prince needed to go to such lengths just to meet him. The Duke explains that there are many eyes constantly watching the third prince. The Duke continues, and he's meeting the Sword Duke's pupil. The secrecy surrounding this meeting is clearly paramount for the prince's safety. Logan asks if the Duke has heard much about the third prince. The Duke mentions hearing a rumor that the third prince is the only one fit to become king, but Logan quickly cautions him not to say such things in public. It could cause a serious issue, Logan warns as they reach the bottom of the stairs. The Duke knocks on an inner door, the sound sharp in the silence. From inside, a young man's reflection is seen briefly in a mirror. The Duke announces their presence. Your Highness, it's Felix. A calm voice replies, come on in. The Duke reaches for the door handle, a sense of anticipation building. As the door opens, the Duke and Logan remove their hoods. The Duke greets the prince, saying it's been a long time. The third prince, a young man with light blonde hair and a gentle, unassuming smile, greets them warmly. It's nice to see you, Duke. And this is... He looks at Logan, his green eyes curious and welcoming. Are you the Duke's pupil? He asks. Logan and the Duke step forward into the lamplit room. Logan bows deeply before the third prince, his voice firm. I greet the third prince. Logan looks up, his eyes intense with purpose. Now I can finally see for myself. His thought concludes with fierce determination, overlaying an image of the smiling, seemingly gentle third prince. If the third prince is truly fit to be king, this clandestine meeting could change the entire course of the future. In a hidden room, far from the capital's prying eyes, a crucial meeting is underway. The third prince, calm and composed, holds a teacup, his gaze fixed on Logan. He breaks the silence, his voice tinged with genuine surprise, wondering how Logan managed to become a high-ranking knight at such a young age, calling it truly impressive. Logan offers a polite, almost humble reply, saying he's praised too much and that he merely gained a small insight from having a great teacher. But as the prince chuckles, amused by Logan's modesty, a sharp, wet cough escapes him, and crimson blood splatters onto his hand. He tries to downplay it, continuing to say Logan is destined for greater things than someone mediocre like himself. The prince, visibly flustered and a bit embarrassed by his sudden display of weakness, quickly stammers that he meant no disrespect by his coughing fit. Logan, however, seems unfazed, perhaps even expecting something like this. He simply replies with a calm, reassuring, "I jest," putting the prince at ease. The prince, regaining his composure, continues to praise Logan, his eyes showing a keen understanding of Logan's accomplishments. He mentions hearing tales of Logan's skill in combat, how he saved his deteriorating family, and even expanded their influence. He looks directly at Logan, his expression earnest, calling him an individual fit to be called a hero. Logan offers a simple "thank you," but inwardly he's impressed that the prince knows so much about what's happening in the outskirts, details most nobles would consider unimportant. A sudden realization hits Logan. His eyes narrow slightly as he glances towards where Duke Esperanza is subtly positioned nearby, wondering if his teacher isn't the one who told the prince these details. The prince, astute as ever, explains that since the Duke recommended Logan so highly, he did his own research. He then asks if he offended Logan by digging so deep. Logan assures him he's grateful for the interest. The prince admits he expected a talented swordsman, but Logan might far surpass even those high expectations, and then, leaning forward, says it's time to get to the point. The prince's demeanor shifts, his voice taking on a serious, concerned tone. He tells Logan that the fate of the country is at risk, with nobles splitting the nation in two, fighting to consume the other half. His hand clenches into a fist, the sound of knuckles tightening betraying his tension. He admits that while there haven't been explicit physical conflicts yet, the situation is a ticking time bomb ready to explode. A grimace twists his features, his teeth clenching as raw anger surfaces. He seethes about those damned idiots among the nobility, who have no care for the common people, calling them the poison that will bring the country to ruin. He looks up, his eyes burning with a desperate resolve. "So now," he declares, "I need talented men." His voice rises, filled with passion and a plea for power, for strong allies to help him drive out the leeches sucking the country dry. His whole body radiates a fierce, unwavering determination. From the side, Duke Esperanza, ever watchful, calls out the prince's name with a note of concern. Logan observes the prince's passionate outburst and the duke's cautious reaction. The prince turns slightly towards the duke, his earlier fire dimming to a more somber acknowledgement. He knows, he says, how a powerless prince like himself could command the sword duke's pupil to join his cause. The duke starts to interject, but the prince is already turning back. The prince turns his full attention back to Logan, his voice now filled with a hopeful plea. He calls Logan the genius of the century and the kingdom's treasure, making Logan a bit flustered with the intense praise. The prince extends a hand, his gaze unwavering and full of earnest expectation, hoping that talented men like Logan will fight by his side when the time comes. He looks directly into Logan's eyes, his hand still outstretched, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. "Could you do that for me?" Logan meets his gaze, his own expression becoming resolute and determined. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across Logan's face. "Of course," he thinks internally, "this is exactly what I wanted." Aloud, his voice is firm and clear. "I deeply agree with your opinion, Your Highness. And after meeting you in person, I see no fault in the rumors of you being the only candidate fit to be king." The prince's face lights up with a wide, relieved smile, his green eyes shining with hope. But Logan's smile fades slightly as he adds a crucial condition. "But there are some obstacles that prevent me from serving your will right now." The prince's hopeful expression falters, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The prince looks down, a shadow crossing his face, and he murmurs with a hint of disappointment, as if he expected this. "I see. I guess I had no chance." Logan quickly clarifies, "No. Your potential is more than enough." He stands, his posture confident, ready to lay out his terms for this crucial alliance. Logan continues, his voice firm and direct. "At the very least, it's a widely known fact that your two brothers are displaying heinous behavior." Duke Esperanza, standing beside the prince, gasps in shock at Logan's blunt and undiplomatic assessment, his eyes wide. The prince himself looks slightly taken aback by the frankness. The duke, recovering quickly, starts to reprimand Logan for his boldness, but the prince raises a hand, cutting him off. "It's fine, Duke," he says, then gestures to Logan. "Logan, continue." They are now seated around a low table, the atmosphere one of serious negotiation. Logan explains his current difficult predicament. "Our fief is currently at odds with Count Beffrose." Duke Esperanza, listening intently from behind, adds that Beffrose is a fierce foe and hard to oppose at Logan's current capabilities. Logan nods in agreement, stating that he has his own problems to solve before he can fully heed the prince's call. The prince strokes his chin thoughtfully. "He was on the second prince's side, right?" he muses, recalling the political alignments. A slight, almost imperceptible smirk touches Logan's lips. He has a plan, and Beffrose is a key part of it. Logan leans forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "If you just give me a little time, I will take care of him," he assures the prince, gesturing confidently. "And then I will aid you with the fully restored power of the McLeans." His smirk widens, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "And you will be my sword in return," he declares, his meaning perfectly clear. This isn't just an offer of service, it's a proposal for a partnership in exchange of power and unwavering loyalty. The prince lets out a small, surprised laugh. "Ha!" Then he bursts into full, genuine laughter. "Ha! Such confidence, just as I expected of the Sword Duke's pupil." Duke Esperanza stands beside Logan, a proud, if slightly exasperated, smile on his face at his student's audacity. The prince, still smiling broadly from Logan's bold proposition, makes a sweeping gesture with his hand. "All right, I will prepare you a surprise gift for when that moment comes as well. Feel free to look forward to it," the prince says, his eyes sparkling with a newfound excitement. Logan inclines his head, a matching confident smile on his face, accepting both the challenge and the promise. And with that, their hands meet in a firm, decisive handshake, sealing their pact. A silent agreement has been forged in shared ambition and the desperate hope for a better, brighter future for the struggling kingdom. Later, as Logan and Duke Esperanza walk away from the clandestine meeting place, the large arched doorway of the abandoned building creaking shut behind them, the Duke turns to Logan, his voice serious. "What were you thinking when you swore your allegiance to the prince back there?" he asks. Logan looks slightly to the side, his expression thoughtful as they walk through the moonlit night. Logan puts on a playful, innocent smile. "Oh, did I come off as very direct?" he asks, then quickly adds, "I just meant after I take care of Beffrose, of course." The Duke glares at him, clearly not buying the feigned innocence for a second. "You tricky brat. You know exactly what you meant." Logan chuckles softly. "Haha, I only did it because I trusted you." They continue walking, now in a more open, slightly wooded area under the stars. The Duke responds, "Oh, I warned you that I wouldn't be able to guarantee anything regarding the princes." Logan adjusts his cloak slightly. "I know that's not all you're thinking. You can spill your worries to me if you wish." The Duke glances at him, a knowing, appraising look on his face. Logan adds, "Who knows? I might even be able to help." Logan looks ahead, his expression unreadable for a moment, lost in contemplation under the vast night sky. He then poses a direct, crucial question to the Duke under the canopy of trees. "Who do you believe, out of the three princes, truly should be king?" The Duke looks up thoughtfully at the stars. "It is not my place to decide such a thing," he states firmly. "That is for His Majesty the King alone to choose." Logan continues walking, looking ahead, his voice even. "I've heard a saying that goes like this." As Logan speaks, a dramatic, shadowed image of the Duke appears, looking almost sinister. Logan recounts the dire saying. "The first prince will become a tyrant who will ruin the royal family, and the second prince will become a terrible king who will ruin the entire nation." Logan himself looks shocked as he recalls these grim, prophetic words. The Duke reacts with immediate outrage, his eyes wide and his voice booming. "Who dares to say such a treasonous thing?" Logan, with a calm, knowing look, thinks to himself with a touch of irony, "You did in my previous life." His internal thought continues, a sharp, spiky thought bubble emphasizing his certainty, but I doubt his thoughts are very different from that, even now in this timeline. Logan then states his own firm belief. I believe in those words. And I think the third prince will be better than the other two. What do you think, teacher? The Duke, still looking a bit stern from his outburst, begins to reply, as I said, it's not my place to. But Logan cuts him off gently. What I want to hear is your own honest opinion. Logan's gaze is intense, waiting for an answer. The Duke looks down, a subtle, almost reluctant smile playing on his lips. He seems to be considering Logan's words, perhaps even agreeing with them internally, despite his earlier protests. Logan sees the Duke's subtle reaction and smiles knowingly. So, we have the same sentiments then. The Duke looks up, a pleased, almost relieved expression on his face, thinking, nice. Now I have his full agreement. He then muses to himself, it may just be a seed I'm planting in his thoughts for now. But when that unexpected, chaotic situation finally breaks out, that seed will beautifully bloom. Logan, with a confident smile, turns to the Duke, his voice firm. Protect the third prince until he comes of age. He adds a grim, certain warning, his internal thought bursting forth with the weight of his past knowledge, although chaos will ensure long before that happens. The Duke pulls his hood up, a thoughtful, almost amused expression on his face. I always knew you were quite an intriguing young man. He adjusts his cloak, then admits with a sigh, but even now, I have absolutely no clue what you're truly thinking. The two figures, cloaked and resolute, walk away from the grand, imposing building, disappearing silently into the shadows of the night. Their alliance and the dangerous plans they've set in motion are now officially underway. Time passes. We see Logan reflecting on his recent, significant accomplishments during his stay in the capital. In the past 2 months, I've accomplished many things, he thinks. A regal image of King Samuel von Grandia appears as Logan recalls. I checked on the king's health and became acquainted with the third prince. Then, an image of Varon Kairos whispering to a stern-faced Duke Douglas, as Logan remembers. I gained valuable trade routes and networks from Kairos and even received a promise of cooperation from him. He concludes, this should make our acquisition of supplies for the coming civil war significantly easier. The scene shifts. The rhythmic clopping of horse hooves echoes as a voice declares, it's time Tio returned to the McLean FF. An aerial view shows a sturdy carriage pulled by 4 strong horses, escorted by several mounted knights, making its way across a vast, grassy plain. It's Logan's party, finally heading home after their eventful stay in the capital. 2 of McLean's knights are riding alongside the carriage, discussing their experiences. One says enthusiastically, we really devoted ourselves to training during our time in Grand. The other knight, equally enthusiastic, adds, to think we'd have a chance to cross swords with the actual knights of the Sword Duke. It was definitely worth accompanying the young master on this trip. The first knight then says, a curious, slightly gossipy look on his face, but the largest gain from this whole expedition is that, isn't it? The second knight nods knowingly and with a smirk. Suddenly, bold purple letters flash dramatically across the screen, Young Master's Engagement. A dramatic, spiky background emphasizes the shocking and exciting news that has clearly spread amongst the McLean retinue. An image appears, showing Logan looking warmly at Eileen Floyd. She gazes back at him with a slight, knowing, perhaps even challenging smile. This is that the knights were so eagerly referring to. The carriage continues its steady journey, the sound of hooves a constant rhythm. One of the knights muses aloud, to think he'd find his match all the way in the capital. The other adds, with a hint of excited gossip, I heard he decided it on his very first date with her. Inside the carriage, Logan is leaning on his hand, looking out the window, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. One of the knights outside wonders aloud, what about her did he like so much? Logan's internal thought, sharp and clear, answers the unspoken question immediately, power. Her combat ability. He then adds, a slight frown creasing his brow as his keen hearing picks up their chatter, I can hear everything they're saying. Eileen, who is sitting opposite him in the carriage, glances at him subtly, perhaps noticing his slight irritation or his intense focus. Logan internally clarifies his intentions regarding Eileen. I'm bringing her to McLean to use as a knight, he thinks pragmatically, but it's still an official engagement on paper. Eileen is shown, looking resolute and strong. He continues, because of that simple fact. I had some serious trouble convincing her father. A flashback shows Eileen's father in comical distress, one version of him exclaiming, "My sweet little daughter is becoming a knight," and another, equally shocked, yelling, "And you're taking her away tomorrow?" A third, more sinister image of her father appears, threatening darkly, "If you touch her before the wedding, I will personally behead you." The purple symbols indicate their trembling fear and anger. Back in the carriage, Eileen speaks, her voice calm but firm, breaking the silence. "Logan, please keep your promise to me." Logan turns to her, a questioning look on his face, wondering which promise she's referring to. "What?" Eileen's name appears softly as Logan gently takes her hand, his touch meant to be reassuring and understanding. In a soft, ethereal voice, as if from a memory or a dream, Eileen's plea is heard, "Please stay safe." They are shown standing together in a beautiful, sunlit, almost crystalline space, perhaps a symbolic representation of their unique agreement. Logan says, "I can't leave without results after coming all this way." Eileen looks at him earnestly, replying, "So you need to keep your promise to me." Back in the present, in the carriage, Eileen gently pulls her hand away from Logan's grasp. Her internal thoughts reveal her feelings as she looks out the window. The feeling of leaving the place you've been your whole life. It's a poignant moment of transition for her. A close-up shows her shoes as she steps onto the grass, having exited the carriage at some point during their journey. She stands for a moment, looking back at a grand, castle-like estate, presumably her family home, as leaves gently fall around her, a bittersweet farewell. Logan stands nearby, watching her with a quiet understanding. Logan turns to her, his expression full of empathy. "Of course," he says, affirming his promise to her, whatever it may be. Eileen turns back to him, a small, hopeful smile gracing her lips. "I hope we arrive at McLean soon." Logan returns her smile, his profile outlined against a soft, dreamy, sunlit background. "Me too," he replies, his voice gentle, sharing her anticipation for their arrival. The carriage, with its two loyal escorts, continues its journey up a winding cobblestone path towards a grand castle perched on a hill, the McLean estate, their destination. The carriage wheels roll to a stop with a slight creak on the stone courtyard of McLean Castle. Logan steps out, looking up at the familiar entrance of his home. Figures can be seen waiting for him on the balcony above. Logan stands proudly, Eileen now beside him, her expression a mixture of nervousness and quiet resolve. "I'm back," he announces, his hand over his chest in a respectful gesture to his family. A dramatic, spiky purple burst of surprise emanates from the figures watching from the balcony. Patriarch Patrick McLean, his eyes wide and mouth agape in shock, exclaims, "A girl?" Beside him, a younger boy, likely Ronian, and a woman, possibly a McLean matriarch or high-ranking servant, share similar looks of utter shock and intense curiosity. The McLean household staff are frozen mid-motion, mouths agape. Rick, Logan's butler, looks like he's seen a ghost, and the other servants are equally stunned. The news of Logan returning with a woman, and not just any woman, has clearly thrown them all for a loop. Even the usually stoic McLean knights, standing at attention, can't quite hide their surprise. Their eyes are wide, expressions of disbelief rippling through their ranks as they process this unexpected development. Patriarch Patrick McLean stands at the top of the stairs, his gaze fixed on his son. His mind is reeling. "Logan," he thinks, then the words burst forth in a dramatic internal shout, "returned with a woman." Below, Logan stands confidently, Eileen by his side, her composure unshaken despite the intense scrutiny. The air crackles with the dramatic reveal. Patrick McLean's shock continues, "No way." Ronian and the dark-haired woman beside him also look down, their faces a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Recovering slightly, Patrick manages a formal greeting, asking, "Yes, welcome back. Who is that lady with you?" Logan smiles, placing a hand on his chest as he makes the grand announcement. "Lady Eileen Floyd," he declares, then pauses for maximum effect. "My fiancée." Eileen stands beside him, her expression neutral, as the words hang in the air, punctuated by a double exclamation mark of pure shock. The household staff erupts in hushed, shocked whispers. "She's his fiancée?" one exclaims. Another gasps, "Goodness gracious." Their faces are a whirlwind of disbelief and sudden, intense excitement. Patriarch McLean is momentarily stunned speechless, then a wide, boisterous laugh erupts from him. "His fiancée," he bellows, absolutely overjoyed. "I'd have expected it to be just a courtship, but an actual engagement. It was definitely worth asking the Sword Duke for his help." His initial shock has clearly given way to immense, unbridled pleasure. Patrick McLean, beaming with delight, extends a welcoming hand towards Eileen. "Oh, welcome. I will be your..." Logan, however, cuts him off smoothly, continuing his introduction. "And she is also going to be a part of our night order." This new piece of information adds another, even more surprising, layer to the already stunning announcement. Eileen steps forward slightly, her expression firm and dignified, meeting the patriarch's gaze. "I am Eileen of House Floyd," she announces clearly. "I shall serve you to the best of my abilities as a daughter-in-law and as a knight," she declares, then addressing Patrick directly, she says the final, utterly shocking word. "Father." The word, written in bold red, hangs heavy in the air. Patriarch McLean is utterly flabbergasted, his eyes wide, jaw slack, as purple lightning effects crackle around him, emphasizing the depth of his shock. Ronian, beside him, looks equally stunned, his eyes wide with an almost comical, excited disbelief. The news of Eileen, Logan's fiancée, becoming a McLean knight spreads like wildfire through the entire estate, eliciting a wide range of reactions. Patrick McLean is seen again, looking flustered and a bit angry, likely still reeling from the initial shock, as someone exclaims that a fiancé becoming a knight is utter nonsense. Elsewhere, other figures discuss the unprecedented situation. An older McLean vassal scratches his head in confusion, muttering that something like this has never happened before. A knight standing beside him, looking rather amused, adds with a chuckle, "But who, exactly, is going to stop him?" Ronian, however, is absolutely thrilled by this development. He's beaming, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he tries to welcome Eileen to the family, but is cut off as the dark-haired woman beside him, possibly his mother or a stern governess, pinches his cheek hard, telling him to hush. Eileen, observing all the chaos and mixed reactions, simply says to herself, her expression resolute and determined, "Run." It seems she's bracing herself for the considerable challenges and scrutiny that lie ahead. Meanwhile, Hamar the dwarf is giving Eileen some unsolicited, grumpy advice, or perhaps just complaining loudly. "I don't know what's going on around here, but he's definitely fooling you," he grumbles, arms crossed, as Logan smirks knowingly in the background. Eileen, not looking amused in the slightest, retorts with a sharp glare, "What did you say, Hamar?" The scene shifts to a busy construction site, where workers are hammering away vigorously. One worker pauses, turning to another, "Did you hear? The young master is doing something weird again." The other worker, perched on a wooden structure, stops hammering, looking down in surprise. "What? What is it now?" he exclaims, curious. The first worker explains, "He brought home a woman to become a knight, and she's his fiancée, at that." The worker on the structure nearly falls off in pure shock at this unbelievable news. "Ah," he utters as his companion quickly reaches out to steady him. One of them comments, almost nonchalantly, "I thought you'd say we're to flatten another mountain or something." The other replies, with a shrug, "That's not even surprising anymore." It seems Logan's ambitious, large-scale projects have become rather commonplace around the McLean estate. The scene transitions to a beautiful, serene view of trees against a soft, cloudy sky, leaves gently falling, a brief moment of calm before the inevitable storm of Eileen's grueling McLean night training. Aline, now with her hair tied up and wearing a determined expression, stands before a group of McLean knights. They all look at her with a mixture of curiosity and perhaps a bit of skepticism, their heads slightly tilted as they size her up. Eileen stands ready in the training yard, clad in full armor, a striking red tabard over her chest plate. The McLean knights surround her, the tense atmosphere and her own powerful aura palpable in the air. Patriarch McLean, also in armor, stands with Logan, observing the scene. He sighs, My goodness. You were actually serious about this, huh? Logan replies firmly, I don't joke about these kinds of important things, father. Patrick voices his concerns, stating that Eileen is a woman, and there's never been a female knight in the history of their kingdom. Logan counters logically, she's a force user. We're in a situation where we need to recruit as many useful and talented people as we possibly can. Patrick continues to argue, emphasizing that the training regimen of the McLean Knights is far more intense than that of other knight orders. Even if she's talented, he says, she's still a woman, a lady of noble birth, and she cannot possibly. Suddenly, Eileen's voice cuts through his doubts, loud, clear, and full of conviction, I can do it. Both Patrick and Logan look startled by her powerful outburst, her booming voice echoing across the training yard. Eileen faces them, her stance resolute and unwavering. I'll erase all of your doubts about my abilities, she declares with absolute confidence. Her eyes blaze with fierce determination, a challenging grin spreading across her face. From me being a woman, she continues, then with a burst of unshakable conviction, she thinks to herself, I'll make them acknowledge me as a true knight. Or so says the sheer force of her will, which is apparently written on a piece of paper now lying face down in the dirt, as she herself is shown completely defeated. Logan and another knight look down at her. The knight asks, somewhat bemused, is that her will? Eileen, utterly exhausted and covered head to toe in dirt, groans from the ground, these bastards are all completely insane. The training is indeed brutal. McLean knights are shown carrying each other piggyback while running at full speed. One shouts, hey, you're going to shake me off. Eileen, struggling, can't help but think, do all knights do this type of insane training? Some of them have weaker force auras than I do. She's on the ground, gritting her teeth against the pain and exhaustion, but her eyes still hold a spark of fierce, unbroken defiance. I'm not done yet, she thinks, clearly not ready to give up. Logan stands over her, his fist clenched, dirt scattering around his boots. Are you regretting your decision? He asks, his voice neutral. Eileen looks up at him, surprised by his direct question, an unspoken exclamation mark hanging in the air beside her. Logan continues, his tone serious, 2 months at the most. We need to finish all preparations for the war against Befros. Eileen remains kneeling, listening intently to his words. Logan thinks to himself, I was going to make her join us eventually, but I can't afford to wait for her at this slow rate. Looking down at Eileen, he asks again, yes, I'm regretting. Eileen finishes his sentence, but not in the way he or anyone else expects. The fact that my previous training hasn't been up to par for this. She glares up at him, her eyes full of renewed fire and determination. That's what I regret, she yells, her voice surprisingly strong. She slowly pushes herself to her feet, facing Logan directly. You promised me a battlefield of glory. But, she continues, her eyes wide with an almost desperate determination, I know that you can't keep that promise if I don't work on myself and prove my worth. An image of a perfect, shining apple on a branch appears, symbolizing the honor and recognition she so fiercely desires. She and Logan stand facing each other, both clad in armor, the atmosphere charged with her unwavering resolve and ambition. I need to realize, she says as the image of the radiant apple reappears, larger and more luminous than before, my honor as a knight myself. Logan looks at her, a small, genuinely impressed smile playing on his lips. He clearly recognizes and respects her indomitable fighting spirit. He clenches his gauntlet fist with a sharp, decisive sound. Then, as promised, He presents her with an actual shining red apple, holding it out to her. I shall provide you with a battle to prove your honor. Eileen looks surprised, taking the apple from his hand. Eileen looks down at the apple, then up at Logan with a sly, confident smile. A caption appears, "The Rose of Steel is not going to stop at one tiny apple. Her ambition is far greater." Logan instructs her, his voice firm, "Eat that, and let's march on together until the very end." Eileen shouts with renewed vigor and determination, "Yes." She is ready for whatever comes next. 1 week later, a knight's leg slams down with incredible force, kicking up a cloud of dust, initiating another grueling training exercise. The knight, Karen, charges forward with a powerful upward slash, his sword a blur of motion, a fierce yell tearing from his throat. He leaps up a steep, rocky incline with grunts of effort, heading towards another knight who stands defensively at the very top. Karen, now midair, screams in disbelief and frustration, "No way." The defending knight smirks, bringing his wooden practice sword down with a sharp, vicious crack right on Karen's unprotected head. Karen cries out in pain, "AC." The force of the blow sends Karen tumbling helplessly down the rugged cliff face, a plume of dust rising as the defender stands victorious at the top, looking down. Patriarch McLean catches the falling Karen, who groans weakly, "Unk." Patrick declares loudly, with a sharp, decisive gesture, "Karen, out." Now excluded from this exercise. Karen, looking dazed and defeated, replies, "Why, sir?" 2 other knights watch from the sidelines, one commenting with a grimace, "We're known for our brutal training. But this is really completely insane." They sit down, utterly exhausted. One asks his companion, "Who even thought up this crazy exercise?" The other replies with a weary sigh, "Who do you think?" The answer is clear to everyone, the young master. Logan is behind this madness. Logan looks slightly alarmed, hand to his head, thinking, whoever is next should really prepare themselves. Patrick, standing beside him with arms crossed, looks on with a grimly satisfied, almost proud expression. Patrick claps Logan on the shoulder, chuckling heartily. This is good siege training. It serves as excellent defense training as well. Although it's a little dangerous, it's absolutely perfect." Logan thinks incredulously to himself, "A little dangerous?" He clearly has a different definition of little. Patrick taps his foot impatiently and calls out, "Next." Eileen Floyd, "Ready. Start," he commands, his voice booming across the training ground. Eileen, her red tabard flowing behind her, charges towards the base of the cliff, her eyes fixed intently on the defender waiting at the top. She kicks off the ground hard, propelling herself upwards with explosive force. Using the rugged cliff face as a springboard, she leaps from one precarious foothold to another, ascending with incredible speed and astonishing agility. The watching knights are clearly impressed by her skill. Oh, she's incredibly fast." One murmurs in awe. The other adds, a bit doubtfully, "Yeah, but that kind of speed alone isn't going to cut it against that defender." One knight observes with a skeptical expression, "This particular exercise heavily favors the defender at the top." The defending knight grips his wooden sword tightly, ready for her approach. The striker would need to be much stronger, or have more pew. Just then Eileen, now midair and closing in on the defender, lets out a guttural, unexpected cry, "Hack!" and spits directly and forcefully into the defender's face. The defender recoils in disgust and surprise, shouting, "Eh!" as the spit hits him squarely in the eye. Taking full advantage of his momentary blindness and shock, Eileen swings her wooden sword in a powerful, sweeping arc, knocking the unprepared defender completely off balance. She follows through with incredible speed, her movements a blur as she presses her unorthodox attack, her expression fierce and determined. The defender is clearly overwhelmed and staggering. With a final, decisive strike, Eileen stands victorious on the clifftop over the fallen, defeated defender. Logan, watching with Patrick, grins widely at her ingenuity. "Eileen Floyd, successful," he announces with satisfaction. Patrick looks on with a mixture of shock, disbelief, and perhaps even grudging admiration. Eileen throws her arms up in triumph, laughing joyfully at her victory. "I did it," she exclaims, her elation evident as sounds of cheering echo around her. Logan turns to his father, still grinning broadly. "Didn't you say she was of noble birth?" Patrick, still a bit stunned by her unconventional tactic, replies, "Yes, she is, probably." Logan chuckles, clearly amused. Logan adds, genuinely impressed, "But she's quite something, isn't she?" Patrick asks, a thoughtful look on his face, "Do you acknowledge her as a knight, then?" Patrick looks towards Eileen, who is still celebrating her victory. She's trying her absolute best to keep up with the brutal training, and her swordsmanship is undeniably excellent. "How could I not acknowledge her?" Logan, still amused by Eileen's rather unladylike winning tactic, thinks, "That was actually allowed?" He then chuckles to himself, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Let's play dirty and win then," as if inspired by her pragmatism. The sound of more spitting is heard, followed by a surprised yelp, possibly from another knight witnessing this new training philosophy. Logan muses to himself, "Should we perhaps talk to her about that, though?" A smaller, more concerned thought bubble adds, "She's not exactly being a good example for the other knights." Logan turns to his father, a more serious expression now on his face as he shifts topics. "The knights are getting used to the new training regimen, and our logistics are being handled well by Philip." His internal thought is clear and focused, that leaves only one more thing to address. Logan addresses his father directly, his voice calm but carrying a serious weight. "Father," he begins. Patriarch McLean turns, his gaze meeting Logan's, sensing the gravity of the impending conversation. Logan looks his father squarely in the eye, the atmosphere suddenly tense and charged with unspoken importance. "I need to talk to you about something." The chapter ends on this intriguing cliffhanger. The sun shines brightly on the McLean barony's main keep, a symbol of their growing strength. But inside, a different kind of storm is brewing, an administrative overhaul, fast and furious. Philip Claude, the whirlwind merchant Logan recruited, is already hard at work, his brisk steps echoing through the hall as he calls out to a slightly bewildered administrator Lujul. Philip quickly explains his findings, pointing out that he's checked the storage and they have a lot of wasted space that could be better utilized. Lujul, looking a bit flustered, tries to keep up as Philip, armed with a stack of papers, points things out to another staff member. Philip explains that with his proposed changes, they can reduce costs and even increase the shelf life of their stored products. Lujul can only manage a slightly dazed, "Oh, really? Thank you, huh?" Philip, ever efficient, then turns his attention to another staffer, Mr. Duane, who is carrying a heavy load. He points to some documents, mentioning an error in the town's upkeep records and payroll that needs another look. Duane, a bit surprised, agrees. Philip isn't done yet. He addresses Mr. Farron next, who's in charge of armaments. He notes that while the weapons are in good shape, the cleaning oil they're using from Kale is twice the price of the oil from Kalia. Farron looks impressed, thinking that a merchant truly does know his prices. Administrator Lujul and Mr. Duane watch Philip, still a bit in awe of his rapid-fire efficiency. Lujul remarks that Philip only arrived yesterday, and Duane adds that while the young master ordered him to assist, Philip certainly works differently than they're used to. Lujul, still pondering Philip's whirlwind of activity, adds that he heard Philip also procured all the weapons and lumber that have been arriving at their fief recently. He then voices the question on everyone's mind, what does the young master plan to do with all that? Mr. Duane, a bead of sweat on his temple, looks grim. "What else?" he mutters, the ominous implication dawning on him and the others. His internal thought, stark and unavoidable, fills a spiky bubble. No matter how you look at this. The scene cuts abruptly to Patriarch Patrick McLean, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, his face flushed a deep red. "We're preparing for war?" he roars, his voice echoing. He turns to Logan, who stands calmly before him in the training grounds. Patrick sighs, running a hand over his face, still trying to process. "You told me you wanted to say something to me in private?" And this is what it was. Logan meets his father's gaze, his own expression serious, a single bead of sweat on his temple, knowing this is a difficult and dangerous conversation. Patrick, still trying to grasp the enormity of it, asks, "Will Befros invade us soon then?" Logan replies firmly, his voice steady, "That isn't it." Logan drops the bombshell, his words hanging heavy in the air. "We're going to instigate it." Patrick is visibly shocked, an exclamation mark appearing as his eyes widen in utter disbelief at his son's audacity. Patrick's face contorts, his teeth clenched in a mixture of anger and perhaps dawning frustration. He clenches his fist, his knuckles white. "Tell me your reasons why." Logan observes, thinking to himself that his father is restraining himself more than expected. He honestly thought he might get hit. Logan begins to explain his reasoning. "As you know, the only reason Befros hasn't invaded us yet is because of my teacher, Duke Esperanza, and his influence. But how long do you think that protection will last?" Logan presses, forcing his father to confront the uncomfortable truth. Patrick looks troubled, a bead of sweat on his brow as he considers the precariousness of their situation. Patrick muses that they can keep growing their strength until then, as they still lack in many ways compared to the powerful Count Befros. Logan, his eyes narrowed in grim determination, thinks to himself, "If I were them, I'd make sure that day of reckoning would never come for us." Logan clenches his own fist, his voice urgent and insistent. "It needs to be now, father." Patrick looks at his son, his expression a mixture of deep confusion and growing concern. Logan meets his gaze directly. "Do you know something I don't?" Patrick asks, then pleads with his son, "If so, please tell me the truth." Logan's eyes reveal a hint of the heavy burden of knowledge he carries, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he weighs his words very carefully. He poses a grave, hypothetical question, his voice low and serious. "If I told you that I knew when the king would die, and that it would be very soon, would you believe me?" Patrick stares at Logan, his eyes wide with shock and a dawning, terrible understanding of what his son might be implying. "Logan, are you perhaps?" He recoils, grabbing Logan, his face a mask of pure horror. "Planning to commit treason?" Logan frantically denies it, shouting, No, no, no. Absolutely not." Logan, recovering his composure after his father's panicked accusation, urges him, "Assume this is true for now. How do you think the situation would play out then?" Patrick strokes his beard, considering the grim, complex scenario. Firstly, it would cause massive issues in the battle of succeeding the throne. Logan nods in agreement. Indeed, the fight between the first and second princes would escalate dramatically. An image of Count Befros appears, looking cunning and opportunistic. And Befros is one of the core supporters of the second prince. What do you think will happen if we wage war with Befros once that power struggle truly begins? Patrick continues his thoughtful deduction, stroking his beard. We would essentially be wielding our blade directly against the second prince himself. Logan affirms with a firm nod. Quite so. If we want to fight against Befros without any outside interference from the royal factions, now is our only chance, before the king dies and the kingdom descends into chaos. An image of a scale appears, with figures representing the princes. Befros's figure is shown tipping the balance heavily. And once Befros falls, Logan explains, his strategic mind at work, the flow of battle will begin swinging towards one side. Large, impactful text appears, full of unspoken promise. "It is then I will place." Logan holds a miniature scale, carefully placing a small figure representing the third prince onto one side, tipping it decisively in his favor. The third prince in that war. Patrick finally grasps the true depth and audacity of Logan's long-term strategy. I see where you are coming from now. However, Patrick still has some reservations about the timing. However, can we not wait until one of the princes succeeds the crown? We can bide our time and build our strength until then. Logan looks down, a heavy sigh escaping him as he shakes his head. He thinks to himself, after the Civil War, the Empire will take over almost immediately. But it's not like I can say all that. He says aloud, his voice grim, it'll be too late by then. Logan elaborates on the grim future scenarios he foresees. If the second prince is victorious, Befrose would become one of his most trusted and powerful aides. An image of the second prince with a triumphant Befrose appears. And if the first prince wins, an image of the imposing first prince wearing the crown appears. The territory the Befrose currently hold will no longer belong to them, but to the crown. Logan's eyes gleam with fierce, unwavering determination. Befrose will become a region we can never touch either way, and we'll never be able to recover our rightful ancestral land. Patrick turns away slightly, looking into the distance, deep in thought. All right, I understand what you mean. To be honest, there are still many questions I have. He turns back to Logan, his gaze piercing and direct. Like how you could possibly know the king will be passing away so soon. Logan flinches slightly, stuttering, "It's." Patrick cuts him off, his voice firm but surprisingly gentle, full of a father's trust. "But I trust you." Logan looks up, visibly moved by his father's faith, his eyes wide with unspoken emotion. Patrick continues, "All the things you've done until now have had many peculiar, almost inexplicable points to them as well." A view of the McLean castle appears in the distance, a symbol of their shared legacy. "It's as if you somehow know the future," Patrick states, looking out at their lands with Logan, a profound understanding in his eyes. Logan looks somber, the weight of his secret evident. Patrick adds gently, "I understand you may be in a situation you cannot easily explain to other people. So, I will ask only one more question. After that, I shan't inquire any further." Patrick's expression is serious, but filled with a deep, fatherly understanding and acceptance. Patrick gestures, encompassing images of Logan's past actions, his intense training of Eileen, Ronian's renewed enthusiasm, the bustling, prosperous fief. "All of the things you've done, and all of the things you intend on doing in the future. What is it all for?" he asks, his voice resonating with a father's earnest concern for his son's true motivations. Logan turns his head slightly, a profound and unshakable resolve hardening his eyes. He declares, his voice ringing with unwavering conviction and loyalty, "It has always been to make our family prosper. That is all." Patrick McLean looks at his son, a slow, immensely proud smile spreading across his face. His trust in Logan is now absolute and complete. "Very well. I trust you," Patrick says decisively, his voice firm. "Leave convincing the aides and vassals to me." Logan looks surprised by his father's immediate and full support. "Huh." Patrick gestures confidently. Logan asks, slightly hesitantly, "Are you sure you'll be fine on your own?" Patrick retorts with a challenging grin, "What, do you not trust your old man?" Logan quickly replies, That isn't it at all." Patrick smiles, full of fatherly pride and fierce determination. "Worry not and entrust this to me. I can certainly do this much as your father, and as the head of this family." And so, a few days later, on the eve of the new year, Patriarch McLean summoned all the people of the McLean family and their vassals. He stands before them, imposing and resolute, his hand outstretched as he makes a stunning declaration, "We will wage war." The assembled vassals and family members jump as if electrocuted, their faces a mixture of shock, disbelief, and dawning alarm. Logan narrates internally, "It was a natural reaction, considering how our fief has only just recently become habitable and prosperous again." But father did not give up. Patrick is shown, his face filled with fierce determination and righteous anger, passionately addressing his people, stirring their hearts. He reminded them of the shame of losing our ancestral land. Logan explains, as images of distressed but resolute McLean men appear, their pride wounded. "The assassination attempt from Befrose that nearly took my life," Logan continues, showing angry, determined knights clenching their fists. "And the ever-present danger," Logan adds, as an image of a man holding a locket appears. "That will inevitably come if we do nothing." The locket opens to reveal a tender image of a mother and child, a symbol of what they fight to protect. Logan narrates, As their blood continued to chill with fear and then boil with anger, they soon realized the undeniable necessity of this war. Logan reflects on his father's effective approach. Since we can't mention the king's impending death and the chaos that will follow, he decided to take a more emotional approach, appealing to their honor and their fears. Logan's own resolve hardens further. We need to push forward now, even if this is what it takes to unite them. 2 weeks later, 3 days before the end of the year, a horse's hoof strikes the frozen ground with a decisive thud. From an aerial view, looking down on the McLean forces gathering in formation, the text reads, "There stood 152 knights." The camera pans over the impressive array of mounted knights, including Patrick and Logan at the forefront. 1,000 crossbow cavalry, including trainees, and 1,532 well-equipped infantry. Patrick McLean, at the head of his assembled army, roars the command, "Advance!" The horses neigh and charge forward, the ground thundering beneath their hooves as the McLean forces move out. Logan rides beside his father, their expressions set and determined as the cold wind whips past them, the banner of McLean flying proudly. Patrick glances at his son, a silent question in his eyes. Logan meets his gaze, a silent understanding passing between them with a subtle nod. They are in this together. Patrick asks his son, his voice serious above the din of the marching army, "Do you have a specific plan in mind? You must have thought up some basic strategies before suggesting we go to war, no?" Patrick presses, tilting his head slightly. Logan replies confidently, his voice clear, "Of course I have." Logan begins to explain his cunning strategy. As of now, we have no chance at a full frontal assault against the main Befro's forces. So we will not declare war against them directly. Patrick looks utterly surprised by this unexpected statement, his mouth agape. "What?" Logan raises a single finger, a cunning, almost mischievous smile spreading slowly across his face. "We will instead," he says as the background turns dark and ominous with sharp vertical lines, building the suspense for his next move. A messenger bursts into a room, frantic and out of breath. "My lord," he cries, his voice trembling. The messenger, addressing a hooded figure, gasps out the shocking news. "The McLeans have declared war. They wish to seek revenge for the shame they suffered 6 months ago." The messenger, now clearly addressing a man with blondish hair and a prominent, arrogant mustache, continues his frantic report. "Tous, the Ferrettas." The man, identified as Max Ferretta, lord of the neighboring Ferretta territory, looks up with a disdainful sneer, his surprise and anger evident. Lord Ferretta's face contorts in disbelief and sudden outrage, sweat beading on his brow, his eyes wide with shock at this unexpected declaration. "What is this nonsense?" he bellows as a lone rider on horseback, presumably a McLean messenger, gallops away from the Ferretta territory, the formidable McLean army visible in the distance, ready to strike. Far from the McLean advance, Count Befros sits in his lavish study, a look of disdainful surprise on his face as he receives the news. "The McLeans have declared war on the Ferrettas?" he scoffs, leaning back in his chair as if it's a minor annoyance. A knight kneels before him, delivering the report. "Yes, your grace. The Ferrettas have requested aid, but what will you do?" Befros lets out a short, contemptuous laugh, clearly unimpressed. "Ha!" A cruel smirk plays on Befros's lips. "Those fools," he sneers. "I was barely able to hold back my own forces because of that meddling sword duke, but it seems they've gone and conveniently made a pretense for us to act." He's completely underestimating Logan's true intentions and the scope of his plan. Befros's eyes narrow with arrogant confidence. He thinks to himself, "Our military strength is roughly double that of theirs, though it does depend somewhat on those rumored crossbows they possess." He's aware of McLean's new weaponry but still firmly believes in the superiority of his own numbers. He calls out sharply, "Aslan Franz," summoning 2 of his most trusted and formidable knights to his side. The 2 imposing figures, Sir Franz and Aslan, step forward from the shadows, their presence radiating power. Befros, his gaze cold and calculating, asks them, "Are all the preparations complete?" Aslan, his face mostly hidden in shadow but a sinister grin visible, and Sir Franz, looking grimly resolute and ready for battle, reply in unison, "Of course, Your Grace." Befrose taps his fingers impatiently on the armrest of his throne-like chair. "Prepare to go to war," he commands, his voice decisive. His plan is simple, arrogant, and utterly dismissive of McLean's capabilities. We will let them crush the Ferrettas when they're drunk on their supposed victory. He clenches his fist, his eyes glinting with malice, a fiery aura of power surrounding him. "We'll drop them from their imagined heaven straight down to hell," he declares with a guttural, satisfied sound. The scene shifts to the McLean army on the march. The title card for Chapter 58 of Regressor of the Fallen Family appears, showing Patriarch Patrick McLean charging fearlessly on horseback, his red cape billowing dramatically, dust and grit kicked up by the thundering hooves of his warhorse. A McLean knight rides up beside Patrick, shouting over the din of the marching army, "My lord! At this rate, we'll reach the Ferretta's main castle within a day." Patrick McLean, his expression grim and determined, adjusts his reins, preparing to give his orders. But then, he bellows the completely unexpected command, his voice cutting through the sounds of the army, "Change directions." Meanwhile, back in Ferretta territory, Lord Max Ferretta nervously taps his foot, anxiously waiting for the McLean onslaught that he believes is imminent. He mutters to himself, wringing his hands, his face etched with growing anxiety and confusion. But why aren't they coming yet? The sound of his nervous trembling fills the tense silence of the room. A messenger bursts in, running frantically. "My lord! The McLean army is..." Ferretta jumps up, demanding, "Where are they? Are they finally here?" The messenger, sweating and out of breath from his urgent ride, hesitates, clearly struggling to deliver the unbelievable news. "Well, they've completely disappeared," he exclaims, the words hanging in the air against a bright, empty sky, leaving Lord Ferretta utterly bewildered. The wind blows leaves across a now empty, desolate landscape. The McLean army is nowhere near Ferretta's lands. Their feint has worked perfectly. Back with Count Befrose, a horse gallops hard as another messenger arrives with urgent, unexpected news. Befrose looks up, a flicker of surprise on his face. "What is it now?" The messenger, one of Befrose's own knights, leans in from his horse, shouting, "They're not in Ferretta territory, Your Grace, but have instead appeared deep within Befrose, our own territory," he declares, the words a shocking and unwelcome revelation for the Count. Befrose's eye widens in disbelief and sudden, dawning fury. The messenger continues, "They're not where we are at the first castle, but at your second castle, Castle Tomodo." The scene shows a knight on horseback galloping hard, indicating the McLean army's rapid, decisive advance on this new, completely unexpected target. Logan rides alongside another knight, who asks, a note of anticipation in his voice, "So it's there, then?" Logan confirms with a calm, steady, "Yes." Logan elaborates on their true, strategically vital target, that is Befrose's second castle, and more importantly, its massive granary. An aerial view reveals the sprawling, formidable complex of Castle Tomodo, unprepared for the coming assault. A knight, possibly one of Logan's trusted commanders like Kaiselin, explains the critical strategic importance of their target. This is Befrose's lifeline, where they store the vast majority of their provisions. If we were to occupy it, they would suffer severe, long-term consequences. He then adds, with a note of understandable caution, "However." The knight looks at Logan, a bead of sweat on his temple as he voices his concern. "Will we really be able to win just by occupying this single castle?" Patrick McLean, riding beside them, interjects gravely, "That's right." He looks at Logan, a grim understanding in his eyes, knowing the risks they are taking. "For now, that is our only path." Logan recalls his earlier, private conversation with his father, where he laid out his true, audacious intentions. "I will declare war on Ferretta." He had continued, "However, my true target is not Ferretta, but Befrose's own Castle Tomodo." Patrick had looked completely confused by this seemingly contradictory plan. Patrick had asked, "Are you saying you'll lure out Befroze's main forces using Farida as bait?" Logan had explained, "Yes. We will do our utmost to avoid clashing directly with their main army. In the meantime, we will strike hard and fast to occupy Castle Tomodo." Patrick, still worried about the odds, had pressed, "Even so, eventually we will have to face them." Logan had cut him off, his voice firm, "No, we won't even have 2 full days before we meet their counterattack." Logan had smiled confidently, revealing the linchpin of his plan. "That's fine. We just need to hold out until His Majesty the King passes away." Patrick's face had contorted in shock and dawning horror at the casual mention of the king's death, the terrible implication of Logan's precise timing finally sinking in. Logan had explained the critical timing. Once that happens, all nobility in the kingdom, including Befroze, will be forced by royal decree to drop whatever they're doing and attend the national funeral in the capital. It would be a direct decree from the royal family, which holds immense, undeniable authority. Logan's eyes had gleamed with cold, hard calculation. Strong enough to stop an entire war in its tracks. Patrick, stroking his beard, had processed the audacious, risky plan. All right, if Befroze dares to transgress against a direct order from the royal family, then he would immediately be convicted of high treason. Patrick had sighed, running a hand through his hair, still somewhat in disbelief. "Even though you said that you knew when he would pass away, I still can't believe you came up with this. Are you absolutely certain of the date of the king's death?" Logan had affirmed with a confident, unwavering smile and nod. "Yes, Father, I am. It's a day that I can never ever forget." A dark, chilling premonition filled the air as red text appeared. "The death of the king will be announced at midnight on New Year's Day." Ominous sparks of red float in the darkness, sealing the grim prophecy. Back in the present, Logan, leading the charge towards Castle Tomodo, thinks with grim, focused determination, there are only 2 days left until then. At Castle Tomodo, the defenders are thrown into complete chaos by the sudden, unexpected appearance of the McLean army. A knight, his face contorted in rage and disbelief, screams, "Damn it all!" He yells, his voice cracking with panic, "Just where in the blazes did they come from?" This is Castle Tomodo Guard Captain, high-ranking Knight Jerome, utterly panicked and caught completely off guard by the sudden siege. His brother, Adjutant high-ranking Knight Jurichus, tries to calm him, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. "Calm down, brother. We've already sent a report to the main castle. We just have to hold out for 1 day until reinforcements arrive." A nervous tick appears near Jerome's eye. Jerome is still in disbelief, muttering incoherently as he clutches his chest, clearly overwhelmed by the suddenness and scale of the attack. He looks out at the approaching McLean army, his voice trembling with fear. There are at least 3,000 of them. The vast McLean army is shown, a veritable sea of soldiers and cavalry stretching across the plains, their numbers daunting and terrifying. Jerome despairs, with knights alone numbering roughly 200. Just how are we supposed to hold out against that kind of force? Jurichus tries to rally his brother and the defenders. If only this were the main castle with its full garrison. Fending them off with just Castle Tomodo's limited military strength is? He grits his teeth in frustration. "We just need to guard the rampart and hold out as long as we can. If we all work together, we can persist for a single day." Logan, observing the castle defenses, thinks to himself with satisfaction, "Gale, theirs, and Typhon. These 3 are high-ranking knights now, so they'll definitely earn their keep in this fight." 3 of McLean's veteran knights, looking grim and ready for battle, stand prepared. One of them confirms Logan's assessment. "That's true." Patrick McLean roars the command, his voice thundering across the battlefield, "All forces." Jerome and Jurichus flinch at the sheer volume and power of his voice. "Advance!" Patrick yells, and the McLean army charges forward with a deafening roar of hooves, battle cries, and the rumble of war machines. On the castle ramparts, an officer frantically yells, Take M. Archers hurriedly draw their bows, knocking arrows. The McLean Crossbow Cavalry, a fearsome new unit armed with advanced weapons, levels their crossbows in unison. An officer shouts, "Raise!" Another yells, "Fire!" A crossbowman with a determined grimace unleashes his bolt with a sharp twang. A deadly volley of crossbow bolts, glowing with imbued force, soars through the air with terrifying speed, heading straight for the castle walls. Guard Captain Jerome watches in horror from the ramparts, his eyes wide, sweat dripping down his face as he screams, "They're so fast!" The force-imbued bolts strike the stone ramparts with incredible power, embedding themselves deep within the stone, some even shattering parts of the wall with explosive impacts. Jerome is momentarily stunned by the destructive power of the McLean crossbows. He then thinks with a sliver of desperate, fading hope. They're fast, but they still can't get over the rampart. A sinister, knowing smirk spreads slowly across Logan's lips. He clearly has more surprises up his sleeve for the beleaguered defenders. Jerome, recovering his composure, bellows at his own archers, "Return fire! Now!" His archers scramble to prepare their own volley. A volley of arrows from Castle Tomoto finally flies towards the McLean forces, a desperate attempt to push back the attackers. Many of the arrows fall short of their targets, thudding harmlessly into the ground well before reaching the advancing McLean army. One narrowly misses a rearing warhorse, highlighting the ineffectiveness of their defense. Logan, observing the exchange with his crossbow expert Kaiselin beside him, remarks, "It seems that this is the limit of even a longbow's effective range. The same goes for our crossbows. However much force we pour into it, the bolts barely reach the ramparts." Kaiselin asks, holding a loaded crossbow, "Then, shall we cease fire for now? Otherwise, we'll just be wasting precious arrows." Logan replies firmly, his strategy clear, "No. It's worth keeping them in check like this, pinning them down." Logan grins, giving a confident thumbs up. Besides, if it's about the supply of arrows, Hamar the dwarf made more than enough of them for this siege. Kaiselin, with a deadpan expression, mutters under his breath, "Please give Hamar an adequate vacation after all this is over." Logan turns, a confident, decisive smile on his face. "Now then." He approaches Elder Clayton, the powerful earth mage, who is standing by with his young disciples, ready to contribute. "I have a request for you, Sir Clayton." Elder Clayton looks a bit surprised by the summons, a bead of sweat on his brow. "I didn't think we'd have to join the war effort quite so directly." Clayton turns to his young, robed disciples, who look on with a mixture of nervous anticipation and excitement. "Children, it seems it is time for us to go." The McLean crossbows continue their relentless barrage, bolts striking the castle walls with impunity, keeping the defenders pinned down and terrified under the waving McLean banner. On the ramparts, Jerome and Juriches watch the relentless, but seemingly ineffective, arrow fire from the McLean forces. Juriches asks in frustration, "What are they doing?" "They're not getting any closer to the walls. They're just firing arrows from out there." A nervous tick mark appears on Jerome's temple. Jerome paces, agitated and confused. Just what in the blazes are they plan? Suddenly, a low, ominous rumbling sound catches their attention, growing steadily louder. What is that sound?" Juriches exclaims, alarmed. Jerome adds, his voice laced with dread, "It's subtle, but even the ground beneath our feet is shaking." The rumbling intensifies, shaking the very foundations of the castle. Massive stone fists erupt violently from the ground with a deafening crash right at the base of the castle wall, sending huge chunks of stone and debris flying high into the air. A giant, ominous red rune or magical symbol glows brightly in the earth where the colossal fists emerged, pulsing with raw, untamed power. Jerome stares in utter, abject horror as a colossal stone figure begins to rise from the earth. "That's a golem," he screams in terror, as the golem smashes into the wall with a thunderous, earth-shattering impact. Juriches, equally terrified by this monstrous appearance, shouts, "They have a powerful magician on their side too?" He then mutters, a sense of dread washing over him, although the golem, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, unleashes another powerful, explosive attack against the castle foundations, sending shockwaves and debris everywhere, shaking the walls to their core. The defenders can only watch in stunned, helpless terror as the text asks the ominous, terrifying question, just what is that golem doing? Their worst nightmare has just begun. The scene opens with a view of a tall, imposing magic tower, likely where Logan first sought out the powerful Elder Clayton. This sets the stage for a crucial flashback, revealing the origins of their current strategy. Elder Clayton, his expression clearly skeptical, questions Logan's rather ambitious idea. "You want to utilize golems in the war?" he asks, stroking his magnificent beard. Logan, standing confidently before the Elder Mage, explains his reasoning. "Yes, we could use them to defend ourselves from arrows or even to wipe out the enemy easily." Logan, anticipating Clayton's concerns about resources, grins reassuringly. If it's mana stones you need, we can certainly provide them." Clayton looks startled by Logan's readiness to commit such valuable resources, exclaiming, "What? Is it really that important of a battle?" Clayton strokes his bushy beard again, deep in thought, considering the implications. "But Logan, that sort of large-scale golem operation simply isn't possible." Logan looks taken aback, a slight frown forming on his face. "What? Why not?" Logan gestures, ready to offer even more resources if needed. "If it's the mana stones that are the issue." But Clayton raises a hand, cutting him off sharply. "It's not that kind of problem at all." Clayton turns, his expression suddenly grave. "It concerns our very lives," he states, the words heavy with unspoken danger and meaning. Logan looks genuinely shocked, a bead of sweat appearing on his temple as he processes the severity and unexpected nature of Clayton's statement. "Our lives?" Logan repeats, bewildered by the turn in conversation. Clayton elaborates, "Yes. It's not a widely known fact, but when golems receive over a certain amount of damage," he explains, as images of golems in battle, taking heavy hits, flash by, that damage is transferred directly to the caster. The image of Clayton himself, looking pained as one of his own golems shatters, drives the critical point home with chilling clarity. The text starkly confirms this dire limitation. IT is transferred to the caster. Clayton continues, a bit flustered, "Oh, of course, we've been searching for ways to improve this for years." His slightly agitated demeanor, with nervous swirls around his head, suggests this is a significant and deeply frustrating limitation of golem magic. He pulls out a thick research paper, showing it to Logan. "For example, if you look at this research paper, by disrupting the flow of magic sent by the mana stones." Logan leans in, listening intently to the technical explanation. Logan, however, seems to drift off, lost in his own thoughts as large, dramatic text declares, "My dream of having a golem army." He's comically weeping, tears streaming down his face as his grand, ambitious vision of an unstoppable golem army shatters before his eyes. Clayton, oblivious to Logan's internal despair, continues his technical explanation, then asks, a little sharply, "Are you even listening to me?" Logan snaps back to attention, looking rather sheepish and embarrassed by his lapse in focus. Clayton, perhaps sensing Logan's deep disappointment but still trying to find a workable solution, suggests, "How about this then?" He gestures, proposing an alternative, more limited approach. A close-up of Clayton's determined face, his magnificent mustache prominent, shows his commitment to helping Logan despite the inherent dangers. Back in the present siege of Castle Tomodo, a massive stone golem hand bursts violently from the earth, signaling the start of their unconventional assault. The golem emerges fully, a colossal, terrifying figure of earth and rock, ready to unleash its destructive power upon the unsuspecting castle. Two golems, controlled by Elder Clayton and one of his disciples, stand ready, a tremor shaking the ground beneath them, heralding the chaos to come. With another earth-shattering sound, the golems burrow back underground, disappearing from sight, leaving only disturbed earth and a sense of ominous dread. On the walls of Castle Tomodo, Captain Jerome shields his eyes, desperately trying to spot the attackers in the fading light. I don't see them anywhere. The text reveals the chilling truth. The golems went underground with the mages. Juriches, beside him, notes with growing unease, they aren't shooting arrows anymore. What in the world are they planning? Jerome, gnawing his thumbnail nervously, asks, his voice tight with anxiety, do they intend to dig a tunnel all the way under the wall? Juriches tells his increasingly agitated brother, bro, calm down and look up at the sky. Juriches points out, his voice trying to sound reasonable, they only started digging this morning, and it's already getting dark. The sky is indeed shifting to the deep hues of dusk. At this rate, our reinforcements will arrive long before those golems could possibly make it here, Juriches reasons, attempting to reassure his panicking brother, and perhaps himself as well. Jerome, clearly still unconvinced and terrified, stammers, is that so? He doesn't sound reassured at all. Suddenly, the castle wall beneath their feet begins to tremble violently. Knights stumble and cry out in alarm, whoa! What's happening now? Jerome stares in abject horror, sweat pouring down his face as the shaking intensifies. The walls. He grits his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably with fear and disbelief. Jerome grabs Juriches frantically, yelling in pure terror, Jurich! What are the chances that the walls are about to collapse? Ominous crack appears in the stone beside them. Juriches, though sweating and clearly unnerved himself, tries to remain logical and calm. No way! That's impossible! Our walls are strong. Jerome shouts, his voice cracking with panic, what are you saying? Don't you feel the ground shaking violently right now? Juriches, arms crossed, insists stubbornly, but we still shouldn't make a hasty move. Jerome loses it completely, grabbing his brother again, his face a mask of utter terror. What if the walls actually fall? Why do you think they haven't been attacking us directly all this time? He screams, his composure shattered. They must be plotting something terrible underground. Juriches stares at his panicking brother, the sound of the ominous rumbling from beneath them growing louder and more threatening with each passing second. Juriches clenches his fist, a look of grim resolve hardening his features. Ugh! He knows he has to act and act now. We need to attack their mages with a strike team immediately. Juriches declares, then sighs, realizing the risk. I'll personally go down and... Jerome, surprisingly, interrupts, his voice firm despite his fear. You're the acting captain now, bro. You can't go anywhere. Juriches turns, his expression resolute. Then I'll take care of it. Just give me a few good nights. Jerome looks surprised by his brother's sudden decisiveness. Jerome looks uncertain for a moment, his face reflecting the immense pressure and the weight of command. Juriches, seeing his brother's hesitation, softens his tone slightly, offering a reassuring nod. Okay. Jerome lets out a breath of visible relief, thinking, good, he's finally calmed down a bit. Juriches tells his brother, a hint of exasperation in his voice, you panic far too easily, brother. Jerome replies sheepishly, my bad. In the distance, the McLean flag waves defiantly against the darkening twilight sky. The sun sets, casting long, eerie shadows as leaves fall through the fading golden light, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation. Juriches leads a small, hand-picked group of knights on horseback, riding cautiously through the darkening forest surrounding the castle. One of his knights observes, his voice low, the sun is setting already, Captain. Juriches, his expression grim and focused, replies curtly, it can't be helped. We move now. Juriches explains their route on a crudely drawn map showing Castle Timodo. The forest surrounds them to the south and west, so it's safer if we make our way around the southern forest to attack their mages from the flank. The arrow on the map shows their planned path to reach Logan, Clayton, and the other mages controlling the golems. Their horses gallop stealthily through the dense trees, their hooves muffled by the soft earth. Juriches, holding up a hand to halt his men, announces quietly, we've arrived. Be ready. He spots a small group of McLean knights ahead, seemingly guarding the mages. Only 5 regular knights. He observes, perhaps underestimating their preparedness or skill. Jurich's eye narrows as he senses the powerful aura of one of the figures among the McLean guards. The level of force emitted from that one is on a completely different level. He's a high-ranked knight, just like me. The figure is indeed Kaiselin, Logan's formidable mercenary trainer, radiating a potent red aura. Jurich's draws his sword, a glint of dangerous opportunity in his eyes. McLean can't possibly have that many high-ranked knights. If I can kill him here, it'll turn the tides of this siege decisively in our favor. One of his knights, more cautious, warns, Jurich, you aren't seriously planning to attack, are you? This looks like such an obvious trap. Jurich's retorts defiantly, so what if it is? Even if it is a trap, are we going to turn back now after coming this far? His eye gleams with a desperate, reckless determination. We need to take care of them quickly and return to reinforce the western castle walls. He urges his horse forward, but his knights hesitate, exchanging uncertain glances, clearly reluctant to charge into a potential ambush. One knight thinks to himself, with growing concern, he must be really worried about Captain Jerome. He's been panicking ever since they invaded us. Jurich's glances back for a fleeting moment, a flicker of deep concern for his increasingly unstable brother crossing his face. Brother! His internal monologue reveals the depth of his motivation and the pressure he feels. My brother and I were always special. Hailing from a commoner family while also both becoming high-ranked knights was a rare, almost unheard-of occurrence, even throughout the entire nation. An image shows the two brothers in happier, prouder times, standing tall in their gleaming armor. Thanks to that shared accomplishment, we were awarded the glorious title of the guard captains of this second castle. It may have been because of our humble background, but brother has always been terribly nervous that this prestigious position would be taken away from us. A bead of sweat shows Jerome's constant anxiety. His unnecessary mistakes and his unfortunate loss of composure at the slightest problem have become more frequent. Jerome is shown screaming in abject panic, highlighting his instability. His reputation is already declining significantly among the other knights, and they are starting to doubt his leadership. Jurich's thinks with grim, desperate resolve. Even if I try my absolute best to help him, there are limits to what I can do. This fight, this sortie, could be our very last chance to prove our worth and save our careers. I need to win this fight at all costs. He charges forward recklessly, yelling, "Hurry!" as his reluctant knights finally follow him into the potential trap. One of Jurich's knights glances back nervously over his shoulder. He senses something is wrong. It's an attack. McLean knights on horseback suddenly charge out from the dense trees directly behind them. From behind. We've been ambushed. The trap has been sprung. Jurich's turns, his eyes widening as he sees the ambush unfold, McLean knights closing in on them from all sides. He realizes their desperate predicament with dawning horror as Kaiselin's group seemingly flees towards a narrow passage. They're escaping to the tunnels? He quickly analyzes the rapidly deteriorating situation. We have more men, but they also have that high-ranked knight. It's strange they didn't hesitate to run into such a confined space. It must be another trap. He grips his sword tighter, his knuckles white with tension and determination. Keep chasing them, he roars, his voice filled with desperate resolve, determined not to let Kaiselin and his men get away. His knights pursue Kaiselin's group into the narrow, dark tunnel, the sound of their horses' hooves echoing ominously. The chase is frantic and chaotic through the dark, confined space of the crumbling tunnel. Kaiselin leads the McLean knights deeper into the passage, appearing to be in a full, desperate retreat. Suddenly, an arrow whistles sharply past Jurich's head, narrowly missing him in the darkness. Jurich's grits his teeth, a fresh scratch appearing on his cheek from the close call. He thinks, is this why they entered the tunnel? They planned to shoot arrows at us from the darkness. He scoffs dismissively. He readies his sword, his body surrounded by a protective red aura. These mere arrows won't be able to kill a high-ranked knight like me, he declares, his confidence bolstered by his own power. He charges forward into the darkness, deflecting incoming arrows with his sword, his red aura blazing brightly in the gloom. Arrows thud harmlessly into his heavy armor and strike his unfortunate horse, but he presses on, determined to reach his foes. All right, I'll keep deflecting them, he thinks, but just then his horse lets out a terrified, screeching neigh as it's struck by multiple arrows and stumbles badly. Jurchis cries out as he loses his balance. He's thrown violently from his falling horse, crashing hard onto the tunnel floor. As he lies on the ground, stunned, he sees a faint light ahead, the end of the tunnel, and perhaps escape. But it's too late. Arrows rain down mercilessly on his men from hidden positions. They scream in pain and terror, Ugh! Jurchis, realizing the full extent of the deadly trap, curses bitterly, as arrows begin to embed themselves in his own armor. Kaiselin, watching calmly from the tunnel exit, gives a cold order. I don't have the luxury to help regular knights who can't even deflect a few arrows on their own. He points his sword forward. Those who can block arrows with their force, advance. Kaiselin steps forward confidently, his red aura flaring, ready to finish the job. Jurchis thinks desperately, even as he's being peppered with arrows, if I can just handle this rat-like bastard, and those who remain of his men are weak. Just then Elder Clayton, from his position outside the tunnel, commands, his voice booming, "Earth wall." The ground rumbles ominously. A massive stone wall erupts from the ground, completely sealing the tunnel exit. A McLean knight cries out in despair, "Our way out has been blocked." Jurchis and his remaining men are now hopelessly trapped. Clayton then casts another devastating spell, Swamp. The ground beneath Jurchis's men instantly turns into a deep, sucking mire, and they cry out in fresh terror. Jurchis struggles to stay upright as the ground gives way beneath him. What is this accursed magic? The ground has become a swamp. Kaiselin, now safely outside the collapsing tunnel, taunts him with a smirk. Your horses have all been killed with arrows. Elder Clayton appears beside Kaiselin, a grim, satisfied smile on his face. Kaiselin finishes his taunt, and now, your way out is completely blocked. Jurchis, trapped, wounded, and enraged, prepares for a desperate, final stand. Kaiselin just smirks, clearly enjoying the knight's despair. Now then, let's have some fun, shall we? Kaiselin, with a confident, almost cruel smirk, faces the furious, trapped Jurchis as the ground continues to shake violently. A stark thought bubble appears, filled with Jurchis's despair. This is a complete failure. The sound of the tunnel crumbling around them intensifies. Jurchis thinks desperately, his breath catching in his throat. We need to preserve as many of our men as possible and regroup immediately. While I stop them here, if the others can somehow break down the wall. He shouts to his remaining men. But the tunnel is collapsing rapidly around them, dust and debris filling the air. A knight yells in terror, it's coming from above. Large rocks and sections of the ceiling begin to rain down on them. Jurchis looks up in abject horror as the roof of the tunnel begins to give way completely. It can't be. Outside the castle, from the main siege line, Patriarch McLean roars, his voice carrying over the din of battle, charge, as the McLean army surges forward towards the weakened castle walls. Logan and Patrick lead the main charge towards the now breached section of Castle Tomoto's wall, while inside the collapsing tunnel, Captain Jerome watches in utter horror as the passage and his trapped brother Jurchis are buried under tons of rock and earth. Jerome, his face contorted in unbearable grief and helpless rage, his body trembling uncontrollably, screams his brother's name, his voice raw with anguish, "Brother! FFC!" The ground around him is red with the reflected light of the raging battle. The scene opens with Logan and Elder Clayton, picking up from their earlier strategic discussion about the siege. Logan had just proposed an alternative to Clayton's initial goal and plan. We're back in that flashback, Logan standing respectfully before Elder Clayton in what looks like the Elder Mage's private study or workshop, surrounded by books and arcane tools. Clayton had initially suggested a straightforward approach. Use the golems to dig a hole and knock down the castle walls by destroying their underground supports, a relatively simple task for earth magic. Logan, ever the pragmatist, had pointed out a flaw. To stay safe from the castle's archers, they'd need to start digging from quite a distance. Even for a powerful golem, it would take a considerable amount of time to reach and undermine the castle walls. Logan strokes his chin, his mind clearly already working on a more refined, more cunning strategy to overcome this limitation. Logan then presented his refined strategy to Elder Clayton, who listened with keen, professional interest. "Let's do this instead," Logan had said. "We're going to lure the enemy to the tunnels we create." Clayton, stroking his magnificent beard, digested Logan's idea. "So you want to divert their forces, draw them out of the castle?" Clayton had raised a skeptical eyebrow at that. "But do you really think they'll fall for such a simple trick so easily?" Logan had smirked confidently, wagging a finger. "Of course not. The tunnel alone won't do much to fool them." Logan had leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone, a spark of mischief in his eyes. "So, Sir Clayton, I need you to shake the earth itself." He tapped Clayton's arm for emphasis. Clayton had looked taken aback by this unusual request. "Shake the earth?" Clayton considered it. "It's not impossible if I use earth magic, but I can't cause actual, devastating earthquakes." Logan had reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "That's perfectly okay." A close-up shows Logan's sturdy boots, emphasizing his grounded, practical, yet cunning approach to warfare. Logan explained his psychological tactic. "All we need is for them to think something's happening underground. It just needs to induce that specific reaction in them, that fear and uncertainty. And when their forces have been diverted outside the walls to investigate the situation and deal with our feigned tunnel attack, that will be the precise moment when we attack the castle walls with our main force." The flashback ends, returning us to the chaotic present as the McLean army charges relentlessly through the breached wall. Jerome, witnessing the fall of his brother in the collapsed tunnel and this overwhelming assault, curses in despair. "Fuck!" The roar of the attacking McLean army is deafening. Jerome stands on the trembling ramparts, his legs shaking uncontrollably. He thinks in utter despair, "Why now, of all times, when my brother isn't here to help me?" He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as the horrifying truth dawns on him. No, he realizes with dawning, sickening horror, they must have aimed for this all along. This was their plan. His internal thought is a stark, spiky bubble of terrible realization. "I knew it." A grim, almost manic smile spreads across Jerome's face as his composure shatters. "I knew it, yet." "You panic too easily, brother," he says, perhaps quoting Jurich's earlier words or bitterly chiding himself for his own overwhelming fear. He bites his lip hard, trying desperately to regain some semblance of control. "Irk." He spots McLean knights already scaling the breached walls and roars, his voice cracking, "Fire! Stop them from approaching," he commands as his remaining archers let loose a ragged volley of arrows. The arrows rain down, but the McLean knights, including the formidable Ronian and Eileen, skillfully evade them as they charge relentlessly forward into the breach. Ronian and Eileen ride at the forefront of the assault, their determination clear. Eileen expertly handles her reins, her eyes focused intently on the enemy ahead, her movements powerful and precise. She and Ronian gallop fiercely towards the panicked defenders, a whirlwind of deadly intent. They ride side by side, a truly formidable and inspiring duo, cutting through the enemy ranks. Eileen's warhorse rears powerfully as she prepares to engage the defenders on the ramparts. With incredible agility and strength, she leaps from her horse, using her sword to propel herself upwards towards the top of the wall. She thinks with grim satisfaction, "The cliff I've trained so hard to climb for the past few months." Her foot finds a solid purchase on the rough stone wall as she scales it with surprising ease and speed. She launches herself over the top of the wall, surprising a Tomoto defender who cries out in alarm and disbelief. Eileen, a fierce, triumphant grin on her face, declares, These castle walls are easy compared to the height of that training cliff. She lands gracefully on the rampart, her long hair flowing behind her, ready to fight. A defender gasps in shock. "Aye, woman!" Eileen, her sword now glowing with her potent red force aura, roars, her voice filled with battle fury. "I'll ensure that I find glory here." Hawa. She unleashes a powerful, sweeping strike, cutting down a defender with a brutal spray of blood. The defender can only curse, "This fucking." As he falls, his life extinguished by her blade. Eileen's bloodied sword gleams in the dimming light, dripping with the cost of her first kill. For a fleeting moment, Eileen looks shocked, perhaps at the brutal reality of taking a human life in the heat of battle. Another defender, seeing her momentary hesitation, raises his sword to strike her from behind, hoping to catch her off guard. Eileen snaps out of her daze, her eyes widening as she senses the impending attack just in time. But before she can react, a flash of steel intercepts the blow with a sharp clang. Ronian stands before her, having blocked the attack meant for Eileen, his own sword now stained with enemy blood. He quickly and efficiently cuts down the attacker who had tried to strike Eileen from behind. Ronian turns to Eileen, a concerned but firm look on his face. "Get a grip, sister-in-law. Spacing out like that is dangerous on the battlefield." Eileen looks shaken, her eyes wide, her heart pounding in her chest. "Am I scared?" she wonders, surprised by her own reaction. She clenches her fist, taking a deep breath. "I only realized what it truly meant to be in a battlefield after slaying a person for the very first time." She suddenly punches Ronian lightly on the arm, a gesture of camaraderie. He exclaims, surprised, "Sister-in-law?" Eileen, her composure regained, her eyes now clear and focused, says, "I'm sorry to show you such a shameful sight. And thank you for saving me," she adds, a genuine note of gratitude in her voice for his timely intervention. Her eyes now blaze with renewed, fierce determination. The Rose of Steel, the legendary warrior, is back and ready for more. Ronian smiles warmly at her, nodding in understanding and acceptance. Ronian says, his voice full of respect, "I heard you wish for glory on the battlefield, sister-in-law." He grins, his own youthful fighting spirit ignited by her resolve. "I do too." Ronian stands resolute, his sword held ready. "I want to contribute to our victory today and become even stronger." Victor, the newly awakened knight, is shown below him, equally determined and fierce. Ronian continues, "So that I don't lose to him, who grows stronger at a truly scary rate." He's referring to Victor, his friendly rival. Eileen watches them, a small, understanding smile on her face, recognizing their shared ambition and youthful fire. She raises her sword high, ready to rejoin the fray alongside her new comrades in arms. Victor, his eyes glowing with the red light of his awakened aura, roars a fierce battle cry, "Come on!" His eye gleams with an intense, almost savage battle lust as he prepares to charge. He leaps into action, scaling the breached wall with incredible speed and agility. Ronian and Victor fight side by side on the ramparts, a whirlwind of youthful energy and deadly steel, cutting down the desperate Tomoto defenders. The sharp sound of clashing steel and the desperate cries of battle fill the chaotic air around them. Logan, watching his younger brother and Victor from a short distance, looks on with a mixture of immense pride and slight exasperation at their recklessness. "Those two guys. They're way too excited and getting carried away," he mutters to himself, shaking his head. Logan thinks, a warm feeling spreading through him, when did Ronian become an intermediate-ranked knight already? It seems like he's gotten a new sword too. I feel so incredibly proud of him. He shakes his head, snapping his focus back to the present danger. Now isn't the time for sentimentality. It's still too dangerous for them to run so wild right now. At this rate, the enemy's high-ranked knights will be drawn to those two like moths to a flame. Logan leaps into action himself, moving with swift, decisive purpose to support them. The screen goes dark with sharp vertical speed lines, indicating his incredibly rapid, almost instantaneous movement. He lands with a solid thud among the battling knights, ready to join the fight. Two Tomoto knights turn in surprise as Logan suddenly appears in their midst, a blur of red hair and gleaming steel. Logan moves with blinding, almost supernatural speed, his sword a deadly extension of his will. He cuts them both down in a brilliant flash of golden aura, too fast for them to even react. One of the knights gasps his last words, "Ichi-ti," as Logan's powerfully imbued sword clashes with his own, shattering his defense. Logan, his eyes glowing with focused intensity, tells Ronian and Victor, "Keep drawing the enemy's attention. Create an opening for us." Elsewhere on the battlefield, Patriarch Patrick McLean, his face a mask of righteous fury, roars, "And I need to take down the guard captain of Todomo Castle. You knights of Befros, face me. I am Patrick McLean," he bellows, his powerful sword radiating immense, destructive golden aura as he directly confronts the terrified Captain Jerome. "Try running if you think you can." Patrick challenges, his voice thundering. Patrick unleashes a devastating series of lightning-fast slashes, his red force aura exploding around him like a raging inferno. Jerome, caught completely in the overwhelming onslaught, barely manages to defend himself, grunting with effort as their swords clash violently. The screen blurs with the incredible speed and ferocity of their desperate fight. Jerome, forced back by Patrick's relentless assault, yells, "Lord of McLean, I will take your head for this insolence." Patrick, his eyes narrowed in contempt, retorts, "So you are the captain of this doomed castle." The clash of their swords reverberates across the battlefield. Jerome thinks desperately, trying to find an advantage. He may be an advanced knight now, but he was only a high-ranked knight like me until very recently. He pushes back with all his might, a desperate, cornered look in his eyes. "I can do it. I can." He charges forward recklessly, his sword raised for a final, desperate strike. "I can," he screams, his voice cracking. But Patrick's raw power is simply overwhelming. A massive, unstoppable wave of golden aura erupts from his blade, completely shattering Jerome's desperate defense. The devastating golden aura, a torrent of pure force, engulfs Jerome entirely, sealing his fate. Jerome is sent flying backwards, defeated and broken, his eyes wide with shock and the realization of his utter defeat. He crashes heavily to the ground, his sword clattering uselessly beside him, his body limp. He lies there, broken and defeated, as his tattered cape settles around him like a shroud. Logan approaches the fallen, defeated captain, his expression grim. A nearby Tomoto knight, seeing Jerome defeated by Patrick, asks in rising panic, "Sir Jurichus, what was that brilliant golden flash just now?" He mistakenly calls out to the deceased Jurichus, his mind clearly reeling from the shock of the battle. The knight looks terrified, suddenly realizing his grave mistake and the truly direness of their hopeless situation. Jerome, looking up weakly at Logan, his vision blurring, weakly asks, "J. Jerome? How can this be?" He seems to be hallucinating, perhaps seeing his dead brother in his final moments. Logan stands over him, his expression cold, pitiless, and unreadable. Jerome's eyes are wide with a devastating mixture of grief, consuming fear, and utter confusion. Jerome looks up at the crumbling castle walls around him, the sky beyond darkening ominously as smoke billows from the fires of the siege. He grits his teeth in absolute despair, knowing all is lost. Suddenly, he yells with a renewed, desperate, false hope, "Reinforcements are coming. We are saved." Other Tomoto knights, hearing his desperate cry, pick up the shout, "Reinforcements are coming." One asks, his voice trembling, "Sir Jurichus? Did he actually return from the tunnels?" Another shouts, clinging to this last shred of hope, "Do not give up." Jerome struggles painfully to his feet, roaring with a madman's conviction, "I will take over command. Fight until the very end." A nearby knight cries out, still confused by his captain's delusion, "Sir Jurichus, stop. It's over." Jerome, fueled by a desperate, mad hope and denial, screams at the top of his lungs, "Do not let our comrades' deaths be in vain." Logan, his voice cold, steady, and devoid of any emotion, shatters Jerome's desperate, last hope. "There are no reinforcements coming for you." Jerome looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief and dawning horror as Logan stands before him, silhouetted against the fiery glow of the setting sun and the burning, collapsing castle. Logan looks down at the broken, defeated captain, his own eyes glowing faintly red with a chilling intensity. "Has your anger and grief clouded your eyes to the truth?" Jerome, finally realizing the terrible, inescapable truth of their defeat and his brother's death, his face a mask of pure, consuming rage and utter despair, screams, his voice raw with hatred, "Redhead!" Logan moves in an instant, appearing before Jerome in a blur of motion, so fast that Jerome can only gasp. Logan utters a single, chilling, final word, "You." His bloody fist is shown, his eyes burning with a cold, merciless fury. "Are the one who will die." His voice is a death knell,